too hard? Ayy, what about too hard? Ayy, what about too hard? Ayy, ayy, about too hard.
Rich and high. Lex. Yeah. Yo. Got the army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple thickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Ladies, show me where them curves be. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your best friend could go and develop a new twerk scene. Got the army with me like Xerxes. Army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. Understand you can't hurt me. I got the army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple thickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Run straight to my yard and have her up in my bed. Yup, 20 minutes I'm dead. I tell her okay, leave. No Snapchat or back chat, please. What color is your backpack? Yep, green. Tell your boyfriend he's a whack twat G. Shake it. Understand you can't hurt me. Got a couple dickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Ladies, show me where them curves be. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your bestie could go and develop a new twerk scene like. If you
you know.
They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring me to to my side, tied to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. Does she bring me back? Not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to life.
ayy. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What about too hard? Ayy. What about too hard? Ayy. About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper with minimum effort. Yeah, your coach getting severed. The industry dry as a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping is basic, skipping is classic. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, again, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we counting them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What about too hard? Ayy. What about too hard? Ayy. About too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this, don't like surprises. I cause a crisis, man, I'm a scientist. With the music I spice things, up to my liking. Man, I want nice things, nice things. That's not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my nigga from the 021. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here. Swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea. Soon you'll have no career. Take a good look in the mirror. They need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear. Yeah. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What about too hard? Ayy. What about too hard? Ayy. About too hard.
Rich and high. Lex. Yeah. Yo. Got the army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple thickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Ladies, show me where them curves be. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your best friend could go and develop a new twerk scene. Got the army with me like Xerxes. Army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. Understand you can't hurt me. I got the army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple thickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Run straight to my yard and have her up in my bed. Yup, 20 minutes I'm dead. I tell her okay, leave. No Snapchat or back chat, please. What color is your backpack? Yep, green. Tell your boyfriend he's a whack twat G. Shake it. Shake it. not pervy. Honestly, you and your bestie could go and develop a new twerk scene like.
Like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
And welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for some more ESL Pro League. We are getting into it tonight. We're here for the ANZ region. I am Manic and I am joined by Raven. Got some banging matchups for you tonight, but before we get into it, how you doing, mate?
I'm doing good, man. It's really good to be back in the studio and casting alongside you, so I'm excited.
This is the first time that we're able to get in for Season 11, of course. We're far out. That seems like a hot minute ago, right? Like Season 11, we're already here.
Yep.
Fair enough. We're already diving into it, and it's been an absolute joy to kind of prepare for this. We've been here for an hour or so. Well, actually, a lot longer than an hour or so, but it's, it is time to prepare, I think.
It is, yeah, and we've got some massive games on tonight, and I'm really excited. We've only had 1 week of Pro League Season 11 played out so far, but already we've seen some really close results and really big surprises, so I think that's a really good indicator for what the season could be like as a whole.
Yeah, just collective whole.
Yeah, man.
Have a look at it.
Yep.
Well, you can have your say. That's right. ESL Rainbow Six on socials. Make sure you get across there. Plug your vote as to who you think will be the victor. All community votes are pooled, and we will show it just before the match. We'll then weigh up whether we're right, you're right, or whether we're both wrong. And it always tends to be a little bit spicy when we do come down to it. But we do have a lot of well, not a lot of matches. Well, technically we do. We've got 4 games on tonight. Now, for a lot of you, they may not know the format. Do you want to kind of dive into the format a little bit before we look at scheduling and things like that?
Yep, so just in APAC, it's a little bit different to the rest of the world, where we play 2 best-of-1s in a single night, whereas in the rest of the world, they play 2 best-of-1s, but they play them in opposite ends of the season on different nights.
Yep.
So it's a little bit more condensed here because we have to worry about APAC finals at in a LAN environment, that kind of thing.
It's nice and compacted.
Yes.
Right, let's have a look at the wider schemes of things. We're looking at the standings here. Do you see anything out of proportion? Is there anything that really kind of that might stand out to you when you're looking?
I think what a lot of people will notice is that Fnatic and Wildcard aren't occupying the top 2 spots. They both did get draws last week. We will touch on that a lot more later as they are both playing tonight. The other thing that people might find interesting is that Sinister are on the bottom, and I believe that's not really super representative of where they're at the moment. They had some great matches against Onyxian last week. Really close results, and they just didn't manage to get any points. And we are only a week in, which is 2 matches basically, and it's not super indicative at the moment. But look, like I said, last week had some really good results, some really interesting matches.
Yep.
And I think it really points that this season is probably one of the most, if not the most competitive season we've seen in ANZ Pro League.
I think I would agree with you. And across APAC as a whole, we're seeing teams really start to come into their own and start to thrive a little bit stronger in this kind of environment. I do honestly think that as time is progressing, it is getting a lot tighter. It is getting that gap, but that skill gap that we would. I think last season I was talking to Dev about it quite in depth, in which like the skill gap has really started to just slowly taper off now, and it's kind of coming to a point where the bottom team is not necessarily the bottom team. It's just the team that hasn't performed as well throughout the season.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and that's something we're starting to see as a global trend. If you look at EU and NA as well, really there's no necessarily like stand out bottom team in those regions.
Nice.
It's just a matter of 8 really competitive teams, and some teams are just a little more consistent than others.
Yep.
But they're all great teams, and I think it's great to see that ANZ and APAC as a whole is starting to kind of replicate and catch up to that kind of situation.
Yeah, it's good. It's very good to see. You know what else is good to see? Schedule for tonight. 4 matches, 2 of which are going to be played up first. Wildcard, Kanga, back-to-back. Raven's already explained it, but a quick representation. We do here in ANZ play both matches on the same day. I think it's actually better, to be honest. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people that would disagree with this, but I do like the fact that we get the back-to-back matches, which puts a lot more pressure on the teams. I think we've seen this in previous weeks, but, well, not just previous weeks, sorry. There's only been 1 week, but weeks prior to that in Rainbow Six Season 10, there were a lot of matches that started off well for a certain team and really just flipped around. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think the way that we have it here is there's a really big onus on your preparation, because at least in the other regions, you've got 2 chances to face that team on different nights. So you've got 2 occasions where you can prepare for them. But here in APAC, it's just 1 night. So it's a big onus on good preparation.
Yep.
For multiple maps. You're not going to be able to just zero in on that 1 map that you think the video will go to.
Yes.
You have to worry about 2. So I think that's probably good practices for APAC teams leading in towards international appearances, to be able to have that kind of hands-on really in-depth preparation.
Yeah, back-to-back matches, they put a bit more pressure on you. Well, talking of back-to-back matches, we've got one of those teams kind of coming up in amongst the midst here. It's going to be Wildcard. Now, Wildcard, for the most part, is probably the second most well-known team in the ANZ region.
Yes, and they have really risen to fame recently, making it to the Tokoname Pro League Finals for Season 10, and probably being the most competitive team against Navi, who were the eventual champions. So Wildcard really making a name for themselves here, and these players are really well known now globally, which is fantastic. And most notably, usually people talk about Ethan and Diesel being the real stars for Wildcard here.
Yeah, they kind of interchange with that leadership role. We were talking about that earlier tonight, where we see these two players kind of come together as the level heads, as well as Silex, the coach. And anyway, we'll have a look at that a little bit later when we get a bit more in depth in the game. But we're going to have a look at Kanga, their opponents for tonight. Now, people at home probably don't know Kanga as much. Quick background, they have just made it through from the Challenger League, so this is their second match in Pro League. And we were talking before as well about this team, and I think only one of them has played at this level before.
Yeah, Unit Doggy, I believe, played a few seasons ago. It kind of all blurs into one, but I'm pretty sure Unit is the only player on the team that actually has some Pro League experience previously. That being said, man, did they really show up for their debut? They did not have an easy opponent. They had Fnatic in their first week. Welcome to Pro League, by the way. You were against Fnatic, but they managed to get a draw, and so that's a really great result for them. And that was on the back of some fantastic individual efforts from Worthy and Wayneman. Worthy in particular, he actually got a top 10 play of the week globally, which is awesome. We actually had 3 ANZ representatives in that video.
In the mix of it all.
Yeah, so that's really great to see. And look, I think that's a sign of the promise of this Kanga roster, their potential and what they really can bring out in these matches.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. I think, you know, we was talking again, literally on the scheduling when we were, not the scheduling, sorry, the standings when we were looking at it, saying that, you know, the teams that are coming up are still starting to close that gap a little bit more. I think that is a shining light to show true as to how they've been able to perform. 6-6 on Bank against a team like Fnatic is definitely a way to enter into this kind of competition and into this level of play, because it is completely different. Right, you are stepping up into a completely different realm when you come into Pro League.
Absolutely. The quality of teams is significantly better, especially within our sub-region. And it's not to be messed about with. Like, these Pro League matches are super important. Every point counts. That's something that I want to stress a lot. Every point counts in Pro League, because we've seen it time and time again, and especially last season, it really came down to that final week of every single point of who made it to that LAN. It was Wildcard eventually scraping through, but it was oddities to have.
Yep.
They did just narrowly miss out, and that just again highlights that every point matters. So the fact that Wildcard in particular, they did drop 2 points essentially by getting that draw in the first week against Homeless, that could come back to bite them later on.
It certainly could. I mean, stranger things have happened, like you were saying, of course, last year. We've got things to go on. But let's have a look at the vetoes, of course. This is where we're going to head for tonight. Clubhouse, Bank, Villa, Coastline, Border, they're going to keep up. Consulate, I'm testing their ability there. Cafe is where we are going to lie for this matchup. Raven, I know you like to do your veto process. I know you already, have done plenty of the research that will give us information here. Is this expected?
Look, Wildcard have played Cafe quite a bit at like LANs. Not as much online, but they definitely don't mind Cafe.
Yep.
Kanga, we don't have a whole lot of stats for, seeing as they have only just come from the Challenger League, and unfortunately we didn't have full stats for Challenger League. But regardless, I think they would have been prepared for this for Wildcard, as it's a map that they have played before. There is definitely footage of Wildcard on this map.
Yep.
So I think this could be a really good contest. Cafe really allows some teams to shine through on attack, because it's such a defender-sided map.
Yeah.
I think that's where you can really catch your opponents off guard, is if you have some really well-coordinated, prepared attacks, that can really throw a team off. If you have a good attack phase, then all of a sudden it's extra pressure to the other team coming into their attack phase.
Yeah, so we were talking to Yoshi earlier, and he hinted toward the fact that nothing is certain, and that we probably need to keep an eye on the fact that this could be a bit of a tighter affair. He thinks that the maps were going to play a huge part in this. I'm not sure whether they'd actually done the veto by then or not, but do you think that's really something that we're looking at here, a possibility?
Look, I think anything is possible, and I spoke to Wayne Mann from Kanga actually before tonight, and he was also quietly confident about the depth of their map pool and their preparation, and the fact he feels, or the team feels, that they can take any points off any team. So that's a really good sign for their mindset coming into all of these Pro League matches, but especially against giants like Wildcard. It's really important to have that positive mindset coming in. So it's clear that they've got that, and that's kind of dangerous to play with because Kanga would be more of a team that has not as much to lose, whereas Wildcard has that reputation, the accolades behind them. So you could say that coming into that, there's a bit more pressure on them to step up, especially after having that draw last week.
I'm just going to quickly say I am very hot in here right now. So if it looks like I am like starting to drip a little bit on stream, that's because I am, because I'm hot and ready for these matches. As I did to say that, because it's, I don't know why I'm dying right now. It's not even warm in here. I'm just warm in general. Maybe
just a hot boy.
I'm just a hot boy that's heated for these matches. Let's have a look at what you guys thought. The community poll is in, I believe. So let's bring on up. My goodness, it's just tripping over words. I do think that's fair. I don't want to take away anything from Kanga. However, you are going up against what is perceived to be the best, if not one of the best of this region.
100%. I think that's a pretty fair representation of what most people would definitely be thinking about this game moving forward. As we touched on as well, Wildcard is a very well-known team now, not just within our region, but globally. So I think that can also be definitely represented within these community polls. But yeah, I would definitely not be writing off Kanga. They showed great potential last week, and I think that can definitely rise to the occasion again this week. So.
Look, it's good to see about 12% of people do think that Kanga have an opportunity in this. We think it's definitely possible, and I must put the asterisks around the possible word, because if we're being completely honest, Wildcard should be steps ahead. But into the ban phase we go. This is where we can kind of start to frame a little bit more of how this match is going to head.
Yes, and a Thatcher ban coming straight out there from Wildcard. It's becoming an increasingly popular ban in general for teams to use, as it really makes attacks a lot harder. Kanga are going to be starting on the attack here, and with that Thatcher off the board, it requires a lot more thoroughness and coordination to clear utility from below instead of just chucking down that easy EMP.
Abana now taken off as well. Generally see one of the hard breaches go here on Cafe. Don't get to see, it's not very often we do see one of them, or both of them rather, kind of break through this this little phase.
Yeah, it's a risky road to walk if you ban 2 hard breaches. It definitely doesn't make it easy to attack, that's for sure.
No, well, the Thatcher and Habana ban, of course, are going to make things not the trickiest. I think that things are starting to... Thatcher in the ANZ region last year wasn't banned as much as what we've seen it in previous weeks. Literally in probably the last 2 weeks with 6 invitational APAC qualifiers and now Pro League, it's starting to become a lot more of a perma ban almost in the sense of matches. But Maestro and the Mirror taken off. Don't want to add anything.
Not with the defense bans. I think they're pretty standard. Maestro banned really commonly on Cafe, and then Mirror just banned commonly in general. Mirror can be a bit of a pain on a couple of sites here, so it's very, very, very rare that she'll slip through in a Cafe match. So yeah, nothing too big there. Even these initial lineups are looking pretty good, pretty straightforward here. And Wildcard not doing anything too edgy to start off with. They're going to be going to the top floor, cocktail bar, bomb site, and look, that's a bit of a comfort pick for most teams.
Yeah, I think for the most part, nearly every team should be comfortable on the top floor, and I think that's when we start to see some of the cracks form, especially in the early stages. This is the kind of bomb site you need to start off with winning on that defense. You don't really have a chance to take too much time with that. However, I'm still just so hot right now. I'm literally just trying to catch my thoughts.
Good thing is I can't smell you yet, so, you know, it's not so bad.
You won't. It's okay. I'll just put a peg on it. It'll be fine.
One thing to note here is that Imarin has gone the Kaid, and without the Thatcher, that's going to be a lot trickier to clear. Thankfully, Kanga did bring the IQ, so that will help them with clearing those Electric Claws, as well as the Yokai's from the Echo. But the Electric Claws are still going to be harder to clear, because identifying it is one thing, actually clearing it is the other. So it's going to put a lot of onus on going below, either with the IQ or with the Buck. They can even use the Zofia for that, but it's just an extra layer of coordination and time to be taken to be able to do things like that. So yeah, it's going to be a really tricky attack phase, and Kanga starting off an attack, it's their chance, as I said earlier, to make that opening statement. This could really throw Wildcard off if they have a really good attack phase.
Sure. too much to note as of yet. Wildcard a little bit safer now. Derb's deciding to move that Yokai a little bit further away from the action. A little bit more information to come through, but like I already touched on, Unified has actually found himself in a bit of a one-on-one duel here. He's going to be careful. There's another player outside that balcony. Nice nade will force him out of position, and that's going to be Kanga opening up with the first kill.
It's a really nice entry there and really well played from Thumbnail. I don't know whether it was intentional, but I like that he threw the grenade below or behind Neofighter. It meant that he actually had to reposition in front of that pillar, which put him in line of sight anyway. So either way, it secured the kill. So great start from Kanga. Imarin's also taken some shots here, and now he's taken out with some shots from Unit. This is a great start from Kanga here. They've taken 2 frags on the first entry, and it's half the round played out. So good time management so far.
Certainly so. They're going to be careful from behind. Worthy still trying to figure it out, trying to spray some shots through the wall, but with that, Derp will go down. The hands of Thumbnail, so far, so good. The attacking side is feeling very comfortable. Diesel just sitting a little bit deeper. And another bites the dust.
Yeah, it was a trade on that one, but it does mean it is all up to Diesel here in a 1 versus 4 situation. He's not a stranger to clutch situations, but it's not going to happen for him this time as Kanga do open up with the first round. A strong statement there, Manic, only losing 1 player and looking very confident.
If he hits that shot there onto Worthy, I'm saying it's on, right? Because we've seen Diesel do wilder things in a 1v4 in that position. So I don't want to count him out, but a fairly good start. I mean, and by fairly, I mean that is an incredible start for Kanga. It's going to force Wildcard down toward Kitchen. What's the premise for you? Is it 2 and go? Is it 1 and go? How many rounds do you let slip on the defensive side?
I think it really comes down to whether you know what went wrong and whether you think you can fix that or whether you just simply got super outplayed.
Yep.
I think maybe Wildcard might have looked at that round and said, well, they really knew what they were doing with attacking that top floor. Maybe it wasn't really our strategy. Let's just rotate off and just try a different site. We've seen a lot of teams fall into the trap of just constantly trying to repeat because maybe they've got this misguided knowledge of what they need to fix, but it's not working. So usually it's safer just to rotate through and just keep changing it up if you're not winning sides.
Look, I'm gonna solidly agree with you on that one.
Good.
I mean, there's not very often you'll have me disagree with you, Raven. That's a bold statement that I can make just flat out. Renovations being made downstairs now. As that attack phase does start, Wildcard are going to have to hope for a little bit more of a stronger, more unified performance in this round.
Yep, and Kanga is going to have to try and maintain their momentum and just not get a little too ahead of themselves here. I really like the confidence that they've approached the building with here, and they're looking very organized. So, look, we talked about Yoshi and something that he said before the game, and they're looking very confident, prepared for this map. So maybe they really have read through this veto and it's gone the way they wanted, and it could be real danger for Wildcard.
I think I'm going to have to second that motion. Unit at the moment doubling up with Thumbnail. Going to get that cupcake wall open nice and early. Oh, bit of a trade coming through. Ethan. What's going on there?
Yeah, it did find one, but he was refragged instantly, so it's a 1-for-1. Taking the Legion out early is always good. That's a lot of goon lines that won't get placed down. Help you a lot later on. And look, again, the entry looking pretty good here for Kanga. They need to drone out that train, though. There's a player sitting in the train, which is Imarin. Not really dealt with, but he's going to have a lot of pressure put on him now. That bridge charge above and the angle being held from mining. So he's going to have to play this very patiently, very carefully. Worthy not quite hitting that stun, and Imarin with the C4 and Worthy. Well played from him. Sitting pretty here and wasting a lot of time, but he's finally flushed out by Thumbnail there, making it a 3 versus 3.
Imarin was doing an incredible job of buying time. Wasted about almost 30 seconds by the time that actually pushed in and started to flush him out. So, the worst trade, if I'm being completely honest here. Diesel stuck as the anchor on the site. You can see Derpe starting to go for a bit more of a hunt on that second floor. Bit of information coming through. Derpe finds the perfect timing on the Wayne man. He's got one more to deal with up there.
Intel just with a bit of a gap there for Kanga. The defender's allowed to rotate around. Maybe not necessarily droning out thoroughly enough and not watching the rotates. These defaults still being left up as well, which means there's a lot of intel coming to the side of Wildcard here. And they're very spread out, which is an opportunity for Kanga, but there are only 2 Kanga players remaining. So to isolate these is going to take a bit of work. And thumbnail on ADS is at the wrong time there. Neofighter takes him out, leaving it all up to Leb. He is close to sight here, and he's going to have to find 3 to get this round for his team.
Plenty of time on the back of this now. 30 seconds to make it work. Time is ticking, and of the essence. He's got absolutely no idea where he's getting shot from. We'll go for a bit of a spray, a bit of a pray. Leb is in all sorts of troubles right now. Hits a nice shot on a derpay, but don't get too excited just yet.
10 seconds left.
Time ticking. He has to make the play here, and my golly gosh, the pre-fire. Had Diesel been on that prone angle, maybe.
Yeah, I was going to praise the patience of the player in Freezer, which was Diesel, because I actually thought maybe Leb did not have any idea that he was there and he might have just gone for a plant. And I loved that Diesel had not peeked out at all and given no indication that he was there. But a great pre-fire from Leb, almost getting that. Close, but Wildcard bounced back now, and they are going to go back up to this top floor. So they've got some kind of confidence that they can now fix what was going on. And at this stage, the lineup is unchanged since last time.
I want to say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but...
Got to fix it, man. Got to get that legion in.
You got to. Eventually, you got to start looking at the small flaws that are in there. So for now, we will be reattempting that top floor. Wow, Zeus, thumbnail out of the gate, strong with that. 5-1 at this stage.
Great start from him. A lot of entry frags. I think he got the first 3 potentially in that first round, which is very important. Kanga will have to replicate some kind of strength from last time. And look, I like the adaptation from Wildcard to bring the Legion. Those Goo Mines will slow down that entry a little bit and give them just that little bit of extra intel. I think the real adaptation here from Wildcard is how they're going to slow down that entry that happened last time. The 2 players coming in through pillars was really pivotal for Kanga in that first round. So that's something that Wildcard will have to squash to try and help them bounce back.
So, there's not too much that... I mean, look, if history serves correct, Kanga, as long as they don't horrendously misstep here, they will be feeling pretty comfortable. But you know that Wildcard are going to adapt. You know that they have the ability to make this work. Neofighter just making some more vertical angles, some extra lines of sight. This is the man we probably need to keep most of our eyes on right now. And a part of 2 rounds now has been a huge and pivotal factor.
Definitely not the kind of bang entry that we saw from Kanga in the previous 2 rounds. Taking their time a little bit more, droning out thoroughly. Looking like they might ignore this Pillars roam this time. Looking like they're just going to go direct to this top floor, try and take Piano. And these mute jammers are going to be a bit of a pain. And again, that's the Thatcher band that's going to play a great effect there. Without being able to EMP those mute jammers, they're going to actually have to think about how to enter to take them out, whether it's below with the IQ scanner or the buck, or whether they try and even use a grenade to flush it out. These are the decisions they're going to have to make, and again, that's the strength of the Thatcher ban.
Causing troubles, or will it? That's the real question right now. Worthy just clearing out Piano. Now starting to get droned in, of course. They've already got the information. And whenever they decide to execute here, if they decide to do so, they might just sit on the edge and wait for them to make their move first. Worthy waiting for that angle to be shown. Waiting for that player to overstep, even in the slightest.
Really surprised too the IQ hasn't pushed through into Piano to scan for the intel, because Piano is very common to chuck a lot of intel and other gadgets. The IQ actually hasn't really left Cigar Lounge from what I could tell, and that's how that Yokai is just staying in play. And this could really come back to bite Kanga, because if Wildcard have all of this intel, they're going to be able to counter this pretty easily.
50 seconds. No real damage done to either team right now. There's little to no information. However, Ethan and Neofighter are still allowed on that second floor. That could be problematic if they get these lines right. See Neofighter just waiting for that player to come down to try and maybe make their way from a different approach. The angle's nice from Ethan, and he'll find... Well, he's not actually going to find the kill. It will be Worthy that does so, but time is of the essence here, and it's slowly ticking away.
Yes, they're going to have to push aggressively and deep here if they're going to try and win this round, because they're going to have to get some picks. Try to get this plant down. Thumbnail pushed very aggressive there, but he's refragged now. It's a 3 versus 3 as the plant will be successful by Leb here. Kanga, falling like flies now. It's all up to Unit, missing his shots here. He's stuck in Cocktail. All of the intel in favor of Wildcard. It's just a matter of time here, I'd say, Manic.
I think so. How much time can he buy? How much damage can he do? Absolutely nothing. That answered my question nice and quick. Wildcard allowed them to get that diffuser down and pretty much capitalize on it straight away. The second they get off it, you blink your eye and you'd miss the 2 kills that came through. Nicely done there for Wildcard to secure their second attempt. So 1 for 1 on that top floor.
Yeah, and look, I've got to give it to Kanga. They looked like they were having some troubles progressing, and then ultimately when it came down to the last 20 or so seconds, they just legged it deep. And look, they traded it out, and they managed to get the plant down, so that's a pass. It's just, I think, in the end, Wildcard had too much intel on their positions. So as Wildcard lost players, they went on those cams, they called out perfect positions, and it just enabled them to get those frags really quick. And Unit was basically sitting duck towards the end. So maybe, I don't know whether it's misuse of the IQ or just not quite in the right position. Leaving too much up for Wildcard just allowed them to win that round. And they're going to move to Reading now, which is a site we haven't seen them attempt yet.
Maybe with a little bit more success in their first round. So far, they've been able to back it up twice. So, not the worst signs here for Wildcard. Sugoyo being brought in. I feel like I've seen actually a fair bit of use.
For the Goyo?
Yes, sorry, I just left that statement completely open when I said that.
Yeah.
I just assumed you knew what I was talking about.
Yeah, no, Goyo, look, he's a very helpful operator, to be honest. I'm not too surprised that he's getting a lot of use. The fact he just brings 3 shields is helpful enough, and then those shields, whether destroyed by yourselves or whether destroyed by the attackers, they all end up equating to delayed time. So he's a pretty helpful operator, and his loadout is also great. The fact that he has the TCSG, which a lot of people seem to be bringing over the Vector, it's great for making holes, line of sights, rotates. He's just a very useful operator, so definitely good to be bringing, and I'm really excited to see what Wildcard use him for.
Yep. It's always interesting to see the different adaptations that certain teams decide to bring into this. Again, for the most part, it doesn't seem like Kanga are too keen to get, so fully invested on those early kills, nor to Wildcard, if we're being completely honest. It's been a relatively calm early game across the board.
Diesel has taken a bit of damage, though. Not sure whether team or pre-fire or something to that effect, but he will have to deal with the rest of the round in a little less than half HP. He's going to be roaming around pillars here as looks like Kanga are going to enter this top down, so doing an essential roam clear. Pretty important for the Reading bomb site, because if you hold on to Cocktail especially, it's very, very hard to get a plant down no matter where you are, even dining, so that is the procedure here as Kanga are flushing out these players top floor, taking Piano quite quickly here. Only a minute burnt off, but Derpe will take out Worthy, which puts Kanga on the back foot. That's a good start from Wildcard for the round.
Looks like Wildcard aren't going to give up without a fight, that's for sure. Derpe, Emo Rin both holding from Cocktail at the moment. Just watching on that crossfire as well. They're burning so much time here, Raven. A minute 30 off the clock. Diesel's going to take down Thumbnail as well. It's just going from bad to worse here. It is still recoverable, but you're going to have to get a move on.
I think one thing that's really playing against Kanga here is there's been no pressure come from that east side. The players are quite clearly heavily playing around that Cocktail White Stairs area. There's a lot of windows in that side that you can just simply open to put the pressure on those players, or fake a repel, try and force them to either do a jump out or reposition at least so you can get those frags. And it's not something that we saw from Kanga. Potentially that is what worked against them as Wildcard. It just kind of picked them to pieces, and now it's left to 50 seconds to go. They're getting a bit closer to sight here, but Wildcard still have a lot of this map control.
This is going to be a huge concern when they actually decide to push. They still are slowly trying to take control. The little control that they have, they're not really being given much. Wildcard holding down strong. Neofighter being able to take down Unit as well. Pressure is unrelenting right now. This is going to be a flawless round. Wildcard are making an absolute statement here now that they're getting on the roll. They're feeling a lot more comfortable. The storyline we were starting to tell in that first round is dwindling away so quickly, Raven.
There it goes. The flawless round, as you said, Manic. And I think there's some big noticeable differences here between Kanga's first round and these other 2 rounds, and especially that one. There's a little bit more hesitation and a little bit more one-dimensionalness in the way that they pushed, and I think that's not something you want to be doing against a team like Wildcard. They are very good at reading and countering their opponents, and now that they've got their eye in, I feel like there's a lot of, well, there's definitely a lot of momentum that's now swung into Wildcard, which is going to make it even harder for Kanga, and if they can replicate some of that confidence that they had in that first round, maybe they can get 1, maybe 2 more of these attacks. To be honest, if they can get two attacks total, that's not so bad for Cafe.
No. Still salvageable in this first half. Again, it's still possible for a draw. I mean,
yeah.
I always get so far ahead of myself when we get to like the 4th round. I'm like, oh, what a statement that's being made, and then I'm just very quickly it can turn on its head. And so the Fashion will be down in toward that bottom floor into kitchen. Wildcard. They see similar success. I think Wildcard have always been from my point of view anyway, have always been a team that is just so adaptive to any situation that's kind of thrown at them. And we were talking about it, you know, we've spoken about it so many times, Raven, about how methodical they can be. And they are, not even just can be.
Yeah, definitely the case, and they've had that reputation for quite a while within ANZ, so not too surprising that it's carrying on. And one thing that I am going to bring up now, which is a concern about their attacks, is they've had this reputation for a long time where they're very methodical, very thorough, but they take a lot of time attacking, and it happened so much last week where they had about 20 seconds for their executes, and it either worked out for them or it didn't. It was a very much like a coin flip, and I mean, that could be difficult because these attacker bans definitely make it hard to attack. It's going to slow it down already, and if Wildcard are already quite slow in their attacks, if Kanga managed to be passive enough, I guess, and avoid some of those early picks, it could be really difficult for Wildcard to attack. So big onus on them to really close out this defense half really strongly.
As has been the Fashion. Nice slow start. Kanga looking to try and hold down those lines and stop those rotates from coming through. Durpe's taken a little bit of damage just in the initial, say about 30 seconds. His way back around. Out comes the C4. Very ambitious.
Yeah, not too great on the C4 there. A bit of a waste. And this unit he was going for, he's repelled on these east windows, putting some pressure, but Ethan does find the first pick. So that is Thumbnail, again, the one that was going strong for Kanga, the first off the board. Again, Kanga really failing on this entry now. It's the thing that was so strong for them, and Wildcard have just countered that, and it seems to have really stopped the Kanga train completely.
Oi, unit. That's a fortunate line to win. Ethan was already watching, but the better of him nice and quickly. Diesel just so quick to respond there. Wildcard, for the most of it, has been very good at trading out these frags.
Really good teamwork from Wildcard to consistently secure things like those trades. One thing that's really concerning, I guess, for Kanga is players that we highlighted that performed really well for them last week against Fnatic, being Wayman and Worthy, so far not really having the impact at all on Cafe. So I think that's something that Kanga is struggling with at the moment, is maybe there's some rustiness, some coldness still. Not quite ready, or maybe just completely being shut out. To give them the benefit of the doubt so far, as we are only on round 5 here, but 30 seconds to go. This attack is pretty stalled out at this stage, and Wildcard seem to have a lot of the intel on where this push is coming from. So this is going to be a very, very messy final 20 seconds for this attack.
Wayman's going to open things up onto Emorin here. Again, time being so much left down to the last 10 seconds. Kanga have to get the move on now. They've got to start to put the pressure back onto Wildcard. Here comes the smoke. Here comes the execute. Neophyto and Diesel both step up. And Leb is left with it all to do. And it's just not even possible. Wildcard again prevents the late round execute.
Kanga just not leaving themselves enough time to be able to get a plant down or even push deep into sight there. They managed to get, I I think, at least one pick as they pushed onto site, but Leb no time. If he even tried to stick that diffuser, it would have hit 0-0. There was a player close by, wouldn't have been able to get it down. So again, some time management issues really starting to creep through for Kanga here, potentially due to some confidence issues or just Wildcard really just over-countering that entry. Wildcard will be doing their third attempt now at the top floor after one unsuccessful and one successful attempt. So Kanga could maybe bring in some of that confidence from that first round in this final attack for them for this half.
You were saying, Raven, 4-2 isn't the worst attacking half, and it's still very much on the cards here. However, just looking at how strong these trends have been coming from this defensive side, coming from Wildcard, doesn't seem all that doable. And it feels like one thing that we do see quite trending with Wildcard is the fact that all of their players seem to always have such a solid impact. I didn't even get to finish my statement. MC could read my mind. Thank you very much for that. But when you are looking at Wildcard, when they're on, the whole team just seems to be so gelled together. And I think for the most part, there are maybe a handful of times you could maybe point fingers at a certain player, but for the most part, it just looks so nice.
Yeah, definitely. That's some team input there on the scoreboard at least, and the scoreboard also only tells one part of the story, and
yes.
I think that's something that Wildcard's always been strong for is their support players. The unsung heroes, often the communication, the droning, the intel, it's a really big part to Wildcard's success. So definitely big props to their support players, just enabling people to be able to get those picks and just enables that teamwork to actually really stick together and gel together. And look, that's probably a big difference here for Wildcard and Kanga. Well, Kanga have been around for a while, definitely not for the depth of Wildcard and not at the level of Wildcard. So considering the performance Kanga's had so far, if they stick together, they definitely could have like some really big growth ahead of them.
It is very, look, we do lean on that quite often, which, you know, it is always a shame in esport to see how often teams are changed up and, you know, certain players have to leave and come in. It is disappointing when we see so much promise in teams and they just can't see it through. However, that just hasn't been the case so far for Kanga, and like you said, Raven, if they can see this through, if they can see out this Pro League season and avoid relegation, this could be incredible for them. Start of a new era, that's for sure. That Yokai drone is having the time of its life.
Yeah, I'm still a little perplexed that the IQ isn't really the one pushing forward here, just getting this intel ahead of the actual entry players, because they're essentially walking them into traps because the Wildcard just have all that intel. They know what's coming, they know where they're coming from. I think that's really been the issue in the end here for Kanga's entry. It's something that happened in that first round. They were catching Wildcard off guard at pillars, and using some clever team play and just individual work, they managed to get those picks. Thumbnail will open it up though and take Diesel off the board, so that's a great pick from Kanga. But look, it's taken 2 minutes now, Manic. Yep. They've only got a minute to go, and it was the real late execute in that last round that cost them.
And there's what we were saying, Wildcard, they're not shy for a trade. Not often is it left begging. And again, look how much time they've burnt through. They need to start moving a little bit faster. It feels like that has been the pivotal part for the majority of this storyline. Still with enough time on the board though.
Still some big differences here. Even the walls that they've opened haven't given them much of an advantage. Opening up that bathroom hasn't done a whole lot. Leb is going for the plant, but it's very open for Emo Rin there. He is traded out in the freezer though, as it's a frag fest completely. 1 versus 2, all up to Wayne Man. 15 seconds to go. He's on the roof though, so he's just going to have to leg it and find these picks. He almost gets the one on the stairs, which was Neo Fighter. He's going to have to recover the diffuser and try and go for this plant. He's going to fake it out, push deep in bar here. Ethan seems to have the intel, pre-fires it and closes it out for Wildcard. A strong half in the end, leaving it at 5-1.
Wildcard have definitely looked the better team here toward the, well, not even toward, just literally after that first round. It's just snowballed out of control for Kanga. Obviously not the result they would be hoping for at this stage, but nevertheless, they do have something to work with. They've got a round up their sleeve that they can make into a decent fighting chance, which, as we know, the defensive side of Cafe can be quite lopsided sometimes.
Absolutely. It's definitely not a situation we haven't seen before. 5-1 comebacks to make it a draw or a win. They've happened on Cafe. So definitely not a time to write off Kanga, that's for sure. One thing I do want to talk about, Manic, is, we talked about Wildcard's draw last week against Homeless. And I spoke to Diesel about it because I was really curious how the team was feeling and just to get a bit of insight. And they were quite disappointed to have dropped those points in the end. They're definitely the team that's chasing the 6 points every week, as every team is, but considering their position and their accolades, that kind of thing, anything less than 6 points is going to feel quite disappointing for them. So that did weigh on the team a bit, but he said it was very motivating for their preparation. And in some way, you could say you don't envy Kanga being the next team after that, because some teams that do face that disappointment, they come back really strong and they play really hard. And this could be what we're seeing from Wildcard here. This could quite simply go to be 7-1.
Yes. There's really no nice way to put it with how fired up they'd be at this stage. And, you know, this is, well, not even just this. We have seen everything, a whole season, come down to 1, 2, 3 points. So it is of the utmost importance for all of these teams to be taking these matches as serious as they may. Hate to bring up old wounds. Fresh wounds, that's for sure. Derpe being droned in here. Very nice time management to begin with, Raven.
Yeah, really good entry. Nice live droning from support player there. And there's a lot of map control to take. It is top floor though, and it's not as critical to have taken bottom floor. But one thing we did see that worked super well for Wildcard on the later rounds is that when Neo and Ethan were untouched below, they had quite the impact. Neo getting C4 kills left, right, and center really put a dent in Kanga. And the fact that Kanga have no downstairs presence. Oh, I say that, but actually someone's crept down white stairs. But the fact that Wildcard have already taken a lot of that downstairs control, that's important. So the mining train section, it means they don't have to worry about stuff like that.
Neo Fighter just barely losing out to that engagement. Held the line for so long the second he moves. So does Worthy. Approaches on the position, and now he's actually not in the worst position there, Worthy. He can continue to buy time for the rest of Wildcard. Kanga, or rather for the rest of Kanga. Kanga are quite aggressive in certain lines as well, but Emo Rin makes short work of that. A minute 30 left. I really think this time management has been quite good from Wildcard so far. They definitely cannot let it slump now.
They definitely are going to face some challenges though, because Thumbnail is still playing around Piano, which is already going to be difficult to take with the Thatcher ban on the board. So those mute jammers on that wall make it really difficult to open. And on top of that, they're going to have to try and get the wall open, and they've got no IQ. So whatever utility they have to clear, they're just going to have to wait until they find it to clear. And oh, the hatch drop. Oh no!
No.
Oh, you would not expect that trade to have come out there. And look, I think Unit would consider himself lucky to have got that trade.
I think so as well. I think the way that things were going there, that was definitely going to end in Kanga's favor. But a 1-for-1, I guess it's something to work with now. It looks like Wildcard going to work off the back of that kill. Put a little bit more pressure. Geez, that's a long line to try and take the fight on with Diesel already holding it. He's going to continue to push here. 20 seconds left, Raven. Can Kanga hold?
They're going to have to dig deep. They've got control of Cocktail, and it looks like Wayman's creeping down white stairs. He wants to make a contest here. Derpe gets him as he tries to jump out the window. It's all up to Leb on this Echo. He's going to have the intel, but can he get the good positioning? He's going to be able to deny this plant. They're going to go deep to try and flush him out. He's very much aware due to the intel. Diesel starts this plant as the time hits 0, and he's not going to be able to deny Wildcard secure that round. And now they're going to be on match point, Manic.
Yeah, I really like that from Wildcard. There's no immediate pressure, regardless of how much time is there. I think it was coming down to almost a 10-second mark. There was no pressure to really get that diffuser down. They needed to go and push him to ensure that he wasn't on the Yokai drones. I think that's really well played from Wildcard in the end.
Absolutely. The other thing that was so great from them is they seemed to have known where he was, and they made sure he couldn't run away. One thing an Echo player can do in that final moment is that he could have just ran below into reading a little more safe and just used his drone to deny. They made sure he couldn't move. He was stuck in that new Cocktail balcony area. And he just had to try and take that fight. So again, really great team play from Wildcard in the dying seconds of that attack. And it's going to force Kanga to actually rotate. They're going to try a kitchen.
1 and go, apparently.
Yep, 1 and go.
Not too much success at all on their first defensive round. Batting on about the fact that it is a defensive-sided map, but not on that occasion, that's for sure. A continued effort from the entirety of Wildcard. There has not been a single player lacking, a single player out of step here. And that is well and truly showing in the scoreline, Raven.
Yeah, really outside of that first round, they haven't really looked too out of step. Time management, for the most part, looked really good on that first attack, which was something that I highlighted as maybe a concern. It did come down to that final 20, 30 seconds or so. I could say that's to be expected considering the bans, but regardless, their entry was actually all right. They were keeping up with the Kanga. They never really had a man disadvantage that they had to face coming into that final moment. So that's a good concern allayed. And look, again, a comment that Diesel made to me is he said that after the first week, they knew that they need to get back and play the siege that people expect from them to secure the win. And I feel like that's what we're starting to see here from Wildcard. We're seeing the more expected team play out of them. Last week, statistically, we saw some mismatches between their players, but right here, as you've pointed out, it's really bang on.
Yep. And it's, you know, one thing that comes with the title that they've been able to achieve, obviously, you know, being the APAC, well, not champions technically, but one of two of the APAC champions, it has put a huge target on their back. And coming into this season, you know, even last season we were still up in the air a little bit. We were still saying they are undoubtedly one of two of the best teams in ANZ, but now they're making a run for the best team in ANZ. And it does leave a huge target on your back. Something that Fnatic have spoken about before. Seen play small little concerns for both of these teams. By that I mean Wildcard.
Absolutely, and time management maybe going okay so far, but no engagements. Thumbnail taken a little bit low as is Derpe. I say that, but Neo will finally get the opening engagement there. Its unit taken off the board. And Wildcard really pushing forward here, putting a lot of pressure on this middle floor. Again, really important to take that vertical control so you can clear out these positions in kitchen, because it's so easy just to be passive on this bomb site. You can just sit on bomb site, pester them a bit, and that will delay enough time as it is, let alone if you have a vertical roam. So the fact that Wildcard have been able to clear that out and give themselves around a minute here, pretty good.
Slowly making use of this buck. Saying to play such an effect on that second floor, especially when they're down in kitchen. It just opens up so many long lines. Kanga now starting to feel the heat in the kitchen there. This time it's not from below, it's from above. Fire burning downward. That fire being Buck. Still trying to hold these lines. So much information from Diesel coming through there, but Leb, he has even things out. Now 4v4, 30 seconds left.
Yeah, this is where I really would say time is starting to bite Wildcard. They had some good control, but they haven't done much with it. And Neofighter has started to push deep here. They had that intel on the players playing near the bar. He's very much aware that someone is playing coat check. Ethan there to pinch as well, pushes in with that flash. A nice shot, taking out Worthy. 2 versus 4, but only 13 seconds to go now. Leb looks away. He just mistimes that. And Diesel gets the entry all up to Leb to close it out for his team. As Diesel gets the plant, he finds one. Pushes forward as the timer hits 0. Sees that red dot, not able to get an opening frag and not able to get it at all, as Wildcard will close the map out at 7-1.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a lackluster of a first matchup. However, you don't want to read too much in it for Kanga. Wildcard is really the team we need to highlight on this altercation. 7-1, only losing that first round. Biting back immediately and not slowing down from there. Snowballing out of control. With a lot of that just coming from an overall team effort. You can't even pick one player. I mean, try and pick one player for me there, Raven.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't a single player effort at all. In fact, a fantastic team showing from Wildcard, which really is showing the score in the scoreboard here. A 7-1 victory to me, never usually indicates that an individual has popped off or fragged out or anything like that. It's usually a fantastic team display.
Yep.
That's exactly what we've just seen.
It has, and we were talking during that match, before that match, we've spoken about it many a times before in the fact that they are one of those slower style teams, but they know when it does come down to it, yes, it can go heads or tails, right? It can be the flip of a coin, but for the most part, they are looking so strong. When they start to really meld in and start to zone in on what they're trying to achieve, that can be the end result.
Really can, and for a team like Kanga, who this is their first Pro League season, that's pretty rough to face.
Yep.
But there's some really important lessons, and that's actually something that Wayne Mann said, that playing these teams early, they've had a really tough start. They had Fnatic, now they've got Wildcard. But playing these teams early are really important lessons for them, and to have those go in the first 2 weeks, no matter the results, I think is really great for a team like this that's developing. And that could make their second half of the season a lot scarier for those other teams that maybe are in a bit more danger.
Look, I couldn't agree with you more. I think that this puts them in a very nice position, regardless of how much stress and the kind of emphasis that have been put on both Wildcard and Fnatic in their previous matches. Kanga are starting to show some good signs, and I think that's going to continue. We are going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, but when we come back, it'll be the second map of this matchup.
Rich and high. Lex. Yeah. Yo. Got the army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple thickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Ladies, show me where them curves be. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your best friend could go and develop a new twerk scene. Got the army with me like Xerxes. Army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. Understand you can't hurt me. I got the army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple thickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Run straight to my yard and have her up in my bed. Yep, 20 minutes I'm dead. I tell her okay, leave. No Snapchat or back chat, please. What color is your backpack? Yep, green. Tell your boyfriend he's a white twat. G. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Let's go. Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. Got a couple dickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Ladies, show me where them curves be. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your bestie could go and develop a new twerk scene like.
my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I wrote it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you.
Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. It was a little bit of an uneventful first map. Hopefully things can fire up here for the second. I'm Manic, joining me, Raven. Of course, we've already introduced ourselves, but it just helps to I was going to say familiarize. Is that refamiliarize?
I guess you could use that.
That's a word now, so refamiliarize yourselves with us. Who knows? Let's just move on from there. Anything that you really want to break down from that first match? We don't really get a lot of time after the map finishes, but what were your thoughts?
Look, I want to reiterate, I think it was just some really great team play from Wildcard. Kanga started really strong. They had some really good entry in that first round. They really came out of the gates and caught Wildcard off guard. But that was really it. Slippery slope for them after that. They never really were able to replicate it, and Wildcard really just made some minor adjustments to be able to deal with it. I think that pretty much just tells the story of that first map.
You know what? Let's just move away from the first map. Let's get straight into the second map. We've already broken down as much as we can. A little bit disappointing, but that's all right. I'm gonna sit on that one. Let's go ahead and look at the vetoes for map number 2. I'm not gonna read them off this time. We're just gonna wait for the final decision, which will be left up to Kanga, and they decide bank over border. Are you surprised there?
Not at all. That is the map that Kanga drew with Fnatic last week, and it's the map that Wildcard play, but they've had some 50-50 results on bank.
Yep.
So I think Kanga would have been backing themselves on bank, and I think similarly Wildcard would have expected that Kanga will want to play bank. So I would say Wildcard have probably prepped pretty hard for it. I think this could be a good contest. It's probably a better chance for Kanga than Cafe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Bold statements. I like it. Well, let's have a look whether it will be or not, because I think that obviously if bank has proven, this is the only map that we've actually had as a proven statistic here for Kanga.
Yep.
However, I still don't feel comfortable with Wildcard heading into bank as well. As in, Wildcard are a very good team on bank. We've seen it before, and we're probably going to see it again. Is this going to cause Kanga any sort of issues? Are we going to see a possible upset? I mean, to be honest, I don't really have any other storyline right now because that first map was just blown out of the water.
Yeah, I think Kanga really struggled with Wildcard's Cafe, but I do think this does favour Kanga a bit more. They seemed quite comfortable on bank. Personally, through when I was still coaching a team and we scrimmed Kanga, they liked bank. So I would put it up there with Kanga's stronger maps, that's for sure. And look, not to say Wildcard are bad on bank, they're definitely still good on bank, and they're still a really good team. And one thing that really goes for Wildcard is they're good at adapting to other teams. So I think the onus here is how Kanga adapts to what Wildcard is going to bring out to counter Kanga. I think that's really where the war will be won. If Kanga can re-counter what Wildcard are bringing out, then I think Kanga definitely have a shot at taking the map or at least getting a draw. So you'll have to see what happens.
All right, well, let's see what the community thinks. Let's see whether they favour Wildcard or Kanga, and very much similar to the previous map. And again, I'm going to reiterate, I don't see the 11% being a possibility. However, I still think that that's a fair and just way to separate it.
Yeah, I think it pretty accurately represents the situation here. Wildcard, a very strong team, very highly regarded. As you said, similar to the first map when we did the community poll, it's almost exactly the same numbers, I believe.
Yeah.
I think it fairly replicates what's happening here.
It really does. I don't want to bat on, I hate doing this when we come up with an underdog and we want to try and sell that story. It is really hard to sell the story here just because of the fact that Wildcard are coming off the back of not a rocky performance by any means, but definitely something that we expected them to be able to solidify. So realistically, we're going to need to see the 2 Ws come out for them today. 7-1 being the first map. We head into Bank for the second. Will we see a similar success rate? That's the question.
Well, we will have to see here. Kanga will be getting the first ban, and they will be getting to start on defense, which always is a bit of a comfort for most teams here. Their first ban coming out is going to be the Thatcher ban. Again, becoming the rise to normality here in ANZ is these Thatcher bans. And that's going to make it difficult for Wildcard to attack. I would expect to see Wildcard potentially ban out the Kaid for their defense ban, especially for attacking lockers. If you don't ban out the Kaid, those hatches are going to be so much harder to open, almost impossible to deal with. So have to see whether Wildcard do that. Seeing exactly the same bans, in fact, as we saw in Cafe, for the attack at least.
I feel like every time that Habana's left in, I generally see Neofighter playing it from Wildcard. So I don't know if that's it's Neofighter or Derpe. Yeah, I think it's actually
Habana.
Derpe. I think it's Derpe that's always on the Habana. So they're actually going to put the pressure back on the Kanga to kind of counter-pick their pick. Yeah,
I'm kind of surprised the Kai got left up, but hey, it did. Wildcard do have some confident Maverick players. I think, again, Derpe is the one that plays the Maverick. So that is how they're going to have to get the hatches open. It just takes a little bit more time, not as easy. So again, yeah, we just have to see how Wildcard deal with that. Not too surprised with the Echo ban. It's a big pain on Bank to deal with an Echo. And what's interesting here is Kanga are going to tell his archives for the first bomb site, which that is not common at all to do that first.
So surely the element of surprise is is pretty much what they're going for. CEO, sure.
Yeah.
Basement, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, had they gone open, I would have just probably got up and walked away for a second, but it will be interesting to see how
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
how Wildcard decide to adapt. As I'm sure they're preparing for either CEO or Basement.
Well, their lineup for me looks very much like Basement.
Yep.
I think, yeah, it's definitely screaming Basement attack for me, and I don't know whether it'll really affect them though, trying to attack this bomb site. All those operators are going to be very helpful to get stuff done. But Kanga, yeah, trying to get the element of surprise here, keeping Wildcard guessing, which is great. Kanga need every trick up their sleeve, I think, to try and get some kind of advantage, and we'll have to see whether it works out for them.
10 seconds to insertion.
Kanga crossing their T's, dotting their I's, ensuring that those hatches are pre-prepped. They're already opening up the
Locate and defuse a bomb.
stock windows. May as well hold the line deep into open as well. That could cause a bit of trouble. Oh, wow. I mean, very rare that he's going to hit that, but
Coulda.
well, that's the thing, right? I always get too excited on the coulda, shoulda, woulda. And for anyone who is not out in Australia, that is could've, should've, would've.
Good translation.
Yeah, I just thought I needed to confirm that one there.
What's really interesting here is doesn't look like, from what I can see from their silhouettes, that Kanga have much of a top floor presence, which is quite strange, considering that this is the bomb site they're playing. Or maybe they do have two up here. They do. They have Wayne Man playing up in the janitor, but I think that is it for up the top. It is actually. So he's playing solo up top, which could be quite easy for Wildcard to clear out. All they will have to do is get the intel force him to drop out nice and early. A minute played so far though, and he will drop out now. So Wildcard, if they cut the rotate, will maintain top control, which gives them a lot of time to be able to renovate that floor and really put a lot of pressure on the bomb site.
Opening up some longer lines now. On the Maverick. Even just taking some attention away from the remainder of Wildcard as they look for an entrance there. Go Fighter. Ringing some alarm bells for Kanga. The information will well and truly be converted across. Worthy just sitting in toward open net. Slow approach once again from Wildcard.
I love how the bullet hole wasn't enough, so he just shoots the biggest hole possible with the shotgun.
Oh, Derb, getting a fair bit of information with those C4s on the ceiling there. Likewise being traded out. Belt cam's coming through a tree.
Yeah, baited that C4 to blow up, and it didn't actually hit anything, so nicely played from Wildcard, but they've only got a minute to go. They're only starting to make use of this this vertical play, which I thought they would have been using a lot earlier. Again, it's going to leave them with not a lot of time for this execute, and Kanga still have all 5 players up at basically 100% health here. So this is going to be, again, that classic chaotic Wildcard exit. Thumbnail does get one, but he's traded back as Emo finds another. So they do have man advantage now for this final 30 seconds.
I'll look to push off the back. With only 4 players remaining here. 3 on site for Kanga. Fighter ensuring no one's coming from behind, but he doesn't watch his backside. It's Leb that takes him down. We'll just hold strong here. Leb spraying and praying. He's not getting anything, in fact. Wayne Man, however, stepping up. Emo Rin goes down. Only 2 remain here for Wildcard as they try to push in. 5 seconds left. Is this possible? Derpe's going to have to try and stick it, but he can't do so. It's Unit that manages to drop him, and it leaves all of the work down to the last member, and it's just too much. Not enough time. Diffuser not in hand. There was literally no chance of winning that from the 3-second period onward.
Absolutely, and look, it's not uncommon for us to say Wildcard attack. They lost it, not enough time. And that really bit them really hard. I'm kind of struggling to understand where their stall came from. They had 2 minutes, basically, once they'd cleared out their only roamer that was top floor. And it took them a whole minute before they really started opening the floor. That thoroughness potentially helped because they did have those pre-placed C4s. But regardless, they had that intel pretty quick.
Yep.
And they just didn't seem to make any progress after that point. I think that's what really has come back to bite them here. And Kanga secure that round that has potentially one-trick ponied Wildcard now, and they're going to go to lockers.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Well, let's hope that history doesn't repeat itself in the fashion we saw on Cafe. Could well do. Kanga now, the heavy setup for that bottom site, where the Wildcard decide to push in towards server. Go for those plants that we see so often. Still in the air. But Kanga will be well and truly repaired for it, that's for sure.
I mean, one thing with a Lockers attack is it's not uncommon to be trying to plant in that final 10 seconds. It usually takes a lot of time to prepare yourself for the execute and to bait out utility coming out of that red hallway.
Yep.
So that's not too uncommon anyway, so maybe this will play to a bit of Wildcard comfort. But either way, with that Thatcher Ban off, it's going to be tricky to clear out utility. One thing that's really surprising for me, though, is that Kanga have not brought the Kaid. So those hatches are going to be free for Wildcard to open. Dope is bringing the Maverick regardless, but it's just a layer of delay that's just not there.
I guess with Wildcard, every layer of delay that you actually have is just an extra hurdle for them to hit in that later round, as it doesn't seem like they approach the actual side itself.
Yeah.
Realistically, until like the last 20 seconds is when you start to see them inch a little bit closer. So how Wildcard will decide to approach this? Will they put any pressure in Garage? Will they open these hatches? You would have to assume the hatches will be open and pretty much free game at that point. Maverick and Thermite on the board.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to how quick they get these hatches open. Like you were saying, if you know a team takes a while to do stuff, double down on delay is usually a good play. So bringing the mute is great because it's going to slow down their drones. I would have said maybe even bringing a Mozzie might have helped. Doing that Mozzie mute combo really hinders your progression of droning. But so far, it has taken Wildcard a little bit of time here. They're getting this hatch open. Almost half the round played, though. They're starting to push towards server, which they will have players they need to clear out, I believe, as they're still playing there. Yeah, it is a unit on these blue stairs. So I think it's going to come down to how quickly they can clear this out.
Just waiting for that approach as well. The shotgun up close is deadly in blue. Wildcard just really not keen to approach this whatsoever. There's 380 systems on the wall. They're going to be burning utility for quite some time there. There goes the first two, in fact. And now units stuck back against the wall. Will he go aggressive or will he just hold? That's the real question. Here comes the C4 out nice and early. Doesn't catch anything, but a minute left. And now they're going to start to make their approach, Raven.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate miss on the shotgun. He definitely had the bounce on them. Wildcard have lost Ethan. 50 seconds to go. They've still got reinforced walls to deal with in server. So it's really going to cause some issues. They've still got all the smoke babes on Leb, Thumbnail with his intel and potentially the C4 as well. And a long angle probably from Wayneman from Garage. I assume that's how they're using that Maestro. It's going to be pretty tricky to deal with. But Leb is taken out by Derpe, so that's the smoke babes they don't have to deal with. All of a sudden, that makes it so much easier for Wildcard.
Where did that come from? That would have been absolutely monstrous at this point. They've got 20 seconds left, and all they've got is a C4 and the Maestro to try and deal with this. They've already spotted where that Maestro cam is, so they're going to go ahead and try and stick that. Here comes the C4. It's overthrown or shot out, actually, in fact. Emo Rin and Neophyter come together. It's all on the Wayneman, and he'll be taken down with swift justice.
Yeah, far out. Kanga was so close to that round, Manic. Two really critical errors there, I'd say. One was that missed shotgun from Unit. That could have been the round. If he'd gotten that first pick on the blue stairs with that entry, I think it could have played out very differently. And then Leb just being in the position to be taken out by the smoke, not 100% sure where he actually got picked from. But losing that smoke before the plant was going down, super critical to them not being able to deny that just then. So Wildcard, look, they've scraped through with that round. It's now 1-1. And Kanga are going to try that Lockers bomb side again.
I am scratching my head over Leb falling there. He was at the back of Lockers. Like when we went onto his point of view, he was literally back in the corner of Lockers. So someone would have had to push down the stairs just to try and... Or that secondary hatch. It hurts.
Yeah.
It does, because there were 3 smoke babes left and there was only 40 seconds when he died.
It was Leb's time to shine.
It was. It was literally the perfect moment.
All his shine was taken away. And I have to think maybe he tried to stand up to throw them. I'm not sure, because I believe Derpe was actually playing around the server area, and he's the one that got the pick. Anyway, we'll digress here as Kanga have almost succeeded here with their setup. Looks to be much the same as the last round, not really changing anything. And I mean, I think that's fair enough. I think that was mostly a strategic win for Kanga in how that round played out. Just some really critical errors and some maybe a bit of fortune for Wildcard. To see whether it pans out again. Wayneman securing the Garage there. And his long angle didn't really come into play either from Garage being shut down or maybe just missing his shot. Ended up pushing through red and punished for that as well. Wildcard looking a little quicker here. No, they are going to have to drone out this top floor. Double checking, maybe not getting their drones at the stairwells quick enough. And that is going to slow them down a little bit on entry again.
Certainly going to come back to bite them, considering how long it takes them to make their approach already. And I feel like a broken record saying that, but it really is, Raven. It is one of the main points kind of love about Wildcard at the same... Literally in the same breath is how slow and methodical they are, ensuring that they do cross their T's, dot their I's, and sometimes it does come back to haunt them, but not on that occasion. And now, actually making a lot better time than the previous round. Wildcard getting this opened within the 2-minute mark. Well, I spoke too soon.
Yeah, a touch quicker still, but... Still almost half the round ticked away, and they haven't started with the server. It looks like is being held very similarly as before, which may take a bit of effort to deal with. So we'll have to get onto that.
No one from Kanga really playing aggressive, bar, of course, the mute. Should be Unit on blue stairs. Saw this in the previous. In comes the flash. Will they work off the back of this? Last time they saw it have quite a lot of success. Unit's going to stick around as well. Flash and maybe the backside of Emo-Rin. They might be able to push on this.
They're just trying to bait him to peek this, maybe trying to make him a little bit more aggressive. But actually, he's going to push back down. I kind of like this because even if they do take the blue stairs, they still have to get through this doorway. So Emo-Rin is going to push down. The drone is coming out. And Unit will down Emo-Rin and take him out. So this is a little more successful now. And this is going to be critical stage wildcard. Final 50 seconds. They're only opening that server hatch. And the server players have managed to make it out. Worthy did get downed. Unit is going to waste his C4. And he's going to actually try and get out of there. He's stuck on the desk, though. Not too sure what happened with Unit. And it's essentially a 3 versus 4 now with these 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that's a large misstep because in the grand scheme of the round, they're still in it. But with one player down, it is a 3 versus 4 in the favor of Wildcard. Derpe trying to open up a line as well. In comes the Thermite charge. It's slowly but surely. 20 seconds left. The Smoke Babes there as well. Kanga, they have quite a lot to win this right now. They're going to have to go deep here, Wildcard, or they're going to have to hope that those Smoke Babes come out with not enough time. Diesel's going to stick it as well. There's a second in it, but the C4 is going to get it done. They're still going to push up the back of this Wildcard. Can they make this work? No! It is going to be the Smoke that denies it as well. And Kanga, they make it work, and quite decently as well.
Such a difference having that smoke up. I have to say that was really the big thing that won them that round. A nice adaptation of server. I really like what Unit did, pushing back down the stairs and baiting them into the stairwell and then taking the engagement at the bottom. I do really like that, but at the end of the day, Wildcard still had similar time for plant, but the smoke was there.
Yep.
And it made a huge difference. Diesel tried to stick it through the smoke, couldn't get it. Ethan even tried, but he knew it wasn't going to work, so he had to pull off. They had to go deep or try to get some frags, and it's just too chaotic, too much to do. Works out for Kanga, and they're going to be able to go up to CEO now.
A lot better than the previous map. We can say that much. Well, I mean, we can't. Well, technically we can. The roundup is looking good, but...
They've doubled their round count, so...
Yes, they have. They well and truly have. Now, the onus is... I really do feel that the onus is on Kanga here to continue this trend and ensure that Wildcard can't really get a good look in this half. Because if they want any chance in actually defeating Wildcard, let alone drawing them, they can't allow them to snowball like we've seen them in the past. They are being brought back in. Like we were saying, those 3 Vulcan shields do play quite a large impact. Seen the CEO hold as well with one of those Vulcan shields on the other side of the desk. It just ensures that they can't get in and go for those free plants. So
Kanga have looked quite good on this map, to be honest, so far. Just to speak more broadly at the moment, like even the round that Wildcard did get, which was that Lockers round, really said that it did just come down to a couple of errors from Kanga. I think so far they definitely look in control on this map, and I think that's probably got to be a little bit scary for Wildcard. I think that also really shows that Kanga are comfortable on this map against strong opponents. They got the draw against Fnatic. And right now, yeah, they're really controlling this pace here for Wildcard. Wildcard aren't really able to step up their time management, which is, of course, their weakness. So, yeah, I think so far really played from Kanga. And if they can continue this form throughout the rest of this half in their attack, they're in with a really good shot here.
Placed drone giving a fair bit of information for Nero Fighter, but Worthy's still going to be able to take down Ethan. He was making some renovations of his own on the buck. Comes back to haunt them. Worthy as well, getting a little bit more antsy on toward main stairs. Unit still just being a bit of a thorn in the backside of Wildcard. We saw this in Cafe. Regardless of how it was, how impactful it was, he has been able to be quite a nuisance just roaming around. Wildcard will have to deal with him.
It's potentially a big factor for them stalling out, and again we're seeing half the round and they haven't done a whole lot. They've opened some windows, putting some pressure on side here. That grenade not really connecting at all from Emo-Rin. He's putting a lot of pressure with these shots, but nothing is really connected, and Kanga aren't really being dispositioned by it so far. And that's a bit of a red flag here for Wildcard because they still haven't got any of the CEO walls open. they haven't got a lot of meaningful pressure upstairs yet, and there's still a couple of roamers here moving around. We see Unit and Worthy both off site, so this is not looking too good for Wildcard. Kango in some great positions at this stage of the round.
Options are really running quite thin here for the attacking side. Neophyte still looking to come in from stock. Derpe hasn't really moved from open, still worried about those flanks and the roams that are coming through from Kanga. Wildcard now starting to make a move a little bit more. Diesel's going to be able to open up CEO Wall. Start to make a bit more of an impact off the back of it.
Derpe did find Worthy and he was tagged up a bit. Diesel does get another one on entry, but he's also taken quite low. It's going to be 3 versus 4 here, but it's all 15 seconds. He's on site now. They have site control as Leb does find Neo, and all that is Diesel. It's going to have to stop the plant. Diesel and Derp both low HP. It's going to be really tricky now as Diesel is taken out. Derpe is below. No chance of getting to Diffuser and no chance of getting his picks. Kanga to get another round here, and they are looking really good so far on Bankmatic.
I don't know whether my eyes deceived me there, but I definitely feel like one of the wildcard members jumped through the window and just didn't spot Leb out the corner of the eye, and Leb ended up taking 2 of those players down, so can definitely come back to haunt you. And such little time left, Raven. We were saying it can... I never like using that term when it comes to the coin flip because there's a lot of factors that come into it. But Wildcard have just come out the lesser in pretty much all engagements so far with those later rounds. Yeah,
it's one thing to leave yourself not much time, but they're not getting much done in the time they're using. They're getting a bit of control, but at the end of the day, the defense isn't really being positioned into bad positions, so they're not being dispositioned. And that's really just not giving Wildcard anything once they go for the execute.
Yep.
I mean, we talk about it a lot, but I think it's also a sign of a pretty strong team. Is like, it's really one of the only weaknesses that stands out for Wildcard is their attack speeds. This could be a completely different story on defense. We'll have to wait and see how it goes, but I mean, so far they're not giving themselves a good chance based on these attack halves. In fact, Kangaroo quite comfortably breezing through now. It could easily be 4-0, to be honest.
Yeah, actually, now that you jot my memory, it definitely could be. Coming down to the finer details, one of the things that intrigues me about Rainbow Six quite often is how it can come down to very small, very minor details here. Worthy on that early peak. He's not going to be rewarded anything. He will get away, so no harm, no foul.
Looked like they had a drone on those windows anyway. Those True players going straight to drone, whether it was to check the spawn peaks or just to drone in the entry. So not going to pay off. And look, 30 seconds, starting to approach the building. And I think, again, Wildcard just need to speed up a little bit. Whether that means they're a little bit sloppier. I think it's still a better chance than what they've given themselves so far in these attacks. And the fact that Ethan's already in ATMs here, I think is great. He might try and stealth drone. This is the kind of Ethan play where he just finds an opening and makes something happen. And I kind of feel like that's what Wildcard need, is they need that really explosive entry to really set up the rest of the rounds. Then they can be a little bit more methodical. But so far, there's just nothing happening in the early stages.
Charge going up to open down hallway. No peak coming through yet. Diesel as well. Like you said, Diesel and Ethan, right? They they almost go hand in hand with a lot of their plays. And with Diesel allowing Ethan to push a little bit more deeper in toward the actual peak itself. Kangaroo not biting on any of this.
Yeah, I think that's really important for Kangaroo, is just to not give up too much too early. If they try and get too aggressive to try and get those opening picks, they're giving Wildcard that equal chance to get those entries. So by denying them that, it's really creating this stall point. And so far, it's almost two minutes off here. They've got vertical control, but I still haven't really heard Emorin make holes. He's maybe made a couple, or whether that was a C4, I can't quite tell. But they still haven't been dispositioned that much on site.
Your sound cues would be spot on. Now he'll start to open up those vertical plays a little bit more so. Oh, nope, Neophyte. Unfortunate on that timing. That could have been mighty unlucky.
Yeah.
I'm now repositioning back to where he was. 40 seconds left. Time management. Again, it's on a nice edge here, Raven. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad.
Yeah, and Diesel did flash out through this hatch, potentially predicting that maybe a C4 was going to come up, but it didn't actually flash Worthy as he wasn't quite there, but Worthy does look away at the last second. Diesel will get the jump and get that pick, but 20 seconds to go here. Nothing has been open, I believe. Some trades coming out, making it a little bit more comfortable for Wildcard in this execute, but there is still some comfortable anchor players here. Leb finally gets the shot onto Diesel. He is flanked from the archives. Traded back out, all up to Derpay, but Wayne Man closes it out. Another great round from Kanga, and they're up 4-1 now.
Well, this is a, well and truly a warning sign for the rest of the Pro League teams. Bank is where Kanga feel comfortable. I think that has been well and truly shown in their match against Fnatic, and now backing it up with Wildcard. Maybe some may have underestimated their ability to close out here. I do feel as though as well, I don't like saying this, but I do feel like Wildcard have played into it once or twice here. Kanga are playing a lot more turtle than maybe what Wildcard are used to with teams of this caliber. But they are a team known for their adaptations. And boy, are they going to have to make them now.
That they are. And speaking of adaptations, just saw a little beautiful little cat and mouse in the 6 pick there. Unit showing the Warden, kind of trying to say to Wildcard, oh, you tried to flash me out of blue stairs. I'm going to play the Warden with the shotgun now. You can't flash me out. So we saw Ethan switch from the Zofia to the Capitao, because now you can use the Firebolts. It's not counterable. But Unit just switched off to the Castle. So I think they're going to employ a completely different strat now. And potentially that's outfoxed Wildcard's adaptation. We'll have to see how it pans out, but I really like how that played out just then.
Again, the smaller details, right?
Yeah.
That's what locks it in now. Whether Kanga will hold true to a similar hold toward blue stairs or not, that is yet to be seen. I would... Yep. I would say it's pretty successful from what we've seen so far, but they don't have that mute there anymore, so... Have, however, brought in the Mozzie.
Yeah.
Will that play a similar effect, do you think?
To an extent, yeah. And actually, one thing that's really interesting now is Kanga have set up a roam. They've left the wall soft in server and left a rotate at the long wall. So it looks like someone might play server rack and just late rotate through. And they've got a really heavy presence towards open here. They've got Worthy playing in the elevators, and it looked like Unit was going to hang out actually in open. So that means they're going to have to use their soft breach, which is going to be Emo in, to clear out these castles, to clear out this roam. And that could take a lot of time. Like, we've seen Wildcard really delay on their attacks, and if Kanga don't give up anything too early, even though the hatches will be freer, there's still a lot of time that's going to take, and I think that could be actually more effective than the delay that Kanga were previously employing on this side hold.
I feel it's been a massive talking point for us so far, is just how slow it has been. And Kanga have just played into it perfectly. They're not really... Again, they're not pushing for the openings most time. They're generally allowing Wildcard to come to them, and it's almost like it's a trap, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty much every time Kanga have been able to execute on it perfectly. And Wildcard, for the most part, sure, the strats may have changed, but the pace has not picked up at all.
Yeah, one thing that almost could have completely ended Wildcard or really made it more of a struggle is it was Imarin that got down by that C4. He is their only effective or easy soft breach to deal with those castles, and if he was taken down, maybe this phase here of taking this middle floor might have taken a little bit longer. The R rotate's set up though, so they will be able to push a little quicker, but they've only got a minute and they've still got to clear out this server position, and it's not just Unit playing here, it's actually the person playing server rack as well that they're going to have to deal with. Just thumbnail. Unit peeks out with that shotgun, not quite getting that down. Shotgun not quite as effective at range, but this is going to be a lot of effort for Wildcard to clear out, and then they've still got to deal with server.
Yeah, this is... At least they know that he is caught on the stairs right now. They have that server hatch open. They're going to push from underneath as well. I don't know if there's anyone watching for that remaining player of Unit. And now Emo Rin with the line. He's going to pray for a Hail Mary here. Had he been able to take down Emo Rin, who did peak nice and early, that could have played out very differently. 20 seconds left on the clock. Kanga, they should have enough here with the smoke. This should be just like the other.
Yeah, if these smokes hit, they're going to be able to lay out plant, which means Wildcard's going to have to go deep, and that is what Diesel's doing, it looks like. He's gone to the bomb. If they have that intel, they can deny, but maybe they don't. Diesel is getting tagged up, but beautifully covered by Imarin and Derpe. Wildcard will get the round, and it means Wildcard will have at least 2 rounds going into their defense half.
Yeah, that pressure from the stairs from Derpe was essential in that round. Obviously, it's not going to come down to just one individual player stepping up, but with all the attention put onto site, the fact that they had to go deep there and the unfortunate side for Kanga of not being able to hold that push puts a lot more pressure back on. Now we will see, like you said, swapping sides, defenders for Wildcard. And honestly, I would love to see Kanga just send it here.
Yeah, this is going to be the real telling sign, is how they deal with these attacks. It's one thing to excel on defense, but I think it's a completely other thing to be a team that excels on an attack on a map. So this is going to be the story here. I do want to say with that last round, again with Kanga, they looked so good for most of that round. Their strat was great, the way they played it was great. Just one simple mistake, one simple misread. Don't think they really thought about the fact that maybe Diesel might have gone deep for that plant. If they had read ahead of that, they might have been able to deny, and it could have been a completely different story. One simple thing that could have changed that round. Again, it could have easily been a 5-1. In the same vein, it could have simply been a 6-0 at this stage. Basically, that's how I see how Kanga excelled in their defenses. So Wildcard are really going to have to dig deep on their defenses to bring this game back. And
10 seconds left.
Kanga so far, they've got a great lineup to attack lockers here.
5 seconds
I would
left.
second the motion from your point about Kanga. Just
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse
looking a lot more comfortable on the bank defense as much as the cafe defense.
Yeah.
Then again, they didn't really get too much of an opportunity to expose their true selves, their final form, if you will. This time we will be seeing out quite a few rounds for them at the very least. So, Wildcard, not necessarily with their backs up against the wall, but you wouldn't really want to drop this first round. Kanga are going to go slow and methodical as well.
Definitely important that Wildcard set the pace here, which is ironic, seeing as they were not setting much of a pace on their attacks. But it's going to come down to how effective Kanga are here pushing forward, and so far, not too bad. Taking a minute to get this clear and secure the fact that Wildcard are all on bomb site. They are turtling, so they can get these hatches open and start pushing down. And it's a similar vein. We've got Ethan holding server there, but they haven't got as much presence on server stairs. Kanga read into that early. They could start to take it a little bit quicker.
Ethan just waiting to see if he's going to be given an angle there. Main man stepping with the utmost caution and opening. Now instead they decide to put a bit more pressure across toward blue stairs. Nothing in there, so, well, nothing yet. Ethan, in fact, decides to swing. Get a little bit of information while he's there. The ADS systems will come out now, and that should buy him some time for the meanwhile.
Again, simple mistakes here. I say if Kanga had droned out server stairs before they threw those flashes and grenades, they could have just taken it, and Ethan wouldn't have been alerted to the fact that they were ready to start pushing server. I don't think he was realizing that they were already starting to push it. It allowed him to rotate back to the server wall and put his ADSs down. And it's going to be a bit of a battle here to try and clear Ethan out, but oh my lord, he is taken out beautifully by Worthy. Gives Kanga a bit of time here to actually open the server wall and start to bait out some of this denial. See Wayne Man sitting on the hatch there as well, just to watch for any pushes through, and wow, that just got taken out by the Evil Eye. Oh, bit of an oversight.
Yeah, that's a feels bad. Now, Kanga, who were making so much progress toward the site, thought they were in with a good shout. They're going to have to look at maybe making a different approach there. Wayne Man trying to open up the angles. Don't know whether that was just a precautionary smoke babe to come through. Wayne Man's going to hold the deep line. Another smoke babe comes out. 15 seconds left, Raven.
Yeah, they're going to have to go deep and try and get some picks here. Thumbnail does drop the hatch, and actually he is planting deep against a wall where the wildcard have the intel is another thing as Kanga find a couple of picks. Leb and Emo Rin trade out, but now it's a 1v4 all up to Emo Rin. He misses his shots. Kanga secure their first attack, and a beautifully thought out execute even when there was adversity in front of them. That thermite charge could have ended their round when it was shot off by that Evil Eye.
Yep.
But at the end, Thumbnail, I believe it was, rotated up to the hatch and dropped the hatch and planted it in the smoke. And I think that was a really great adaptation that Wildcard just didn't have the intel for. So well played to them. They really are looking like a completely different beast on Bank.
For sure. Kanga have flipped the tail here. And it really, this is the one thing about the ANZ region, the APAC region, I believe, is we all follow the same format, don't we? We all follow the 2 matches from the same teams on that night.
Yep.
It really it does allow us to actually tell a story. And if you were here earlier, you would know what we're talking about. If you've just joined us, Wildcard 7-1'd Kanga on Cafe for the first map of tonight. And now they've come back, they've bitten back with this kind of a performance. Telling signs for a squad that is realistically on their debut in Pro League.
Yeah, and elephant in the room, Kanga are 1 point away from at least securing a draw, which means 1 point. More importantly, that means that's another 2 points that Wildcard won't be able to have.
Yep.
I talked in the pre-show about the importance of every single point, especially these early games. And for a team like Wildcard against the Challenger League promoted teams, so Homeless and Kanga, to have lost out on 4 points between those games, I think would be a massive hit for them. They definitely would be super disappointed with that. And that's nothing against Homeless and Kanga. It's just kind of how it is, how it's perceived. But that's huge credit as well to those Challenger League promoted teams, and it shows the strength and preparation that they've put in. So that's really great to see. And look, it's 1 round for Kanga here to secure the draw. Let's see if they can get it.
God, I'm going to love to see the standings at the end of the night if Fnatic happen to draw a map or drop a map as well. It could make things incredibly spicy for the first 2 weeks, the opening 2 weeks of Season 11 here in the ANZ region. Although I don't want to jump the gun too early. We will be re-attempting down into the basement for Wildcard. Kanga looking to replicate the result from the previous... The Kaid. Is this the first time we've seen the Kaid played?
Yeah, and I'm super surprised by that, man. Like, the Thatcher ban on Bank without a Kaid ban usually means Kaid's going on the hatches. I mean, like, you can just use the Maverick anyway, but it's just a safe bet because, like, what if you play a little aggressive and you pick the Maverick? Then all of a sudden, no hatches can get open. So it's just always a nice safeguard, and he's a good operator to use in general. So I'm kind of surprised it is the first time. Ethan trying to toy with them on server here. But look, this is a great entry. Thumbnail's already pushed down the stairs, so he's got control of this. They're going to have to just drone ahead and be careful, in particular because Diesel is playing close to that CCTV door as the smoke. But no, he's going to bail away now. He's probably much more valuable to leave for late game. And it's allowing Kanga to progress pretty quickly here.
Ethan's going to have to buy a fair bit of time, do a little bit better than what he had been able to achieve in the previous round. Was taken out within, realistically, the first 5 seconds of being pushed. Dirt Tunnels now being a little bit dirty. That's what we need to see. A more aggressive line being held from Ethan. He's going to swing onto the hatch, but he's not going to be able to find anything as Unit was coming in from the tunnel. Emo, Rin, and Diesel now. They're both going to hold tight and hopefully slow this down a little bit more. Leb, so cautious from the previous round.
Yeah, it's like the lesson. Look, yeah, they've got a minute now to start baiting out use some utility and set themselves up. That first smoke babe's going to come out, which means they are going to have some free time, per se, towards the end to try and secure this plant. What it's really going to come down to is these covering positions, and if they can get any covering picks here, Leb will bait out the second ones. This is fantastic time management from Kanga on the baits here. They're giving themselves 30 seconds as the last smoke babe goes out, which means it's only C4s and angles that they have to worry about. This is going to be difficult for Wildcard to deal with.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
How are Wildcard going to? That's the real question right now. No roamers, no flankers coming in. Neofighter is actually just going to hold down the spray. It's Leb to trade back out. Derpay now steps in. 14 seconds left. Kanga have to get a move on here. It's all onto Leb. But Wildcard, they lock it down. Derpay and Diesel doing the work there.
Yeah, really well played. And there was an Evil Eye left up in CCTV that was seeing absolutely everything. And that made the difference. If Wildcard were playing that blind without the intel, I think that could have panned out very differently. So an oversight from Kanga, or maybe the consequence of losing Thumbnail in that server engagement, as he had the frag grenades to deal with it. Either way, that is Kanga dropping around now. They will have to muster another attack to get to 6, and it's Wildcard going to be defending CEO now.
Pressure being placed back onto Kanga. Said it in the first half, and I stand by it right now. Is on Kanga at this point to continue to press and push the issue with Wildcard, who have let one too many rounds slip, but the thing is, it can turn on a dime, and on its head it will if Kanga cannot continue to proceed in the fashion the first half.
It's a tough position for Wildcard though, because it means 4 perfect rounds are required. When I say perfect, I just mean 4 rounds in a row, not losing. That's what's required for them to secure the 3 points that they would be expecting of themselves to get. That's a lot to ask. It is bank defense, but even still, Kangaroo have had such good form. And like even that last attack that they lost, it really just came down again to that minor detail that was overlooked, being the Evil Eye, or just unfortunately not able to be dealt with. So it's not like Kangaroo are making massive mistakes or they're being super outplayed. That's really not the situation here. So to get 4 rounds in a row, I think is a big task for even Wildcard. But we've seen them do it before, so to see whether they can pull it out this time.
And that really is the pressure for Wildcard right now. They would be expecting nothing but the W, right? You said they need 4 rounds here, and the problem is all Kanga need to do is put the pressure by getting 1, and all of a sudden that's only 1 point in the best case scenario for Wildcard to come away with for this map in particular, which, if you ask me, is not a successful look for a team of the caliber of Wildcard. But it is certainly ringing true that you need to be careful of every team that you play in Pro League.
Absolutely, and Kanga haven't made a whole lot of impact here on this entry. Ethan's still playing pretty comfortably below at this stage. They're definitely, Kanga are trying to, oh, I say that, Ethan's taken out. Caught completely off guard by Unit, so a good entry from Kanga. One thing I noticed is that Kanga were looking for Valkyrie cams, and it's definitely something that's common with Wildcard, and I was going to point out, I'm kind of surprised with the lineup Wildcard's bringing. Maybe they've got intel on the castle and the dock with the bulletproof cameras, but it kind of lacks solid intel. You can't always rely on Mozzie to catch drones for intel. And besides that, the only dedicated intel operator we have here is the Maestro. But these days, they're not super difficult to counter, which feels very uncharacteristic Wildcard for me. I feel like they're usually quite an intel-heavy team. So whether this comes back to bite them, we'll have to see. So far, Kanga doing not too bad, and they've got about a minute to go here.
Oh, Worthy lines it up, sends it home. Another frag drops for Wildcard. Oh,
Wayne Man DCing at a bad time there. They were going to have a 5 versus 3 advantage, but not to be. And the round's so deep, we won't be able to get a rehost. Leb is going to get the wall open. CEO is accessible for them. Diesel playing comfortably in lockers with the Smoke Babes still in hand. Something they are going to have to deal with because he can shut out that plant attempt considering the time on the clock here. This is a very dangerous position for both teams. Cat and mouse, and if Diesel gets shut out here, I think it's going to be doomed for Wildcard.
Again, though, look at how much time he's been able to buy. He might be flushed out here, but at the same token, it's been 30 seconds that he's bored. He's going to take down Lev as well through the wall. Neophyter chimes in onto Worthy. It's fallen apart here for Kanga. Diesel and Dirtbait close it out. How do Wildcard pull that out?
That was such a good round again for Kanga. They had such a great entry. They got the 2 opening picks to make it a 5v3. Unfortunate with the DC there from Wayne Man. Could have really changed how that round panned out.
Yep.
But some great anchor efforts there from Derpe and Diesel, especially Diesel in that lockers. That has got to be Diesel's element, man. Like we've seen last week, he had a highlight clip in the top 10 plays of Global Pro League. He got 2 frags in like the public bathroom on Consulate, completely flashed. He was white. He couldn't see a thing, and he got 2 picks for that. he just seems to love being under that pressure in the SAS operators.
Yep.
And really, that was the linchpin. I think if Kanga killed Diesel there a lot earlier, that would have been the round.
Yep.
But the fact that he was able to have such an impact, delay the time, and get the 2 picks, huge.
It is something that we talk about a lot for Diesel. And for anyone that's maybe watched a broadcast when I'm watching Wildcard back in the day, Augless, I was always fascinated by Diesel, right? He always has a knack for pulling things out of the rabbit's hat, right?
Yep.
Or the rabbit's out of the hat, I should probably say. It's not a rabbit hat. What am I talking about? Rabbits don't wear hats.
I mean,
oh,
they could wear
wow.
the
I
hat.
just went like mental image, and I'm like, imagine if a rabbit was wearing a top hat. Sorry. It just like one thing led to another, and we got there. The point of the matter is, Diesel is such an incredible player, and for the positions in which that he finds himself in, the fact that he can buy 30 seconds, 40 seconds at late round executes when Kanga have done everything right, a 3 versus 5 with the DC that turns into a 3 versus 4, I think that is a triumphant effort by all accounts.
Totally agree. And even last week, he was really the standout player for Wildcard. And he's on support ops, but he was topping their stats. It's important not to read too much into stats.
Yeah.
But usually support players are underrepresented in statistical sheets. So to see support players up the top there with the high ratings, the high KDs, and the high costs, it's really important. That's a really big indicator of how a team's performing. So it's great to see that he's been consistent again this week. But still, they are struggling on bank. That round was mostly Kanga again.
Yes.
I've got to say, Kanga have really controlled this map. Like, the rounds they've lost have been super close, and it's just come down to either a simple mistake or just not being able to get a simple step done. Like in that last round, I think the simple step was just clearing out Diesel from Janitor. Maybe they just had to be a little bit more aggressive and peek through the smoke. They could a couple of things they might have been able to do. But at the end of the day, Kanga is still looking good on bank.
And that right now for me has been the biggest takeaway, is how Kanga have bounced back, right? Talking about Diesel and, you know, what an effort, what a play, but the fact that Kanga have been able to do this and have such an impact so far has just been... I think it speaks volumes about the team and their capacity in Pro League right now. So it's definitely a team you don't want to sleep on at this point. Anything's up in the air. This could be the W for them. I mean, I'm not going to push that motive, but they're 2 rounds away from it. And the way that they are playing, even when they're losing, you were saying literally like half a round ago, the fact that Kanga are still putting so much pressure on Wildcard, even when Wildcard seem to be up, it is really hopeful for the future for this team.
Yeah, they have every chance to get a W on this map. That's not to be underplayed. They definitely do. Wildcard are fighting back hard.
Yes.
They're digging deep when they need to. So it's not going to be easy, that's for sure. But yeah, this is definitely their best chance. And even if they get one round and they end up with a draw, I feel like even for Kanga, that's going to feel pretty good considering their opponents. To get 2 points against Fnatic and Wildcard a week apart, I think that's got to feel good for a team like Kanga.
100%.
Because most people, as we've seen in community polls, they're expecting them to get 0. So they're putting up a great effort so far, and they should definitely be proud. But it's definitely not going to be easy to secure these next 2 rounds if they want the dub, or at least 1 to get the draw. Wildcard are no pushovers.
No, not at all. And I guess one of the points that we didn't really touch on, well, maybe not in this way, is the fact that they're both extremely hungry to prove themselves, right? Wildcard more so from last week's performance, the fact that they did draw, we were quite disappointed in that. You know, push that aside, that's fine. But the fact that, you know, like that has kind of motivated them a little bit more. They've got 6 Invitational coming up. So there's a lot of pressure on Wildcard to be ensuring that these days of Pro League are done with successful... God, that was a terrible sentence. Are done successfully. And the words are just not coming out of my mouth today the way I want them to.
Man.
But in terms of Kanga, you know, a team that's coming in from Challenger and has had to defeat, they've just had to go up against the 2 titans of ANZ, you know, both Fnatic and Wildcard, 2 of the teams that go hand in hand when you're talking about even just the APAC region as a wider whole. I do think that they have this hunger, this desire to ensure that their first debut last week was successful, but now moving into the second week that they're able to back it up and it wasn't just an off-the-cuff kind of performance.
Yeah, it's always tricky when you're in that situation, like when you get a draw against the top team, for example, in that opening week, to prove that wasn't just like a fluke,
Yep.
it wasn't just a once-off, you got to prove that this is actually the form that you're able to replicate. And that's really what separates a lot of the top teams to the lower teams. It's not that the lower teams are bad.
Yep.
It's just that they're usually more inconsistent. So to see consistency like this out of Kanga is really promising for them. It is on the same map, though. It's Bank. So I'd say the next step, even if they get a win or a draw here, next step for me is that they need to prove they can be consistent on other maps.
Yes.
Because at this stage, I'm going to say they're probably not going to play Bank again if they beat Wildcard.
No. Well, that's the thing, right, is we've now got to take into account the fact that it is Bank, and if they back it up, if you let them go to Bank,
Yeah.
man, their hands are away. Like, that is your fault. That is you having to learn your mistakes of not doing your prep and not doing your research. But, you know, I do think that even now, even at this exact point in time, I would be saying don't take them to Bank.
Yeah.
Because it's clear. It's evident.
Yeah, you're right. Like, even if they do end up losing this, they look really good.
Yeah.
There's so many rounds they could have won. This map could be already done. So you're right. It's definitely looking like a very, very strong map for them.
Yep.
I think going forward, they're going to play it a lot less. And like I said, I'm really excited to see whether they can be this consistent and this strong on other maps.
Yep.
Like we saw them struggle on Cafe. Maybe that was just a bit of a miscalculation on the veto. They looked pretty prepped in that first round, but the rest of that kind of fell apart. Maybe that was just a sign that Wildcard is just super good on Cafe.
Yep.
Maybe Kanga aren't that bad on Cafe. They just came up against a team that is just vastly better than them.
And like that, at the end of the day, you know, there are so many factors that go into this. You see a 7-1 performance and you're like, oh my goodness, they got spanked. You do have to look at pretty much the larger picture, right? You've got to kind of look at it from a third person perspective in the fact that Wildcard are a very good team, and we have seen them have good results on Cafe in the past, so you don't really want to kind of count out Kanga in that aspect and go, no, let's just write them off. That was shocking. Because it wasn't even necessarily a bad performance from them, just a bad result. And I think at the end of the day, if they can turn this around and go 1-for-1 today, I think that would shock a lot of people. Even after the Fnatic matchup last week, it would still be something to kind of awe at. We are just about like 30 seconds a minute away. I'm not going to give an actual time. We're a little bit away from getting back into it. It is a rehost. We're currently in the second matchup of tonight. I believe it was 5-3. Is that where we left?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
5-4, 5-3.
5-4. I think it's 5.
I think it's now 5-4.
Yeah, we'll
I
wait
can't
and see.
remember.
But yeah, we're currently halfway through the matchup for those of you who might just be joining us. And for those of you who have stuck around, we do appreciate it. We do apologize for the inconvenience and the time that it takes, but the fact that you have to look at our mugs and listen to our voice
sorry.
a little bit longer. But maybe what we can do is, while we just have like a little bit of time, just kind of touch on Fnatic now, as they have now made it to 6 Invitational through the APAC qualifiers, and they looked very, very strong.
Yeah, they did. They were against some really tough opponents, and they didn't drop a map, I believe, in that entire qualified LAN tournament. So definitely looking in very good form. Yet to be seen whether this iteration really is their best roster so far, but I've got to say it looks really promising. Even with their surprise draw last week, I'd say that's not super uncharacteristic. It's definitely happened to Fnatic before to have some surprise or shock draws within their Pro League season.
Yep.
So have to wait and see, but we're going to get back into the game now as Wildcard and Kanga continue. The rehost is over, so we will be resuming.
Score is 5.
Nope. We won't be resuming because the score is incorrect, I believe.
Yep.
It should be 5-4. So we will just quickly fix that up. You're going to get to see our beautiful faces yet again.
How fortunate are all of you at home? You are just the luckiest ducks there ever were. Just think back to the rabbit comment with the top hat.
Oh, yeah, that's a great picture.
Continue on with Fnatic, my friend.
Yeah, let's talk about Fnatic a little bit more. They are coming up against Sinister after this match, so very relevant to what we're talking about. And look, it's the same situation as Wildcard. They did drop 2 points, you would say, last week because they got the draw, which is not expected. And they're going to have that pressure coming in this week to not drop the points. And it could be a similar situation with Wildcard here. Like, Sinister are not a pushover.
No.
They looked like a pretty good team last week. They came up against a good team in Anixian.
Yep.
And they just fell a little bit short, but that was close. That's the difference between just looking at scores. It was still close on scoreboard, 7-5, 7-4.
Yep.
But when you just look at scores, you see, oh, they lost both maps. Okay. But if you actually watch that, a lot of those rounds were pretty close.
Yep.
I believe on Cafe, they lost 4 1vXs.
Wow.
So that means that like that map could have gone a completely different direction.
Yeah.
So I think that's dangerous for Fnatic moving forward. They're definitely no slouch. They've got some experienced players now. And some of their additions are quite good.
Yeah, I think both. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Both teams have had their shake-up in the roster, and
Yeah.
I do feel as though both teams have actually melded pretty quickly. We were talking, of course, to Serum just before when we were doing our little tests, and he is feeling very happy with how quickly Sinister have kind of moved on from the roster changes, which for those of you at home that might not know how hard it is to move on from a roster change, swapping out what is 40% of your roster can be quite an arduous task. So the fact that they've been able to I want to say seamlessly, put in Vinny and also Milo as well, I think it does kind of speak to how much they've been able to gel as a team. Obviously, Sinister was a team last year that we saw do decent. I don't want to say that they were an outstanding team by any means, but they were definitely a team that could have been in the running, and definitely a team that can upset someone like Fnatic, someone like Wildcard. Whether that's going to be the case when we get to the later parts, I don't know.
It's a good point you bring that up about Sinister, because 2 seasons ago, when they were actually known as Avant, slightly different roster, but basically the same core, they were actually one of the teams that snagged a draw with Fnatic. So it's not a stranger thing to them, and they've arguably got a stronger lineup coming into this season. So I think next match is really going to be very telling and very tight.
Yep.
But let's bring it back to Wildcard and Kanga, seeing as we're very close to getting back into that. It's going to be 5-4, which means, as we said, Kanga are only 1 round away from securing that draw.
Yep.
And I feel like as soon as it hits that, if it does, that's going to be a big kick in the guts for Wildcard.
Yes.
Which makes me a bit worried about them, because they're going to have to get at least 2 rounds after that, if it's the next round, to actually lock in the draw and not actually lose the map. So there's going to be a massive mindset game here in these final couple of rounds on both sides.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you had more to say there.
I felt like I did, and
I was just
went away.
yep. Oh wait, that was very quickly. So I think, yeah, look, with Wildcard, we've seen them at LAN 3 out of the last 4 tournaments that we've had run here, because of course they weren't here for 6 Invitational APAC qualifiers because they had already qualified.
Yeah, they're already there.
Big dogs. I do think that they are a team that can not necessarily tilt, but can play on a momentum based in terms of, you know, how they get that ball rolling. So if this comes back from a rehost after what will be about 10 minutes of wait time, and they come back into it and Kanga just secure that draw, that would have to be just so devastating from them. From their perspective, I mean, the best case scenario is you get a point. You get 4 points by the end of today out of this. And coming into it, you 100% would say, yeah, easy 2 dubs. There's no real question about it. But I don't really see a world in which Kanga can't take this to them and take a point away. They've got 2-3 rounds in it to make this happen.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tight. It's really interesting you brought up Wildcard's mindset and ability to come back. Just thinking back to their match that they actually got through to, I believe it was the semi-finals against Cyclops Gaming at the APAC finals.
Yep.
They were actually down, I believe it was 1-5 on bank. There was a very fateful rehost that kind of stunted Cyclops' momentum. And we want to talk about mindset. From what I heard, it definitely affected their mindset. So Wildcard have done a massive bank comeback before.
Yep.
So it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility. It's historically happened against arguably a stronger team than Kanga. So it really is just going to come down to the mindsets here coming out of the rehost. It's a great point that you brought up, that it's been probably 10, 15 minutes of downtime now in between that last round and the next round coming. That can really change momentum. Players can go cold, people get tired. It's not super late here, it's almost 9 PM, but regardless, they've been playing for quite a while.
Yep.
And I think both teams have been playing out of their minds on bank to secure these rounds. It's exhausting. So having this massive break yeah, it really could affect the outcome completely.
No, I would second that, and I would also maybe even push a little bit more for the fact that Kanga, it's hard to say who comes out on top of a rehost like this, right? Because you're not going to know until you get in the server. But the fact that Kanga could see out that round, and now they've got time to reassess what just happened. Sure, Wildcard just won an insane round, but generally you would want to see them pushing off the back of that straight away into the next round. However, it was Diesel and Derpe who just absolutely knocked that out of the park and secured that top floor defense.
Yep.
And mind you, by narrow margins as well, we now come back into this with a clean slate. It's like it never happened.
Pretty much. And score is 5-4 now as we are back into this. And I'm going to call a rush on Kanga because this is an aggressive lineup. Unit's gone onto Ash instead of the IQ he's been playing mostly. And Thumbnail's onto the IQ. Leb's 6-picked off Hard Breach onto a Lion. So they've got no form of Hard Breach, which makes me think they're not going to strategically try and open anything. Yeah, I'm feeling this is going to be a rush. This is aggressive as it gets with a lineup pretty much.
I'm pretty excited for this, honestly. I'm just ready to see what they do. Obviously, after unsuccessfully being able to take that top floor, there's not really too many other options for the wild card squad. Geez, that was, say that 10 times and fast. But when they do come through, I'm sure it will be one almighty bang.
Yeah. Could be a rush, could be a quick attack. We will have to see what Kanga are trying to pull out here. And I've got to say, I feel like they're just trying to continue to be that little bit unpredictable, a little more edgy, just trying to keep Wildcard off their game, which I do like, because Wildcard, hands down, they're a structured team. We've talked a lot about their methodicalness on their attacks and how thorough they are. It's likewise with their defense. They like to play with structure, they play with intel. If they can get through here unspotted, could be really big, and I think there's 2 or 3 stacked up here in electrical, so they might be just going straight to side here. Thumbnail and Wayne, they are going to do that. They are going to catch Immerin off guard. He is refragged through the archives, a great long angle there. Wayne, man, unfortunately DCing again, so it's a 4 versus 3. Kanga, they have pushed deep and are playing aggressive. We'll have to see whether they can continue to get these frags.
Comes out the secondary 1D. Leb's going to stick this as well. Worthy just sitting on site. This is very awkward right now. They're going to be able to hold this. It's going to be a retake from Wildcard to try and get back on site and put the pressure back through. Another EE1D that'll slow down the progression of Wildcard. Now they're going to have to try and hold. Unit takes the head off of Ethan, swings onto the second player. He will not be able to secure it, but this is not looking possible.
No, they're in a very good position here. They've cut rotates perfectly. One place they would have been super vulnerable is through that archives, but they had that cut off by Unit. Worthy sitting in an unpredictable position, finds Derpe. Neo pushes on and hits Unit. It's coming down to this final chance for them to be able to deny. Worthy using his concussions beautifully denies that player coming through archives. It is all done. Kanga secured that round, which means they have secured a draw. Manic. Wildcard can no longer get 3 points from this, and that is really big result from Kanga.
That is huge from Leb. What a play. What a change-up in pace. That is the first time this entire matchup we've seen a team really take to the bomb site there. I think it was, within like 2 minutes they were already on site trying to get that defuser down. Well, not trying. They had the defuser down.
Yep.
So all power to them now. But we will be heading down in toward lockers.
Definitely could have been a really comfortable end as well. Wayman did DC in the middle of that, but they still strongly took site and planted. I've got to say, like, you could call that a cheese strat all you want. It was executed beautifully.
Yep.
The use of the Lion, arguably not super skillful, but well used. And the angles they cut, I think that's probably the most important thing to point out, is they cut the angles for the retake so well. Having Unit take into Kitchen to stop those open area players rotating back into archives. Worthy had control of the tellers section, and then they had to plant down an archive. So all Wildcard could do was try and get some picks from above, which they didn't. So they had to try and push through those lines that were cut, and it was just really difficult. So it's one thing to call it cheesy, but it was well executed cheesy, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Wildcard now, they will have to get 2 rounds in a row to salvage something from this map. Kanga now on match point, which means they could be coming away with 3 points tonight. Wildcard will have to dig deep here, and Kanga, likewise to finish it off.
Well, one thing's going to be for sure.
Attackers must locate and defuse a
The
bomb.
post-match interviews are going to be spicy. Even at this point, this is still a huge upset come through from Kanga. And if that W comes out, my oh my, it'll put the pressure on toward Wildcard for the rest of the season. That is for damn sure. 4 points that they will not have in the first 2 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people might point out Wildcard, they've qualified for SI. A lot of people love to say that teams like this, maybe they're saving strats in this first split. SI is only a couple of weeks away, for sure. But look, losing 4 points to teams that you'd expect to have the 12 points from, that's no joke. That will really come back, and that could totally ruin your season. We've seen it happen with teams globally. G2, for example, last season, they lost a lot in that first half. People accused them of saving strats. But at the end of the day, they couldn't get back. They didn't make it to Pro League finals. They still haven't qualified for SI. They've got one last chance with the direct invite. Have to wait and see what they get it. But it really shows that it can come back to bite you. You can't sleep on these matches. Every point counts.
Importance is definitely shown, especially from the last season. Even in ANZ, we had a similar occurrence. This time, Monty, we didn't really talk too much about that one. I didn't even see that until right then. Well, that's a good way to force them back, though. They're going to double up in towards server here. Wildcard might be able to hold on to this for quite some time, although a minute 30 is off the clock and Kanga are still pushing toward them. There are 4 players that are going to be under the position of server.
And it's a really great thing to point out here. Smoke is using the Smoke Babes to repel this Monty, which is slowing down the take of server. But even if they take the server in the next 20 seconds, that is a lot of utility they don't have to bait out for plant. It's really just C4s that they have to deal with and a line of sight. But either way, that's a lot easier to deal with than a smoke. So this could work for them. But it looks like Kanga actually maybe are rotating off.
Yeah, they're not interested at all.
No, they definitely see the trap here, and they're actually going to bounce.
Recovered the bomb diffuser.
I think that's a very strong call to make.
Could say Kanga are going to hop away from their entry.
Let's wait. Let's wait.
Attackers have dropped the
Let's
bomb diffuser.
hot-footed out of there. They're hightailing it across toward the other side, and that's going to be an execute straight down in Thumbnail. Now being pushed toward Lobby. He's going to continue through the vault. He might even be able to find a kill. Neofighter goes down. He's behind enemy lines. He can't get anything more, though. Emo-Rin quick into the position. He's going to peek in further as well. There are 2 players down. Make that only the 1 now. And Unit, what can he get done? He's going to get dropped as well. This is not good.
No.
This is horrible.
I'm kind of surprised because that guy from Vault was able to push through and get 2. It didn't really seem like it was clearly communicated. Unfortunate for Kanga, but Wildcard will get that round. It means it's all up to this final round here, Manic. The winner of the next round will either secure the draw or secure a win.
Well, the pressure's off Kanga. I can tell you that much. Wildcard, I mean, again, best case scenario, 1 point? What? No way. Again, you don't even want to drop that 1 point. You definitely want to be securing it.
Yeah, if they actually lose the map, I think they definitely... It's going to be grim feelings, that's for sure, but we will have to wait and see.
Yeah, I'm not going to enjoy that post-match interview.
Yeah, not going to be a positive one.
More than likely with Silex as well, so be able to poke and prod him a little bit.
And they are going back to CEO, which was the rounds that Kanga they really almost had. That was the round that we
Yep.
saw Diesel and Dirt really go big. See how they go this time.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
Derpay is going to be
by
on the
attackers.
Goyo, so that's a slight change. I believe Derpay was on the Maestro last time and Diesel was on the Smoke.
Yeah.
No Smoke this time.
Yep.
So that's a big change.
Well, especially for Diesel, who we know mains as Smoke more often than not, and is a damn good Smoke at that. You literally, I mean, if you didn't see it, just rewind back to, what was it, 5-3, I think? And just watch what he was able to do in those last 40 seconds. Unbelievable. So, without that Smoke in play,
10 seconds.
will have a different effect. Nevertheless, though,
5 seconds left.
still a strong lineup for Wildcard.
Attackers must locate and
Absolutely,
defuse
and
the
having
bomb.
the Goyo with those Vulcan shields be really interesting to see how they use those. Neofighter going to play famously known as Kanto, the spot at the top of the red stairs there, peeking out towards the lobby and car park. Looks like Kanga mostly spawning on this east side though. 3 at the jewelry, 1 in the back alley. Just going to try and take towards that square skylight and probably try and traditionally open the wall, put some pressure on site. If they can do so with pace, it's really going to put the pressure on the defense. Thumbnail's looking to put pressure. Oh, he almost sees the one at front desk. Doesn't hit the shot though.
Rin can just hide for a moment longer, that's for sure. Not the most amount of pressure, so Maestro, rather the Capitao, I should say, out on the window.
Attackers have located a bomb.
They'll look to start to make some sort of move with the util. Tope just getting the slightest, maybe might have been able to see the head, I want to say. On to Worthy, who's now making their way back across toward that lobby side.
Looks like they are droning out lobby, so there may be some kind of counter push happening here. We had one over on the lobby windows and one of the ATM windows. Not finding anything though, no damage dealt at all as we're almost at the halfway point of the round here. This is probably one of the slower attacks we've probably seen from Kanga. And that could come back to bite them. We haven't seen slow time management out of them on this map, really. If they can't get any picks soon or they can't move wildcard around enough, definitely not going to be an easy execute. And this is a great push to flush out that counter position. Neo taken very low, but he is the dock, so he could stim himself up, which he is doing so in the elevator. As we get close to this final minute now, Kanga are going to have to start making some progress here.
Going to be happy to buy it as well. Worthy looking for the contact directly through. Neo fighter, he's going to feel the heat in a second. Does decide to stim, or at least prepare it. He's not going to see any of that heat, in fact, so he's not going to be moved out. Diesel's gone quite low, in fact. That's not good.
Yeah, not the right charge there. And Neo does find one from the elevator as unit trades back to make it a 4 versus 4. Kanga are pushing up around this front desk, but they haven't really moved those around side. A nice shot from Worthy onto Neo. Gives them the man advantage into this final 30 seconds. It is going to come down to Ethan and Emo. Not traditionally the last two alive for wildcard, so can they clutch this out? This is Kanga's chance to get the 3 points.
What a massive chance, what a massive time to be alive for Kanga to be able to defeat this team. It's going to be Ethan to step up though. He's going to find both as they swing around the corner. He's nearly been able to connect onto the third. It's all onto Emo Rin to secure at least the draw. I don't know whether he's going to be able to do this. The diffuser, it's being stuck. Emo, can he find the angle? No, he's going to have to try and retake now in a 1v2. Both of them have legged it out of there. Kanga now can sit for the retake. They can hold these lines. And Emo, you have to make this work.
Oh, I think he thinks he downs the thermite. He's completely ignoring that player now. He did finally get the down, but a beautiful trade from the window as Kanga secure that map, and 3 points tonight, Manic. A big surprise for a lot of people. Kanga showing strong on Bank once again this week.
Yep, incredible performance, and I want to say that that is a surprise, but you know, after seeing the first couple of rounds at the very start of Bank, it was very evident that they were no pushovers, and this was going to go for the long haul, which it, well, you've just seen, it's gone full regulation, 5-7 Kanga. That's 4 points on the board for them.
Yeah, that's a great start for Kanga. Definitely not what I think a lot of people would have been expecting from them. Like we said, they got the draw with Fnatic last week, and now they've managed to get a win against Wildcard this week. Look, when you come from Challenger League, they came from Challenger League in 2nd seed, I believe. People are going to be expecting them not to be securing those kinds of points in their first 2 weeks, because it's traditional that you play the hardest 2 teams when you come from Challenger. And to get 4 points out of that, they're going to be stoked with that.
Mate, that is a phenomenal performance from them. And I think that now we can actually look at how things are going to shape up toward the end of tonight. And dare I say, it might be a bit of a shock to some of the teams that, or even some of the viewers that have been following ANZ for quite some time.
Yeah, and I think the best thing about this is it's really showing the depth that we now have in ANZ.
Yes.
None of these teams I think you can really write off completely. We saw the community polls, even the way we were talking, Kanga were essentially written off by a majority of people.
Yep.
But they've really shown people differently. If it wasn't the draw with Fnatic last week, it's the victory against Wildcard on Bank this week. And I think the same can be said about pretty much every team in ANZ now.
Yeah, I can almost promise you that I was not expecting that performance. That was a bit of a shock to my system to see halfway through the match the fact that they were like in control and by so much as well. It wasn't just the fact that they were up the rounds; it was how they were winning those rounds that was, you know, I think at the end of the day, Kanga now actually have a good platform to play in Pro League for. I think that this could be potentially the start of them ensuring that they're here for another season, because a lot of the times we do see, you know, it is a bit of a dogfight at the bottom toward the end of Pro League. The fact that they've been able to secure these points off these teams, of Fnatic and Wildcard, and now they're moving on to the lesser teams. Now they're moving on to the teams that what we would expect them to actually have a better chance at. I think this is a great start in week 2.
Yeah, it definitely is. And you know what? They actually are going to be backing it up tomorrow night. They've got Onyxian. And again, not an easy team. Top 3 from last season, so it continues to be hard teams for them. But they've risen. There are a lot of challenges in these first 2 weeks, so it's definitely going to be a tough match tomorrow night. But for tonight, yeah, look, it was a fantastic map for them, and like you said, it was pretty convincing. Like, I've said a few times that could have been a much bigger scoreline. It easily could have been like 7-2 or 7-3. There were so many rounds that were this close to winning it on. It was just small things.
It is. It comes down to the small things. It comes down to, you know, how much utility you actually have left, what gadgets you have left, you know. And I do think toward the end of that, toward the end of Bank, Kanga were just seeming to pick everything, and they were doing it right almost every time. Like, you think about the fact that they were able to change the pace, they were picking up the speed, they were slowing things down, and sure, like you said, it could be a cheese strat on what was, I think, the 10th or 11th round we saw. Does it matter? Did they win? At the end of the day, yes. And at 3 points away from Wildcard, I can't stress that enough. That that's another 3 points that Wildcard won't have toward the end.
Yeah, and that's huge. It's one thing to drop maybe like 2 draws, for example, that's 2 points, but to drop a loss to one of these teams is pretty big. So yeah, I definitely expect in those final couple of play days, we're going to be talking about this match and last week as well, again for Wildcard, because I have no doubt they're going to be in a very tough position. Very similar to last season, they almost missed out on APAC LAN. It came down to that final round. It's going to be the same this season, I'm pretty sure of it.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to a nail biter. Well, you know, the first 2 weeks haven't been too kind to Wildcard, but they have been kind to Kanga. Let's hear from Yoshi.
Hey boys, how we going?
Yeah, good mate, good. Would you like to introduce yourself before we start having our back and forth to and fro?
Oh, my name's Josh, nice to meet you.
What is your position at Kanga?
My main job is obviously the coaching side of things, but obviously the boys have amazing skills, so my main role is just to make sure their mental game is good and, you know, they're thinking about things and whatnot.
Now, I'm going to start off here, and then I'm going to let Raven take over for a little bit. I do want to ask you, you had a really good performance against Fnatic last week. You've now backed it up against Wildcard. That is 2 of the best teams in Australia, back-to-back, literally a week apart. 1, how? And 2, how are you feeling about it?
I mean, after today, obviously we're pretty stoked. I think last week we probably should have closed out against Fnatic, which we didn't. So, you know, kind of weighing up there. Like, the main thing is obviously we're very strong on Bank, and the other maps were, you know, not that great, to be honest.
Yeah, one thing I really want to know is, did the veto play out as you expected?
Yes, yeah. We were expecting Cafe, and we did prep for Cafe. However, after that initial round, like that first round was great. We went in with the game plan, but after that it kind of fell apart. I think things got to us more than they should. So yeah, so in that break between Cafe and Bank, we definitely kind of calmed down a bit and prepped.
Nice. And on Bank specifically, do you feel like Wildcard played how you guys expected? And were you preparing for them the same way you prepared for Fnatic, or was that a bit different this week?
Actually, Wildcard surprised us a few times on Bank, especially with their pick on Leb in lockers downstairs when they opened up a vault hatch. So that was interesting. But after we saw that, we kind of changed our playstyle a little bit and kind of moved on.
Anything?
That's it for me.
No, that's it from you.
Yeah.
Now, this is one thing I'm very confident about is the fact that you have taken out you've taken it to two of the best teams in the region. You now have what is proposed to be the easier teams left in Pro League. Are we going to see a late run toward maybe the top 4?
Look, I think we'll take each game one by one. Every team is a threat no matter how you look. So it just depends on if we turn up on the day and what happens.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, Yoshi, would you like to say any final words to the fans out there and maybe for the people who might not have known who you were before coming in?
Yeah, just shout out to the team. Like, you guys are doing awesome, so keep it up. And any fans that we've got, thank you for watching us and supporting us. See you in the future.
Beautiful. Thank you very much for that, Yoshi, and better luck. Well, not better luck. Best of luck next week.
Cheers, boys. Have a good night.
Pretty wholesome.
Yeah, look, it was really well spoken. I think he had some great answers. Gave us some pretty good insight into their preparation, which I'm always super interested about, is how these teams are preparing and differences between week to week. So yeah, that was some good insight, and he was clearly chuffed. You could hear in his voice a little bit shaky, whether that's nervous or just the excitement from that last map. I've got to say it's probably the latter.
I would probably say it's the latter as well, because that is quite a monumental task to take down a team like that. And again, now they're sitting on 4 points. This is nothing to scoff at. The fact that a Challenger League team was promoted last season, comes into this season and manages to pull off a performance like that. I think one of the things that I found really interesting is the way that he's talking about taking it match by match, right? Not like literally just going in, right, next week is a completely new week. We are now going to be focusing on whatever this is. There's not really too much that they continue to decipher, I would say, from these past two.
Absolutely. Look, I think obviously what they're doing is working well. Their preparation mostly worked. Obviously, they said they were a bit surprised on Cafe, but Bank worked out super well for them. It's like I said earlier, though, what I want to see is some consistency on other maps now. They've clearly showed Bank is good for them. They need to step it up on some other maps.
Yep, definitely so. Well, let's have a bit of a chat to Silex. G'day, g'day, g'day. How you doing, handsome?
How you going? I'm doing pretty good.
Now, I would like to say, would you like to introduce yourself? But I feel like you are pretty well acquainted with most of the ANZ fans and most of the viewers that might be watching. But is there anything that you'd like to say about the team or yourself before we start?
Not really. Just, thanks for casting the game again. Well, not again, but like, nice to see your faces again.
Oh, stop it, you.
Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Now, obviously, probably not the result that you guys were hoping for. Were you expecting that kind of performance on Bank? I mean, look, from last week and how they performed against Fnatic, they drew. Coming into this week, you must have been expecting that map, but how did you think that you fared up against Kanga?
So the maps, we kind of expected to go that way. We thought they would ban out Consulate, and we didn't think they'd ban out Coastline. We thought we'd end up playing that one. Cafe was always a possibility. We were somewhat prepared for that one, but evidently we were still pretty good at that one. Bank, we knew they were strong because after watching their match last week against Fnatic, they got a draw. It wasn't going to be a cakewalk, so yeah, the Thatcher ban kind of threw us off a little bit. Not too much though. Like, we had some plans, but it makes attacking pretty difficult without a Thatcher. But yeah, they played exceptionally well. Even dropping Wayne Man a couple of times, they showed that they deserved those rounds. So yeah, props to them.
Was there anything else in particular on Bank that you guys felt you struggled with? Because for definitely a lot of their first half to 3/4 of that map, it definitely looked very strong in Kanga's favor.
There was just a bit of time management issues. Dealing with server stairs is, like as I said before, without a Thatcher can be tricky. And just making sure that we're like doing things in a timely manner and getting to be able to plan with enough like time and not having smoke delay us. And I think that's what caused us issues downstairs. Top floor and tellers, like, we got thrown off by the first round just a bit. We had drones out of place because we thought they were going to go downstairs, but I mean, it's not too much out of our way to re-drone, but still, again, it's time wastage. and
Yeah.
can't really have that happening.
Yeah. One other thing I actually spoke to Diesel about, but I want to hear your thoughts on it as well, is you guys have SI coming up, which is obviously a huge deal. Do you feel like the preparation for SI has formed a kind of distraction for Pro League or vice versa?
I don't want to get into too much detail about it. We do want to focus on Pro League as well as SI, and like with Pro League being like imminent, we are focusing on Pro League right now. Yeah, that's all I'll really say about that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, beautiful. Do you have any final words for friends, family, fans out there?
Yeah, once again, just thanks for tuning in to all of our matches. Thanks to all the fans out there. Sorry we lost that last bank match, but hopefully we pull through and do better next week.
Beautiful. Thank you very much for that, Silex. Take care, and we'll see you soon.
See you boys later.
Interesting that he talks about time management as well, as that was something that I really felt like we were a bit of a broken record on, was repeating over and over. There's not enough time left, they're not leaving enough time, and again, I think that the issues they're seeing are the issues we're seeing as well. So it's good to see that it is surface level and it's not anything deeper than that.
For sure, and I mean, it's not uncommon for people to talk about this with Wildcard. It comes up a lot with Wildcard's matches. And they're obviously quite aware of it. So it's obviously not an easy issue to fix, whatever it is with them that's causing it. But yeah, hopefully they can get on top of it before SI, because that's a big milestone for them. It's their second international appearance, and they're going to be wanting to get out of groups, which is going to be no easy feat. There's no easy teams there, that's for sure.
Yep.
So yeah, hopefully they can get on top of it.
Let's hope so. I really do. I really do hope so, because 3 points to Kanga is not exactly what you'd be hoping for. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Well, not thank you. I hope you enjoyed the first 2 matches. We've got 2 more to go on the other side of this break. Fnatic and Sinister.
Attacker's bomb diffuser has been brought. 15 seconds to go.
Said I'd find a way to turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do, what I do, what I do right now. What I do, what I do, what I do right now. For you, for you.
Hold up your sign though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
That sounds like a pop song.
Take a dive before you dry, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick.
Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. It is the map number 1 and 2 done. That's the matchup of the day gone. We are now moving on to Fnatic and Sinister. Do you have any final thoughts on the previous match, or do you just want to move straight on to Fnatic and Sinister?
It was awesome. I really enjoyed Bank. I like to see close contests and to see underdogs win. And it makes me really hopeful for ANZ region as a whole to see that kind of quality coming out of a team that a lot of people would be writing off pretty hard at the start of the season.
Yeah, for sure. We are now going to be moving into a matchup where I think the underdog has a much more of an opportunity to realistically take this, and that would be the Sinister squad. We've seen them in the past have some pretty close results. I feel like they've never been the best team or the better team, but they've always been a good, consistent team.
Yeah, they've always kind of been in the back 5 area. They finished 5th as their Avant. Can't 100% remember where they finished last season. It was around 6th or 7th. Oh, not 7th, sorry. 6th or 5th.
Yep.
They almost got relegated. It was a bit close. There was a lot of teams that were in the danger zone.
Yep.
They did manage to avoid it. They have made some roster changes coming into this season. So, yet to be proven, but they did play really well last week.
All right, well, let's have a look at Fnatic, who are going to be playing Sinister. That would help if we start at the beginning and move forward. That's my bad. Sorry, that just cut out for a second. For Fnatic, The two roster changes that we've seen, obviously Mentalist and Tex coming in for both Specker and Rizraz. A lot of people were quite skeptical about the change at first, and we were all curious as to what was going to happen. My question is, realistically, we've only had one full day where we've been able to see them perform. That was at the Six Invitational APAC qualifier. How are you feeling?
They look good. Definitely looks like one of the strongest Fnatic rosters I think we've seen. But ANZ is clearly catching up, so I'm really curious how the rest of the season pans out, especially tonight, to see how they go up against Sinister.
Yep.
I would say it's not fully proven at this stage, but clearly they've made some good accomplishments so far, so it's definitely getting in a good direction. And Mentalist and Tex are great players. Mentalist is very well known within APAC and even globally, famous with his streams and made some big achievements with the Aerowolf roster before moving into Fnatic. Tex is a little more unknown for people, but he was often regarded as one of the better players for Sinister and Avant previously. So coming into Fnatic, I think a lot of people probably don't quite expect a whole lot of him, but so far he's really stepped up. In the matches I've seen of him play with the APAC qualifiers online and the LAN, he played tremendously well. So I think so far their roster's gelling pretty well.
Well, that's quite the storyline. Tex from Sinister now getting a chance to get a grudge match at their opponents, which will be, of course, Sinister. That really just did not roll off the tongue at all well. But moving into it, Fisher, Guy, Nico, Luna, Vinny, and Milo. Now, had you have said to me that I feel like Fnatic, you can kind of control your squad to a certain extent, even with two roster changes. Keeping the core of Magnet, Lusty, and Virtue, yeah, sure. However, when you look at a team like Sinister and the changes they've had to go through, I think they've done an incredible job to still hold themselves to a certain standard.
Yeah, their standard last week was fantastic. They didn't win a map. They didn't get any points through draws. I said that before. It was very close, though. They played really well. The new players they've brought in, Vinny and Milo, seem to have fit in pretty well.
Yep.
Especially Vinny. He actually had a fantastic game on Cafe. That was the one that they lost 7-5 in the end to a Nixian. But he ended up with a KD of 2.13 on that map at a cost of 83%. So that's huge. That's not just fragging out. That's being really effective in a lot of different ways. So he played tremendously well. I pointed out before, they did lose 4-1 VXs on that map, which is huge. That's 4 rounds that you could have won, essentially. So their performances have been good with this roster. We just haven't seen a whole lot of matches yet.
You know what we're going to be able to do today?
See more matches.
See more matches.
Yeah.
You know how we do that?
With our eyes.
With our eyes and the veto. Let's have a look at what map we're going to be heading to first. Bank, Cafe, Coastline, Border, Villa, and Consulate are all off, leaving the almighty Clubhouse. Now, Mr. Statistic and Mr. All-Knowing and Powerful, where is it sitting?
Look, Fnatic are commonly known as very strong on Clubhouse. So I'm surprised that Sinister chose that. That being said, Sinister have been known to play Clubhouse previously. Usually relatively strong on Clubhouse, had some pretty good results.
Yep.
So this could be well contested. I've got to say it favors Fnatic a little bit though, because they have had some dominant matches on Club in the past. I've got to say they're not necessarily with this roster.
Yep.
But that being said, I still think that'll be consistent moving forward.
I gotta say, actually, previously in the last season of Pro League, I watched, I think it was the one match specifically that stands out in my mind, where Fnatic either lost or drew on Clubhouse to a team that just almost like the Kanga, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm coming into this all optimistic, like, Sinister, you got this. It was your choice, and now you're headed there. It was between that and Consulate, right?
Yep.
So,
yep.
I don't know. What would you rather be playing against Fnatic right now?
I mean, if I was Sinister, probably Clubhouse, because I mean, Fnatic won Consulate pretty dominantly last week.
Yep.
But yeah, it's hard to say because again, it is a good map for Fnatic. I think it was 2 evils. Maybe Club's the lesser of 2 evils in this instance.
Look, I think I'm going to have to agree with you. Now, I really don't want to do this because I know how many Fnatic fans there are, but let's have a look at the poll vote. Yep.
Oof.
That is not at all representative as to how this match would go. However, it's not far off. The 5% towards Sinister is...
That's actually a lot more one-sided than I would expect. Because even Sinister, like, they're a relatively big NA org as well. They've got a lot of fans. I I'm surprised that it's that heavily weighted, but you know what? It's just a community poll. Sinister can just prove them wrong.
Right, you see the Fnatic logo and it's like bang, straight away. Onto the win. I mean, the other week, like, I keep saying the other week as if, like, Season 10 just finished, but, like, in Season 10, there was a case where Fnatic had 100%. Turned out the social media guy was just trolling. Cookie, good man. So I think, you know, I can't stop smiling over that one for no reason at all. An equal chance for Sinister to win or draw. Prob's not.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see because I dare say their roster is currently, you'd say unproven. They haven't got any strong results, but they played very promisingly last week, so I feel like they're going to take it to Fnatic a bit.
Let's hope so. There's only one way to find out. Let's jump into Clubhouse, get straight into that ban phase, and start to mold and shape the framework in which we will start out this matchup. Now, for those of you who are new to the ANZ region, these two teams will be playing off against each other twice. Technically, two best of ones, right? So there's always chance for that revenge. We saw it literally not even 20 minutes ago with a team known as Kanga defeating Wildcard on the second map after being spanked. So, all spanking aside, Thatcher, all 3 maps so far.
Yeah. Poor Thatcher. He's starting to not see the light of day. People are realizing how good of an operator he is. Those EMPs are just so helpful with attacks. They make things so much quicker. And on top of that, he has fantastic weaponry. So look, why not take him out? At the same time, Fnatic did take out the Thermite. So hard breaching is going to be down to Hibana and the Maverick. Not too much of a surprise with the mirror ban so far in defense. Up to Sinister with this final one. We'll have to see what they want to bring out.
And I always enjoy getting a quick little geezer chat. Always an interesting
Good
one.
banter so far.
Always good banter. As long as it's clean, good banter. We're all happy. Mirror, Echo for the defending side. And Thatcher, Thermite for the attacking. If I had a nickel and a dime for every time I saw the duo of Mirror and Echo banned, I'd be a rich man.
That you would. It is very common. And Sinister are going to be on defense first.
Oh!
They're going to be defending Gym and Bedroom.
Mentalist bringing in the Southeast Asian strats. Southeast Asia obviously quite well known for their Monty. He's just going to show face and pull off nice and early. So that's going to be Jackal that's brought in. The Vigil has been swapped in for the Kaid.
Yeah.
Do you say Kaid or Kaid?
I say Kaid.
Yeah, there we go.
I think that's what Milosh says, the correct pronunciation. Milosh is well known for being accurate with his pronunciation, so I don't want to disappoint Milosh God. Kaid is a great pick though, because no Thatcher. This is something that I talked about not being utilized a whole lot on Bank, surprisingly enough, was with Kaid. We did see Wildcard use it a touch, but it really wasn't a big appearance. And I like that Sinister are going to be using this because without the Thatcher, Fnatic are going to have to be very thorough to clear it. They do have the Maverick to make opening those hard walls easier, but it's like I said, you run the risk. If the Maverick gets picked or something goes wrong, there's not much of a backup plan to really clear that without doing some really hard yards.
Yeah.
So, good stuff so far. And another cause of delay could be this castle that Nico has chosen.
Time, hey? Well,
Defender is approaching a kill zone.
semi-common spot for that Valkyrie cam. Oh, and a second one being thrown out as well. So without that IQ, it's going to be a little bit tougher to spot those. So a fair bit of information. And I mean, just going to go ahead and say it, that is a lot of information in a place where Fnatic won't really be too happy about that being given.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing too there is he basically threw, you could call it almost a bait Valkyrie cam. That one on the water tank, probably not too hard to spot. One on the tree a little more tricky, and tree is still common to place a Valk cam, but you might say when Fnatic see the one on the water tank, they're like, oh, that's the one he threw out, they shoot it, and they don't worry about it because they don't have the IQ. But there's the extra one in the tree. So I'll have to see if they do find it. They are clearing from this CC side across, which is being held. Nico is at the top of the cache stairs there. Milo, Maloska running in between there with Con, backing up either Master or Cash. So Fnatic will have to push into that if they want to take that side.
I'm just going to say it, I would really like it if we could change the spectator mode to see gadgets on the X-ray as well.
With the outlines.
Ooh, oh, hello. Well,
Cheeky.
oh, jeez. That
Name a more iconic duo than Nico and Cheeky Angles resulting in a kill.
so true.
Mentalist going to be taken out. Here's the Jackal, so that roam clear going to be a little bit trickier. No footsteps to be spotted. And you know what? That's actually half the round now, Manic, that's been taken down. And Fnatic haven't progressed a whole lot here. Hassling on the windows, but the CC side has been held very strong by Sinister.
Yeah, Tech's still aware that they could be across towards CCTV as well, so as much as he might be exposing himself now, that decision's going to have to either convert or double down. Getting the tiniest of information through. Virtue will take a little bit of damage, but we'll be happy to do so. They take out the mute jammer, and they're just sitting there waiting for that. Now Virtue's going to get a little bit of a run on. Here comes the nade to come through as well.
Not going to find anyone in that bathroom though, and now they're very much aware that he's actually there. Given away a little early by hitting that wall and being electrocuted. Tex covering from the window, so Fnatic really surrounding that gym, ready for a gym plant. They do have a bit of control here, but there are a lot of long angles, but that's a beautiful flash and push. Virtue getting that frag onto Milo as Lusty drops into logistics, but he doesn't see the one around the corner. Well played by Fisho. They're taking man advantage now into this final 30 seconds.
They've been trying to hold that line toward Jim as well. Fisher guy gets away, pulls out the shotgun, just buying a lot of time here. 15 seconds left, Raven. They're going to need to try and find these openings, and with taking down Vin, it makes it a little bit more possible. Luna replies back. Unfortunately, Fisher guy cannot get anything done. The trades are there from Magnet. It's a 1v1, 4 seconds left. And Nico, he's just going to sit and hide. Only a second left. He knows that he's going to try and stick it now. It's a free kill, and the round goes the way of Sinister.
Really well played from Sinister, relatively patient for most of that rounds. They let Fnatic just burn down that time, and even when Virtue was in that bathroom hallway, none of them really rushed or stressed out to try and figure out how to frag him out or anything like that. They just held their angles, they stuck to their game, and they really relied on that final 30 seconds to start clearing out those picks. So I really like that from Sinister. It's a great defense, and now we're going to get to see them defend Church.
I really want to see Mentalist stick on the Monty. I just do.
I do.
Those Southeast Asian strats. Nope. Again. Now, how many more times we're going to see the old shimmy, the old salad the candy? You want this? Nope. Can't have it. Too bad.
I mean, I'm pretty surprised, actually. Luna just 6-picked off the Kaid. If anything, Kaid's stronger on Church than he would have been for Jim. Electrifying those hatches means the Hibana can't get them. With no Thatcher, that means they have to use the Maverick to clear the hatches. So now they're going to have some more options. They might want to still save the Hibana for the Church wall if that's the push they decide to do. Either way, Kai just adds a bit of extra delay. Nico, though, on the Vigil, makes me think that maybe we might see a bit of a roam happening here.
Do you think Luna might have picked off for the fact that the Monty was brought in, the Montaigne?
They could have not want to risk it. Yeah, I mean, like, Legion's the best counter, or one of the best counters to Montaigne. Throwing those goos down means he can't progress forward, and she did place her first goo into Dirt Tunnel, which makes me think that maybe that is what they were worried about.
Well, a little bit of extra information.
That was a nice little drone, and they have spotted that Nico rotated back into bar, so they're going to be very much aware that he is offside.
Oh, that could cause some issues early on for Sinister. However, like you said, that Vigil, it's going to be interesting to see how Sinister really decide to play this. For the most part, they've got 2 players offside at the moment, 3 players roaming around. Magnet's not wasting any time either. Still needs to be cautious of that pre-placed Legion mine.
That's to say, I don't think that's quite wide enough to get through, so good thing he widened that.
What are you saying? He is a fit lad.
Maverick's a bit of a big boy.
Oh, I was talking about Magnet.
Oh, no, it's definitely small enough for Magnet to get through. Anyway, Lusty is going to start pushing towards Kitchen, just quickly checking it to make sure that he can get the hatch open. But not too much done with Nico at this stage. He's still moving around bar, but as I say that, he has dropped the Church hatch, which is open. He's going to try and sit in a tricky spot here. This crate, actually quite a common little cheeky spot for people to sit on. Could be pre-fire, and actually wise of him to move away.
Pre-fire, not exactly what you'd want to start your second round off with, but Sinister will be pretty happy. A minute 30 off the clock. Fnatic now starting to make a bit more of a decisive move toward that first floor. Clearing out all those angles. Virtue will be able to win that first engagement on toward Nico. It is the Vigil down, so probably the best of a bad situation.
Yeah, I mean, he potentially delayed some time, might have done some work, and I mean, losing him as the first pick isn't going to make a massive impact besides the fact you've just lost somebody that can just shoot a gun. Virtue going to do some work here in the kitchen floor. Hold some angles as they get this hatch open. It is impact tricked, I believe, so nicely played from Sinister. Virtue just not seeing through those bars, not hitting those shots. Hatch is going to go open. The impact trick coming through again, though. I think it got enough of those charges to deny opening that. Only one X-Kairos left for Lusty. They can decide whether they want to use it on the hatch or whether it's a lost cause now. But this is burning a lot of time here, Manic.
That was incredibly well played because now, I mean, that hatch is just completely a no-go zone. Obviously still one X-Kairo left for Lusty. That's going to be placed on the church wall there. He might be able to get through it. Magnet's still just trying to open up another entrance point, a bit more of, rather not entrance point, a bit more of a view. However, I don't think he's going to be able to get through that either. Mentalist has been able to take out I said Milosh there. Take it away, my friend.
Milo, but no, they are going to push through church. Fisher is still sitting here. They're going to plant in the doorway. He can sneak up and deny this, but no, it's covered beautifully from the main stairs as Lusty takes him out. It's going to be up to Luna. She gets a nice shot. It's a 1 versus 3 though. Wheeling around to the back of church. Sees the one in Moto. Downs that player. It's up to Virtue and Magnet now. 2 versus 1. Time ticking away. Luna baiting this out, not hitting the shots though into church. She's fragged out by Magnet as Fnatic answer back with the next round.
Jeez, that was very well played from Fnatic there, just to open up that that angle directly into church and find the small rotate. I can't remember who it was. Who was trying to rotate from Sinister then to deny that plant?
I think it was Fisher.
Yeah, I think
on
it was.
On the
I didn't want to say. I thought maybe you might have had a better memory than I. However, after CCTV and Cash, Sinister on the 1 and go method. Not really happy to stick around, win or lose. And with that, they will be changing slightly. Not opting for that Vigil. And nor Fnatic are going to face with that 6th pick either. They're just going to stick with a very similar squad to what we've seen in the previous 2 rounds.
Yeah, and Sinister did stick the Legion here, so maybe they are a little concerned that Fnatic are just even thinking about bringing out Monty and they don't want to face around without the Legion. But I like that it's Nico that's gone on it. He was not necessarily particularly impactful on the Vigil in that last round, and to be honest, that could have just been the difference. If Sinister maybe just had a little bit more impact out of Nico, whether that's on a different op with utility, or whether that was just getting an actual frag on the roam, could have changed that around completely. I don't think their church hold was that bad in the end. Nonetheless, they have moved to CCTV Cash to see how they hold this, and so far, I like the operator lineup. I think there's a lot of delay potential in this.
Virtue hitting the early ping as well. Left dry, actually. So that will be a free wall to open up into ward construction. Unless my eyes were deceiving me there, which I'm not entirely sure. Looks as though it was left dry, so I might look just to open that up nice and early there. Virtue, you can see, just on the side. But in the meantime, Magnet, he's pretty happy to open up the top side of the CCTV wall. Well.
Good try. If that had come through, he would have been toast, so probably worth the attempt, but not to be. Magnet trying to get these bottom layers, but he's left some gaps there, which is a Maverick's worst nightmare, is having to come back to the middle to try and get some of these gaps. He does manage to do so, and will be able to be soft bridge now, I believe. So that's good time management there, taking just over a minute to be able to get that done. Pretty important step in this attack. Nico is roaming around again, around this lounge bottom of garage area. A lot of goo mines down below. That could be an adaptation specifically for Fnatic, because that's quite a strange place to be putting goo mines.
Wow. Wonder how much of a part that's going to have to play. And he is left for dead at the moment. I do mean only for the moment. Might be able to be picked up and saved. I'm not entirely sure just yet, but the problem is all the lines are being watched, so you would have to assume that Vinny's left for dead in this scenario.
Yeah, I think he's pretty lost in the sauce in that spot. I don't think there's going to be a chance of picking him up there. A lot of angles to be held there. Minute to go now. Luna does get one onto Mentalist. Oh, an unfortunate miss from the smoke there. Magnet will find that one. It is essentially a 4 versus 3 in favor of Fnatic, but Magnet has been taken low at least. There's not a whole lot left to take him down, and he does have diffusers, so if he is picked in construction, Fnatic will have to rotate. Virtue winning another gunfight there beautifully. Fnatic taking a big man advantage. Vinny did get picked up in all that mess though.
Oh wow, he did too. I did not expect that to happen. Thought for a second there Virtue was going to lose his life, but it is Vinny. And in fact falls at the hands of Tex. And this is looking pretty impossible from Sinister's point of view. Luna's going to have to go absolutely mental. And it's not going to happen whatsoever. Tex will close the round out. Fnatic finish that one with all sorts. I think that is an extremely strong round from them.
Definitely a great round from them. Some good time management. Going through their steps with relative efficiency. Some gunfights that really just didn't go the way of Sinister that could have changed everything. The smoke missing out on killing out Magnet there, taking him very low. And even Nico again onto Virtue, taking him very low and not finishing that kill. Both could have changed the course of the round. Not to be though, Fnatic are up 2-1. Mentalist teasing this Montaigne again. Will he actually stick this? Doesn't look like it.
Come on, Mentalist. Just come on. You know you want to. Ah, you beta. Oh, he's even gone the buck. I'm disappointed. Well, Smoke's been 6 picked as well for the Goyo.
Attackers need
Goyo.
to locate and defuse.
I think it's Goyo.
Yeah, I think it's Goyo as well. It's not as simple as the Aussie Goyo. That literally is like the
Sounds
most...
like
it's the most Australian thing I've heard. Goyo.
Sounds like a yogurt shop or something. Goyo. Anyway,
seriously.
It's good to see Sinister have gone away from the Vigil pick that they had last time. Essentially, they've rotated in the Goyo into their lineup, which I really like. It's going to create that extra layer of delay that could have made a massive difference because Fnatic did start to really run out of time in that last time they attacked Church.
Yeah.
Have to see whether that really does help them out or not. And one thing that Sinister did do really well was this impact tricking. That really did slow down the Fnatic attack and even change their course in the end. They ended up going straight for the Church as they couldn't get that kitchen hatch open.
I don't want to say, but I wonder if that Maestro will be used, that Maestro cam, to pop that bulk. Wait and see. I'm just like thinking ahead in my mind and it's not really ticking over too well today, I'll tell you that much. Tell you what, that pre-show really got me. That heat really got to me today. Anyway. Oh, wow, Virtue, hello. Well, that is very early to try and take an early engagement. Never mind. Backs away. No harm, no foul.
I mean, sometimes just to clear a room, all you have to do is just try and push them and shoot at them. You don't even have to get the kill. Scares them off, and that's what's happened. So essentially, that was the room clear. No harm, no foul, I think, as you said. So,
yep.
Moving forward in that first minute, it does mean that Fnatic have a lot of control in the bar section, and they can get to work onto these hatches. Again, the tail of the tape last time was really the struggle they had with the kitchen hatch. They have a little bit more time to deal with it this time, and it sounds like Lusty is around the kitchen area ready to attempt that as Virtue opens some holes. Magnet will make some work onto this Moto hatch, but Sinister trying to contest this.
A bomb has been located.
Looks like he'll be able to get through this successfully with, I want to say, little ease for now. Going to hold the more passive line, ensuring that he doesn't get caught out there, which they still continue to look for there. Fisho guy trying to find the opening.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
For all the bullets flying, no one's really taken any damage, so a clean slate. A minute left. Fnatic making decent time with opening the hatches as well. Oh, okay, that's not bad.
Could have been the death of Magnet. Actually, I'm not even sure he's got quite enough left in his torch to open this. Have to see how he goes here. He's going to be efficient. He does get it with just a little bit left in the tank. So nice efficiency there from Magnet. Sinister have allowed Fnatic to get a lot of control here, but the time is really starting to tick away. And it's hard to say whether this really favors Sinister or Fnatic. The fact they've got the control they want means they can probably go for the execute they want, but they haven't made much of a dent into Sinister, so Sinister have a big chance of getting the retake.
Nico still holding tunnel at the moment. Magnet now starting to waste those ADSs. X is now coming through as well, trying to hold down the line from Blue. User is being stuck from Lusty right now. Are they going to deny it? No. Well, they've actually pushed him off it. Oh, wow. Magnet's gone low there for a second. Have they got the opportunity to try and shut this down? It looks like they're going to have to let that diffuser stick. And now they're going to have to pay for the post plan. Fnatic, they've absolutely shut down Sinister here. Luna will be able to find one. Milo, two. But in a 2 versus 3, make that a 1 versus 3. They've just been shut down every which way they look. Sinister are having a lot of problems against Fnatic right now.
Yeah, it was looking very good in that first round, but has slipped away a bit thus far. Luna potentially had a chance to deny that. She pushed around that corner in Arsenal, pre-firing the kitchen hatch to find nobody. But the whole time she wasn't contested, and she was only a matter of meters away from the planter. So a bit unfortunate that she wasn't able to redirect her attention. She could have got the denial, but Fnatic holding strong there in post-plant and get themselves another round. Sinister are going to reattempt Gym Bedroom now that that is back open. They held it pretty well last time.
Came down and Eco just buying time. And Magnet sticking the diffuser and hoping for a Hail Mary. Vigil once again, 6 picked off. Oh, the Maestro.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
And the Ash will be brought for Mentalist now. I really hope we just get to see one Shieldy boy play. That's all I ask for, Mentalist. Please, for the love of God. Anyway. With that done and dusted, Fnatic are inching themselves closer to a very, very quick first match, I must say.
Yeah, it feels like it could be similar to what we saw in the first series tonight. Wildcard did end up on a 7-1, and you know what? Kanga did win the first round of that as well. So Lightning could be striking twice here. What that means for the second map, though, could be super interesting. But first map is still going. We are on round 5. Since they do still have a chance to bring this back, and Clubhouse defense is usually heavily favored, so they are struggling a bit here. Could be not a good sign for the rest of the map.
So Sinister just finishing off the eastern side of the defense as time starts to tick a little bit closer. See what the management's like for Fnatic. They are a little bit slow and methodical in their approach as well, but not in the same way Wildcard were earlier. There's always this feeling that Fnatic have done it in enough time, which I know sounds a little bit harsh coming from the point of view of Wildcard, but it always feels like they just leave it too late. Whereas Fnatic do have a buffer more often than not.
It's interesting because Fnatic actually used to have a very much similar attack issue that we see with Wildcard. And I guess through iterations of their lineup, they've seen a real change and a refreshening of their attacks. And while still a little low on time, it's definitely much more efficient than it used to be. Speaking of efficiency, they've got that Spar deck wall open. Magnet with a nice opening pick onto Fisher Guy. It's a good entry again on this side. Last time we saw Virtue push straight through in towards the gym door, and they had that open nice and early. When it's going to rotate through construction, and they realize that the push is not coming from that east side. They're just going to move away, and they're going to start focusing on where it is actually coming from.
And Jacuzzi Wallcat. Oh, wowzers. Tex. I don't know whether Tex is lucky to be alive or if Vinny is. It's much of a muchness in that position. Go just trying to hold that deep line from construction. Tex, will he give the opportunity to Sinister there? Doesn't look like it, but like you said, look at this time management. A minute left. They're going to be able to open up gym door, and, well, Sinister, they are definitely looking worse for wear right now.
Definitely under a lot of pressure, and they're going to have to start the fight back soon. They're trying to be patient, trying to be a little passive here to work some picks, but Mentalist gets another one onto Milo, so big man at disadvantage for Sinister here. Luna is in logistics. There's one at the hatch. She looks away. Might get picked. Oh, she gets the shot onto Tex, though. as she's stunned, but that's a nice pick. She gets hunted down straight away. A nice refrag from Virtue. Pushes through and gets another 4 versus 1, all up to Vinny, who's low HP, and finished off by Virtue. Massive round from him. Fnatic are just storming forward here on Clubhouse.
Well, Virtue just doing Virtue things just to close out the last 3 kills in that fashion. Just so aggressive, so sharp. The mind of a genius at some time. And now, this is really looking quite improbable for Sinister. The fact that they had started off so strong and have realistically, I feel like every round have tapered back just one step. For Fnatic, well, they're sitting very comfortable. You would dare say that they are going to be able to close out this last round as well, as all of them have had pretty much the ease and the comfort to do what they please.
Yeah, Sinister really need to contest them a little more. I like the patience that Sinister are trying to employ here, but the issue they're having is that Fnatic just have a little bit too much teeth towards the end of the rounds.
Yep.
And especially the last time that Fnatic attacked Church, they just had a bit too much control, and it really did make that retake hard for Sinister. To see how they do make the adaptation here. Nico has gone back onto the Vigil. Visho with this castle, castling offsite as well. We saw it previously, but it didn't really assist a whole lot. To see whether they hard hold this roam this time. Whether they decide just to drop back again.
10 seconds to go.
Well, for the last round of the half, this is very much a round that Sinister need. They can't really afford to come out of this on the defensive side of Clubhouse going 5-1. Not up against Fnatic. And, I mean, look, I would say more often than not we do see the Maverick banned on Clubhouse, and you're seeing how useful he can really be. Opening up not only just the original walls, the reinforced walls, but also the hatches as well.
Sinister have really doubled down on this roam here. They've got reinforcements up there on the spar deck. Vinny is just roaming around and opening some holes above, so they are going to have to clear this out because he can deny some of those hatches being opened. Potentially being tracked by the Jackal here very soon. Vinny going to hold the angle in cash. That drone does spot him out. Not peeking is Mentalist. Just taking his time. Vinny's going to move back. This could be just a really good time delay here. This is going to be potentially the make or break for Sinister.
They'll be able to take down Virtue. Had a very large impact in the previous. Get away scot-free. That's the sledge as well. Soft breaching, for the most part, taken away.
X kind of face-checking this right now. They don't realize that Nico has dropped away. I mean, not easy to find as the Vigil. Vinny does get a pick upstairs too, so his Hunter has become the hunted. That's the Jackal taken off the board, and now 5 versus 3 man advantage for Sinister, looking much better for them. This room working out really well.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Minute left. Magnet poking and prodding into Ward Cash CCTV. Rightful in doing so as well. There's still one more player up there they need to deal with, and they're going to have to deal with him quite fast, and that is going to be Magnet facing first. Vinny gets away as well. And with that, he's gone. He's out. It does look like Tex is going to chase. Oh, wowzers. Pixel in it, but they still make it back in time. It looks like Sinister are going to grab the last round of this half. Or maybe not.
Still 40 seconds to go. 2 versus 3 now as Tex finds Vinny. All full HP is Sinister remaining. Lusty and Tex, they've got a bit of utility. They can still get some stuff done here. Lusty is going to move towards Moto now. Move towards the church door. Going to try and get some holes open. Some pre-fires coming up from Arsenal, but not hitting the mark. Lusty pushing down the hallway here, getting a little aggressive. Doesn't see the person in Arsenal, though. That's going to be the end of the round, I'd say, as it's all up to Tex. Taken out by Sinister. They have bounced back. Got a second round for themselves. 4-2 after the first half.
Jeez, after Tex found those two, I kind of started to believe that was going to happen. Happens so often where you don't really want to hold your breath, and Tex could definitely pop off at any moment in time. So now we will be able to see how Fnatic fare on their defense. They definitely would have wanted to have... they would have wanted to complete the 5-1. Get it over and done with nice and quickly. Sinister just not interested. Not yet.
This is going to be Sinister having to dig deep here on their attacks on Clubhouse to bring this one back. Traditionally not super easy, and not easy, that's for sure, with a Thatcher Thermite ban. You would definitely think that the defense favored right now, but Fnatic managed to get 4 attacks. It's a big effort from them, and they look pretty good on most of their attacks. Really, Sinister only looking good for the 2 rounds they won, like the other rounds weren't super close. Luna going big for Sinister there on the 7 kills. See Virtue out there in the front. Lastly, the only one really low on the frags, but support players going strong for Fnatic. Sinister are going to have to figure out Fnatic's role here. Fnatic with the Vigil, maybe doing a room of their own.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds remaining.
All right, how is this going to pan out? An important start for Sinister. They managed to securely take the first round on the defensive side. Will they be able to follow suit here in this second half? Dare say it's going to be a little bit harder for them to come back on a 4-2 half, considering they're now on the attacking side. No Thatcher, no Thermite in play. Virtue just being an absolute nuisance here.
Yeah, he really is. And I like the aggressive start from Sinister. They moved up very quickly. They moved into stock. This might be a rush onto side here. Fisho with a nice hatch drop, getting first pick. Doesn't quite get the Jaeger. Fisho is actually on site though here. It's a 3 versus 4. He did actually get that Jaeger, my bad. 2 versus 4 as the plant's going down. Virtue's had to retake. He is in church, but can't quite get an angle onto plant as it goes down. Sinister, post-plant situation. Fnatic here on this retake.
I guess if there's anyone still alive, Virtue being the main one, it is still possible. Tex has been able to perform quite strong as well, so he's to find this opening into Ward Blue, but there's just too many angles for him to deal with. Virtue gets a little bit of information, but that should not be enough, and it isn't. Sinister, they take the first round on their attacking side.
I love that call from Sinister. I'm not sure whether it came from a drone call or gut instinct, but once they identified that Fnatic had a bit of a roam that they were trying to bait Sinister into, they just said, guys, let's just hatch drop. We can take blue, we'll go into Arsenal, we'll get the plant down. And they executed it really well off the back of Fisho being the first man down. So really nice from them. And it's 4-3 now, Matic. It's getting a bit close.
That it is. Sinister within touching distance. Definitely wouldn't have said so halfway through that first half. Fnatic were just looking so strong, but anything can change here. The Ash will be 6th pick for the Jackal. In the meantime, nothing else really changes. We will see the IQ coming out, hopefully to find some cheeky little lusty cams. Could be a good opportunity now to diminish that early intel that Fnatic might be able to gain. Interesting that we I generally associate Valkyrie on Fnatic with Magnet. Not so much Lusty, but 2 are the same, I guess. You got Legion for even more intel gathering. Those goon lines just such an annoyance.
5 seconds left.
That they are, and Sinister have the tools needed here to be able to try and take this round. It's a matter of whether they can do it efficiently. I think that's the name of the game here, is efficiency, because of these bans. Thatcher Thermite really means that time management is key. It's critical. I think that's been the theme of the night. We've talked about it a lot with Wildcard, and I think it's very much the same in this situation here. And Sinister are doing quite well. I really like the pace that they're approaching buildings with. It either tells me that they've got no fear, or they've just had really good droning in prep phase. They know where the enemies are, so they can just confidently move forward. I think that's a really great sign for them. Good start to the round, and we'll have to see how it works out.
They're already making a bit of a game plan here. Fisho guy just on that CCTV wall. Pretty much in that exact same position Magnet once was. Milo now does have a very cheeky line. He's going to go all the way across as well. Magnet was only opening up on that right-hand side wall. In fact, Fisho is more than happy to open up both.
Yeah, really doubling down on opening up this wall. He has left a part in the middle there, and it's going to get bucked open before he gets to really fix it up. Potentially, if they don't fix that, potentially wasted gas there. They are going to drain outside here. And look, maybe Sinister are thinking same thing as last time. They're seeing CC is pretty open. It's retakeable for sure. I mean, like, Mentalist is in a very strong spot there with that shield, but they look like they're almost ready for a quick attack here. They've still got half the round to go. Maybe not going to be the case, seeing as I just saw them drop off, but look, it's good so far. They've got to get a bit more control on Garage here, and it looks like that's what Vinny's going to start focusing on.
I believe there was that one player still sitting in Garage. There you go. So the second Vinny decides to push him, we'll have also the support of Milo out on the CCTV wall if he's still there, which he is. Does decide to move away for a small moment. A bit of damage from Vinny, in fact, and that's going to be a nice peek to come through. However, Vinny was prepared.
He was very prepared and trigger itchy because he took the shot first. Didn't take much damage for his troubles. Now they've got control of Garage in that top catwalk area. Very, very strong to have that now because they can start to funnel in through to CC and cut some angles, making the retake a little trickier. Milo sitting below as well to watch the rotate around Cash Stairs. Fisher going to open a small rotate here so they can get to the bomb a little bit safer. It's going to come down to how Fnatic can go with this denial in this final 25 seconds, Manic.
There's a very awkward line to try and hold. Mentalist waiting for those players to try and make it through. Luna takes down Tex, but Mentalist will drop the diffuser. Fisho guy being that main point of contact. Oh, the smoke blade doesn't go far enough, but it doesn't matter. He's still making it work. Nico manages to find a trade. Only 5 seconds left in it. Mentalist steps up massively. Will be traded out in the end. And will he have enough? Milo, he can't get onto the position fast enough, and Fnatic will win it by a whisker.
Really came down to that gunfight between Nico and Mentalist up in Cash, and Nico is going to be spewing that Mentalist was basically 1 HP from that engagement. That was 1 bullet away from Sinister potentially winning that round. Milo would have been able to cover the plant. Not to be, though. Fnatic will take another round. They've got a 2-round buffer now as they're 1 round away from securing at least 1 point. They will be defending Gym Bedroom for round number 9.
Just quietly, that was a 3-person hold from Mentalist there. Both the windows and then that secondary player. You're going to see it right now. Very nicely done from Mentalist. Thought that smoke bait might have been the that last kind of thorn, but look at that. Just so close in the end, but what a performance to just be able to hold that out long enough for Fnatic to run away. Run away with that round, and now look at the very least securing the draw. Sinister, they will be unimpressed with that round, that's to say the least.
Yeah, so close, but no cigar. They are going to have to dig deep now because they're going to have to get 4 perfect rounds if they want the 3 points from this map. Fnatic just itching at securing at least 1.
10 seconds left.
Sinister, it was a good attack though. They've put 2 pretty good attacks together. Pretty unfortunate for them to not get that round. Is what it is though, and if they can put together more good attacks, like this could be a really close map to finish it out. I'm kind of surprised how the attack phases have gone, to be honest.
It's been an entertaining match to say the very least. Well, I thought you saw something then. Saw you perk up for a second. I was like, ooh, what did you see that I didn't? Which is pretty much everything.
Now.
So, from this approach now, Sinister have, like you said, just been very good at making way toward their approach early on and putting the pressure back on the Fnatic. In that round specifically, that's just a huge step up from Mentalist. And now it's going to take a little bit more for this round. Lusty, how much time can he buy solo here? Does have the shoulder of Tex just in construction, so solo, but only in a small portion.
Yeah, and look, this is a very classic Fnatic club defense of Gym Bedroom. I've been doing something, an iteration of this for many, many seasons now. Sinister not taking any time to clear it out. This is beautifully played. Luna getting that opening frag onto Lusty. There's the kite off the board. Cash essentially clear. It's just this long angle being held here by Magnet. Virtue on a sneaky roam through bar. It's going to be... Oh, and Tex to join him. It's double. It's going to be a big onus on whether Sinister are actually watching their flanks. This could open the round for either of these teams.
Double trouble, you would dare say. And Fnatic have got the information. Go for the C4 through the flooring, and now they're going to back away as well. They'll have to do so quite quickly and ensure that they do not get caught on that rotate back in, which they're not going to either. Sinister, they weren't prepared for something like that, which is completely fine, completely expected in that position. And now Milo, the drone already pre-placed rather. Mentalist has been able to spot it out, so more than likely we'll expect some sort of movement in the logistics.
Yeah, so Tex trying to cover with a bit of a cross angle or a soft angle held in the hallway there. Could be trying to bait Milo to drop down or try and peek that for the frag. Confident push in through Nico here. He's going to buck a hole open so that he can get another angle into logistics. So this is a real play and a fight for logistics here. Both teams seeing it as a necessary spot to hold on the map for this final execute as we enter the 30 seconds. Nico will find Tex though. That is the one that was in the hallway. Milo's been down by the Go-Yo, but it's traded out by Nico. 2 versus 4 as Vinny unfortunately gets a team kill. And all of a sudden, it's actually down to Milo who's down. He withstands. And oh, that really, really fell in the wrong way really quickly.
Well, that is not what you want to be seeing. Milo, what pieces can you collect? 5 seconds left. This is not doable whatsoever. How did that go so horribly wrong from Sinister? It started with a team kill, and it ended with Magnet and Virtue mopping up.
Unfortunately, Sinister is starting to build a bit of a rep here with thrown rounds, people like to say. That was basically a 5 versus 2.
Don't say that, shh.
And Milo got downed, the team kill happened, and then I don't know where the rest of the frags came from, but just out of nowhere, and all of a sudden it was just a 2v1. Yeah, look, Sinister had that in their grasp, but now it's 6-3. They've got 3 rounds they need to get in order to save the point. Fnatic have at least secured 1 point for themselves here, and they are going to be defending Church now, which they lost in pretty dramatic form last time.
Yeah, that was a bit of a thumping. So hopefully for Sinister, they can double down on that and ensure that. And we do see the 6th pick onto the Jaeger.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
with
as
that
many
now,
bombs as they can.
hopefully they will be more prepared. They do, I don't know, I do tend to lean into this being a similar strat for Fnatic. Maybe not identical, but similar operators to what we saw that first occasion.
Definitely doubling down on intel denial, bringing both the Mozzie and the Mute, which makes me think they are still going to stick Virtue maybe off-site, or at least bait that, because they want to really slow down these drones with Sinister, because one thing I'm definitely noticing with Sinister's attacks is their early drones must be great, because they're approaching buildings quick, they're getting the easy map control quite quickly, and that's helping them set up for some pretty decent attacks. So I think that's what Fnatic's trying to target here.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Let's see if the trend gets bucked for Fnatic. Whether they're able to find a cheeky opening frag. It doesn't look like Sinister are really approaching any point in which Fnatic could let slip, let fly, whatever you want to say. Milo opening up in toward the garage position. There are 2 players in toward Cash CCTV. I believe that's in Cash. Cash in construction with one of the players in construction moving back. It's just a bit of an old switch and beta-roo.
Playing it quite similarly to how Sinister were playing their version of the roam. But you know what? Last time Sinister just ignored it, and I'd almost say that's something that they could do again this time. They don't really need to push this top floor. I mean, they could just do, like I said, what they did last time, in just ignoring it, dropping straight down through the blue hatch and go into Arsenal. There's 2 defenders on this top floor. I believe Virtue is still playing around bar. They are trying to clear it out. Nico almost losing it. Nico tagged low. Virtue's going to rotate through into kitchen. This is causing a bit of chaos here for Sinister. It's taking a lot of time, and they haven't really put a whole lot of pressure. Virtue tagged a little bit, but nothing dangerous at this stage.
There we go. Milo opening up on toward Tex. And now they'll continue through. See Virtue just trying to hold on a little bit longer. Lusty buying enough time. Might be able to buy plenty, but no, coming up from the stairs, Fisho. They catch them in a bit of a trap. And with this, Fnatic, are they going to drop this bottom defense once again?
I think it could all hinge on Virtue here. He's just activated his ability there. Might not be sure whether he's still there or not. And that's going to be the key. If he gets spotted out somehow, they might be able to trade him out. Pretty efficient clear. They've still got a minute to deal with things. And if they get this third player, it means there's only 2 on site. They can trade it out pretty effectively for the win. There's a player really close to Virtue here. Main stairs runs into his way. That's Milo taken out. He is trapped in this instance. It's just a matter of someone with a nice pre-fire getting it. They're going to have to do it soon because he might bail out that hallway door. There we go. He's taken down, but only 35 seconds, Manic.
Magnet watching the hatch as well, so the second they try to make the move closer, he will be executed. However, back in that case, I think the Goomine might have even saved him, just pulled him off the angle right as Magnet was about to hold down that line. Still, here comes the flash. Magnet playing catch there. It's going to be Luna the drop down. Mentalist steps up with 2. He brings it back into the realm of possibility. The diffuser is going to be stuck in this scenario. The hallway's being watched. Mentalist! He finds the third as well. There's only 1 left. It's Fisho Guy against Mentalist. He's only got the 1 to find. Surely Mentalist cannot make this work. Just edging around. My God, what is that to come through? What a way to close out map number 1 for Fnatic.
Huge round from Mentalist, getting the quad kill there. Fnatic were totally on the ropes. The roam did get dismantled, giving Sinister about a minute to play with only 2 left. Luna getting Magnet to eat the stun and take the frag, but Mentalist was still there, closed it out. In the end, a pretty strong map from Fnatic, I think that's fair to say.
TY for content. Well, that's one way to put it, Mentalist. My oh my. Making a statement in the ANZ scene.
Really is there, and look at him stepping up there with 12 frags, just behind Virtue on the 13. It really was a pretty high fragging game for Fnatic. Lusty not really getting in on the frag fest, but was assisting, obviously, with drones. If you want to support Team Fnatic there, of course, that beautiful Nomad skin is available in store. And look, why not support them after such a strong performance there? They really are still so dominant on Clubhouse.
They just... Look, to be honest, the individual prowess of this team, the caliber of player is just so scary. And you're seeing it there, you know, like even on rounds where we think things are going to flip the way of Sinister, Magnet steps up, Virtue steps up, Mentalist now steps up, Tex has a say. Like things are just continuing on in this trend.
Really is. And I think that's the scary thing about the Fnatic lineup right now is that they're all, like you said, high caliber. They all have the ability to go large, and it's not even necessarily in frags. It's about contextually going large. So Mentalist just then, for example, in a 1v, pretty much 1v5, 1v4 situation, clutched it out. And yeah, you could say, put Virtue in that situation, he can do that. Put Magnet in that situation, he can do that. That is quite scary. So yeah, a really good showing from them in the end. Sinister definitely threw stuff at them. Sinister looked pretty good on at least half of those rounds, maybe even more.
Yep.
But Fnatic could still take it to them.
Yeah, they certainly can. Well, that's the third map done and dusted for today. We have 1 more left. We're going to go to a short break, and on the other side, maybe revenge for Sinister.
Attackers. 10 seconds left.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. Then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. 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 I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me.
An explosive way to finish Clubhouse. That was Mentalist in a 1v4, something that we're going to remember for quite some time. However, just discussing in the short break that we had, a bit disappointed from Sinister.
Yeah, I mean, they played pretty well. Again, it's similar to last week. They had some really great rounds, some really good stuff, but just not able to lock out some of those rounds and maybe just a little loose, not quite as tight as they needed to be.
Yep.
But like, I think to an extent they can be kind of proud of the effort they put up against Fnatic. I think they put up a pretty good fight. Fnatic is too strong Clubhouse, and that's just something that's happened in the past, and it seems like it's going to be a continuing trend.
Just the trend of Fnatic. Yep. Just Fnatic being Fnatic, doing Fnatic things. So I guess for Sinister now, regardless of how they went that map or what was going on, that needs to be moved aside because we still have one more match. We still have the next map, which I think Sinister have come into well prepared, and I also think that this is a very good opportunity for them to show the ANZ region, regardless of whether they go 0-4 by the end of today, I don't care. This is a really good opportunity for them to show up.
Yeah, it is, and it's like I said, like they've kind of half showed up, and now it's time for them to get some points.
Yeah.
Or at least one. So hopefully it's going to be really interesting to see how the veto pans out.
Yep.
I definitely thought Clubhouse might have been close. I said that Sinister have previously been not too bad at Clubhouse.
Yep.
I would say that kind of indicated Fnatic still strong, Sinister okay at Club. So yeah, I'm really curious about what the second map might be.
You know what?
What's that?
You don't have to wait. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at where the veto is going to take us. Consulate, Coastline, Border, Bank, Villa, and Clubhouse are off.
Okay.
Leaving us with Cafe.
Interesting.
There we go. I nearly went the other way with that one, but we got there in the end. So, how are we feeling on Cafe of all maps?
It's interesting it's got to here. I mean, Fnatic double banned it last week.
Yep.
So they were not intent on playing it last week at all. Previously, they've done not too bad on Cafe. Likewise with Sinister, Cafe can sometimes favor a little bit of randomness.
Yep.
But like we said earlier, it's traditionally a little bit one-sided. So I think Sinister will probably be starting defense, actually, seeing as Fnatic had the final veto.
Yep. So defensive side.
Yeah, and look, Sinister, they lost it last week against the Nixian. Very close, though. They played quite well in it, so could show up against Fnatic.
I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
You said Bank might show up.
Yeah.
Fnatic banned Bank, a second ban.
Yep.
Do you think that this is from last week's misstep? Do you think that this has haunted them through to the second play? Well, technically their second play day.
Yep. I mean, potentially, yeah. I think maybe they identified some of their weaknesses on Bank and just thought not worth the risk against Sinister.
Yep.
Sinister not a bad Bank team from what I've seen. Also, Fnatic, a little bit historically not that great on Bank. They went through a real patch last season and start of last season, or like pre-last season, where they really had some struggle matches on Bank, and they started just vetoing it. So it was a bit brave of them, I guess, to play it last week, and maybe they've just decided, you know what, let's just put it back on the shelf, work on it a bit longer.
Put it on the back burner, hey?
Yeah.
Well, new squad, new you might be able to make something work. Let's have a look what you at home thought. We're going to see an 86%. Look, a 1% increase for the win of Sinister and a 3% increase of the draw.
Yep.
Not too bad. I went on and voted for Sinister just to give him a little bit more of a heads up. So maybe
Good Samaritan.
Maybe I gave him. I'm a good Samaritan at that point. Maybe I gave him a percent. Maybe I was the 1%er that counts. You know, we talk about that a lot. Maybe not in. Actually, I feel like we should be talking about that in esport. It's a sport term that is used widely. The 1%ers, right? It's the small things that count. And bringing that into a game like Rainbow Six, where there are like 0.01%ers, right? There are tiny things that you can miss that play a huge part in a round.
Absolutely. You want to talk about the 1%ers? I mean, there's a lot of 1%ers that worked in Fnatic's favor in that final clutch that Mentalist had. Just those really, really minor details, minor mistakes from those Sinister players in that clutch situation that kind of cost them that round and cost them the map. But they've got another chance here on Cafe. We are going straight into it with the vetoes here, and this could really change the way it plays out. There's some really strong operator bans that you can pull out.
What are you expecting to see?
Probably another Thatcher ban.
Yep.
I really am not going to be surprised if there's another Thatcher ban. Maybe a hard breacher on attack. Defense, I think it's not going to be any different between the classic Maestro, Mirror, Echo trio.
Well, what are we going to see? There we go. Hibana banned out.
Yep.
We saw that in the previous match as well on Cafe with Wildcard and Kanga. Will we see the Thatcher band come through for Fnatic, taking their sweet time in deciding as well?
Yeah, maybe not as well, because Fnatic are starting attack. So they've now got the power to make it a little bit easier for themselves by not banning Thatcher.
Well,
but no.
There we go. Default straight back into the Thatcher and support yourself. Help you, help them. I guess if you are looking at it, you're probably playing for the long haul here and attempting to get to that second half and really demolish that defensive side. Mirror will be banned out. And are we going to see the Mirror Echo combo, or are we going to see a bit of spice in our life?
Is up to Sinister as well. They are starting defense, so maybe they might pull out something a bit edgy here to help themselves secure a pretty strong defense half. Might be the case. Oh, the Kaid. That's the Thatcher situation there. Interesting, because they are starting defense. They could have really abused that if they wanted to, but deciding not to. And Fnatic, yeah, they're going to have to be just looking to stay in touch in the first half. Traditionally, that's how it works.
Yep.
Since they're going to have to come out strong, they're going to want to get some momentum as well, because this is the other thing, is like, you can say a map is defender-sided, sure, but either way, you win 5 rounds in a row, that's momentum, man. Yeah. Like, it doesn't matter what side you're on.
No, that's very true. That is very, very true. And the fact of the matter is, we see that all the time, right? Teams, and rightfully so, when you start to get on a bit of a move, it can really increase that potential to just snowball, right? And just completely roll down the hill at 1,000,000 miles an hour and end up being the size of bloody New York City anyway. Moving forward here, let us have a look at where we're headed. On toward the top floor, cocktail bar, and see how they decide to hold this. I feel like there's not too many crazy integrations of the hold on the top floor. I feel like it's nothing that's like, oh wow. Maybe with Nico, who knows?
Yeah, I have no doubt that Nico has some interesting angles on Cafe. One big trap that is going to be setting up here in general is Sinister have 2 C4s in their pockets.
10 seconds remaining.
Seeing as the Habana was banned out, that now means that you have to get up close and personal with a wall to open it. So you're a bit vulnerable for C4s, and that's something that Cafe is pretty great for, is you can C4 a lot of spots on that floor. So Thermite definitely going to be at some risks when they try and open things.
Oh, wow.
Capitalize on that.
How good was that from Lusty? Just expected Valkyrie to try and make a move there. Watched where the cam came from. And see you later. That's a bit of unfortunate start for Sinister, but now they're going to have to move on from this. Virtue thinks he might have spotted another one. However, they are going to open up the direct line. Oh my god, Magnet, what is that?
Oh my god. That was a great line of sight from Magnet. Great timing. Was it drone down or not? Either way, that's a big opening pick, because that is one of those C4s that I spoke about now being off the board. And also, if the Mozzie catches a drone mid-round, it's not going to be moved. So, great start from Fnatic now. Sinister on the back foot already.
Oh, I really enjoyed that. That was a bit of cheek. That was a bit of cheek. Now, it is an incredible start where they can really start to dictate the pace here. Sinister going to adapt to this. How are they going to slow this down and put the pressure back onto Fnatic? Are they going to get aggressive? Are they just going to turtle? Maybe even play for a retake at a certain point. Wait and see. As now Fnatic can approach with still a full minute 30 left. They can have piano control pretty quickly as Tex has already taken Cigar.
Very much so, but they have given up the control they did take below. Not sure if Sinister is playing an operator still below there. It is actually Milo, but he doesn't have the C4, so no real danger there for the wall opening. Lusty there on the Thermite. And Fnatic now just going to take a little bit of time just to secure themselves. They've got pretty important foothold in Piano. Very critical part to attacking this top floor. Vinny just getting a bit intel there on that evil line. Thinking about engaging, taking some shots, but not hitting anything. Milo will hit Magnet, though. That evens out the man count. And just under a minute to play out.
He might be given a second here if that player actually inches a little bit closer instead. Deciding to back away from the hatch. Milo can still hold down that long line with the ACOG. The bullet hose, as Monkey likes to put it for me. Do enjoy the... Oh, okay. Tex just firing some warning shots across toward Vinny. Mentalist was in a nice position. Virtue actually manages to capitalize on a kill. Now Milo's going to try and pick up the pace to come behind them, but Virtue's been able to take down Fisher Guy. 20 seconds left. Sinister, they're actually not in the worst position. Milo has been spotted, and he'll be forced to back away.
Yeah, I think they're very much aware that Luna is the only one actually on site. They're pushing deep here. Lusty pushing through with the Fuser. Could have been bad. Luna just peeks away. No awareness at all that they were actually in bar. Milo is below. Thinking about denying. They're not sure where the plant is as Lusty does secure it. So now post-plant for Fnatic. 2 versus 1. Milo, the only player up for Sinister. And Tex is on around 50 HP. Not going to be easy for him at all, that's for sure.
Doable or not? I feel like not. Especially with how much time has now been drawn. It is already halfway through on that diffuser. Still yet to even find his way to the 3rd floor. By the time he gets there, there will be little to 5 seconds left on that diffuser to make it work. Just trying to pre-fire everything possible. It's coming down to it. Lusty waits and Fnatic execute perfectly. Round number 1 taken into the hands of the attacking side, and there is no doubt about it. That was flawlessly done from Fnatic.
Yeah, really, really well read by them when they realized that Luna was the only one there pushing deep to secure that frag. And that crossfire in that post-plant situation was perfect. There's no way that Milo was getting through that double door without being at least refragged. So nicely played from Fnatic getting that first round. Not too shabby from Sinister, but not quite good enough. And they're going to actually rotate off that bomb site. They're going to go to reading.
Yep. Sinister, for the most part on club as well, weren't too happy with sticking around for longer than the 1 round. Whether they win or lose, they try to move on, try to forget about whatever has just happened in that previous round. Fnatic are going to stick with that IQ. Obviously a fair bit of information you can gather through the electronic devices. And plenty of them there will be. Mute, the Mozzie and the Jaeger on the side of Sinister. No Valk this time though.
Alright, not going for that extra intel, but going for the extra denial with Luna on the castle. Is a different site though in reading, and they look like they are going to do the classic double down and cocktail. Very, very important part to hold on Cafe when you're defending reading. So delaying time as much as possible. Saw a very similar setup here from SSG actually this week with NA in their game against Rec, using the castle to comfortably hold cocktail and delay that push. Sinister maybe taking some inspiration from that. A little bit of a common strat, but we'll see their adaptation. They're definitely dedicating a lot to it, that's for sure.
Well, Nico's finding some cheeky spots, as is the way, what we have come to expect. Mentalist on the back of Tex's shoulder. They'll start to get nice and early info. 2 minutes down. Rather not even, it's 30 seconds down, and Fnatic have made a fair bit of leeway. The IQ obviously already detecting anything that was on that 2nd floor across toward mining, and to be fair, there was nothing really there.
Bomb located by attackers.
And not a whole lot on entry so far. No engagements, but Fnatic have started to take some map control here. Mentalist is in the mining room. They're droning him through train, trying to get a bit more map control, as Virtue will take the opening pick onto Nico. Actually trying to do a run out, it looks like. But not to be. Virtue securing that, and look, Sinister, they haven't had much luck with these opening engagements, and maybe that's what was the big issue in that first round, is just not having that extra person towards the end.
Yep.
Just gave them that big enough gap for Fnatic to abuse.
And abuse it, you can bet your bottom dollar they will. They'll be wasting too much time, obviously. The barricade will be dealt with swiftly by Virtue if he decides to go in that avenue, which he already has. Here comes the frag grenade. That'll flush out any remaining members from Sinister. They are still holding on to the position, however. They're not completely backing away. Decision's going to have to be made quite soon. That is a lot of smokes going out between smoke babes and just regular smoke grenades.
Yeah, they are definitely hard hold committing to this cocktail, and really they do need to hold it for a lot longer. Magnet will get taken out by Fisho from below. Nice angle from him. Those smokes actually working against Fnatic. Luna has been taken out as Mentalist finds another. So Sinister all of a sudden are left with 2 members up. There's Vinny and Milo. 45 seconds remaining as it looks like Fnatic are really pushing straight towards Reading now. They know they've got that control. They're ready to start opening that wall in the Pillars hallway and get ready for this execute.
Rotating around, making themselves at home. Sinister are going to have quite the trouble denying this, or even retaking it if that's what comes to it, which is exactly what's going to happen. Milo not even close to denying it. And it is just going to be slow and methodical. Unless they can find an early pick. Vinny did not see that player coming around the backside of Mining. That will be taken down. Milo remains. Does find the trade. How much more can he realistically get in this position? He would have to go absolutely mental here. Unable to do so, as it's Mentalist to close him out.
Sinister just not securing that retake and not really in good positions in the end once their site players are fragged out. Definitely a much stronger round from Fnatic on that attack. Really just pushing, taking the control they wanted. And then once they realized that they had sight, they just went straight for that plant. So really well played from them. Again, Sinister will continue to rotate. They will move down to the kitchen bomb site now and try their luck there.
Again, just continue to move. And I guess that is, you know, it's a double-edged sword, right? You're confident in your ability to just move around, and at the same time as you don't really want to reattempt and give Fnatic the opportunity to just, I mean, at that point you wouldn't really need to adjust too much on the same site. All depends on how you decide to play it, unless you have multiple ideas on how you want to approach that defensive side. For now, Fnatic are off to a flying start. 2 rounds on the attacking side and counting. Sinister have to be a little bit worried here.
Yeah, Fnatic are also traditionally, usually, a bit better on the second map, a bit stronger. It's like they take most of a first map to warm up or something, and so far they're looking pretty good on Cafe. You talk about rotating between or around sites being a bit of a double-edged sword. Another side of that is that if you go through all 3 of your preferred bomb sites and lose all 3, that's a little bit demoralizing as well. It's like, wow, the 3 bomb sites we've prepped, we lost first go each time. What do we do now? You have to go back and retry another one. And if you're rotating because you're unsure what went wrong, it's a really tough position to be in. So hopefully Sinister can figure something out, whether it's this side or whether they have to reattempt the other bomb sites. See how this round pans out here. And Fnatic put Magnet onto the Ashe this time. They're all having a go at Ashe tonight.
You have an Ashe, I have an Ashe, we all have an Ashe. That's all right. I feel like that is the versatility of Fnatic and the players that they have on that roster. You can freely choose to do so, especially when you're up against a team that, by all means, is a lesser tiered team. Fnatic are just on another level. Sinister know it as well. So this is always going to be a tricky match for them.
Absolutely. I was talking to Vinny earlier in the week as well, and he said that actually they'd been preparing a lot with Fnatic in the off-season, so they felt quite confident coming into this that they knew enough about Fnatic to work out some counters and work around their playstyle. And look, we did see a bit of that on Club, but so far they've really struggled on Cafe. They are only 2 rounds deep, but I think I'm going to have to see a lot more out of Sinister if they want to salvage this map.
Again, it's always not so much the rounds that are getting away from them, it's rather how they are escaping the grasp that is the talking point at the moment. Vinny, hang on that Maestro outside just in the cupcake. I don't know whether Dev ever renamed it. He was just always so confident about that being Cupcake Stall.
Yeah, that's what I've called it too. And Virtue, wow. Opening frag grenade onto Luna. Fnatic continuing. Bit of dominance now, you could almost call it on this map.
It is definitely a dominant performance. There is no 2 ways about it, Raven. And whether Virtue is going to find another line there or not is still yet to be seen. Nico does, however, get a response and make that 2. Mentalist falls. And maybe a 3rd as well. Lusty out in the open. Tex is still trying to figure out which way he realistically wants to approach this. He's got 2 players to worry about. Edging around the corner, finds Fisher Guy. Now might be able to trade out on a Nico, but is it too little too late?
might just be as Tex loses his face. 1 versus 3, all up to Virtue. He's on less than 25 HP as well, so essentially 1 shot, maybe 2 with a defender's gun, depending on what it is. But look, it's not out of the realm of doability. We talked about the ability of Fnatic players to clutch in these situations. Virtue is more than capable, but he's only got 20 seconds, Manic. Not very long at all. Diffuser next to those VIP dining stairs. So many angles to worry about. Virtue second-guessing himself and ticking away here. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to pull this off as he walks into a Grismot concussion mine. Time will tick away as Sinister will secure their first round for the map now. It's 2-1. Come back on.
I mean, after that, yeah. But again, for that round, Nico has to step up massively. So I think that that's a telling tale. That if one player needs to pull out a 3-piece for you to have a better chance, it's probably not the method in which you'd choose to go for.
Yeah.
But there is 2 ways of looking at it, right? That was a dominant round, and it takes 2 to tango. There's no way that just Nico can do that on his own without any support whatsoever. And you see it there exactly. So
yeah, to dismantle a good team, it takes teamwork. So since they definitely have to keep the teamwork up, they are going to reattempt reading.
Yep.
It's the bomb site they felt they could fix the easiest. Maybe not backing themselves on that top floor, or just deciding they want to hold that in their pocket for a little bit later. See what changes they've made here on this site. Still doubling down in Cocktail. They haven't got the castle this time, which could have been a source of delay last time, so it's going to be interesting what they've decided to implement instead of the castle and how that's going to actually work towards the delay.
Well, if there's ever a chance, you're probably going to want to back it up on this one.
5 seconds left before
Cheeky little concussion mine from Ala there.
Yeah.
attackers are moving out to locate a
And
bomb. Attackers have dropped
let's
the bomb.
see, Fnatic. They even got off to a good start in that previous one. It took the Titanic kind of performance from Nico to make that a possibility. So you would dare say if Fnatic are still feeling comfortable, which you know that they are, you would not even doubt it for a second. They'll be able to back this up pretty quickly.
They're going to do the classic top-down clear. Since they did have, at one stage, 3 roamers on that top floor. Not sure if they've doubled down on that. 2 Fnatic players now moving down, though, so maybe they've decided not to hard push it just yet. Nico is around in train, now rotating over towards dining. So Fnatic can take mining if they wish. They are at that window as Milo takes some pot shots and rotates back down white towards Cocktail to meet up with Vinny, his teammate, as they burn the first minute off, as Fnatic is still trying to get a foothold of what's happening here and deciding exactly what they're going to do.
Vinny not shy in trying to hold. Luna's in a good position as well. Obviously got the vision directly through to dining with that. Just those goo mines that can be such a nuisance, such a pain in the backside, or rather in the foot, ankle, wherever they end up being lodged. And slowly but surely Fnatic taking control of that top floor. Their time management is impeccable when it comes down to these later parts of the round. Will it continue?
Those Mozzies continuing to be a bit of a trouble there for Fnatic. A couple of drones unable to advance, thanks to those pests being a bit of a pest, aptly named. Nico has rotated back to reading, trying to peek some of these angles. And look, Fnatic have now discovered the Bomber's virtues, peeking around into reading. He might take this little cheeky entry himself or just hold this angle. Might be able to get the first pick. Does hit a shot. No, actually misses that shot. Very much aware that he is in pillars now. And oh, cheeky rotate. Fisho did hit the floor in time, only taking a little bit of damage as Virtue also takes a little bit of damage. 30 seconds to go now. Fnatic have not made much progression. Magnet been taken low as well. This could be another good round for Sinister here. I say that as Milo is taken off the board, Manic. 25 seconds. Can Fnatic get another?
Well, Vinny is trying to have a say about this. Luna as well, still holding down that line into ward, dining from the staircase. Vinny taking down Magnet. He might even be able to shut down Virtue as he comes around the corner, ducking and weaving around those bullets. He remains to stay alive, but that diffuser out in the open, not a chance in hell for Fnatic. And Sinister back up a second round. That is 2 apiece now.
Yeah, a bit of momentum working towards Sinister. They can start working their way back through these bomb sites. Cocktail will be open for them now if they want to take it, which looks like they will. If they manage to secure this one, they could be looking at a 4-2 half, which would be pretty good. Pretty successful defense considering how those first 2 rounds were going for Fnatic. It was looking very much all Fnatic. Sinister have gone against the green here. Hope they can make some adaptations now on this 3rd floor bomb site, as the first round wasn't too great.
Nope. It really wasn't. Or the point, and for argument's sake, say Sinister have been able to adapt. Let's say that Fnatic don't get that early kind of control. Let's hope that the kind of time management that was brought for Fnatic in that previous round continues to follow suit here and makes their life a little more difficult for Sinister's way. However, I would dare say that Fnatic won't make the same mistake twice.
Not likely there, and a change to Sinister for this bomb site is Luna on the Goyo. And the extra shields and a bit of extra time delay. See if it can come to some effect this time. Vinny reprising the Maestro. Worked pretty well in that last round. Vinny getting a couple of kills on the Maestro, really holding fast in Cocktail.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Again, I'd expect Sinister. They got 2, potentially 3 C4s now with the Goyo. So I imagine they're going to try and play some players below, and again, maybe bait out that Thermite to actually walk into a bit of a C4 trap.
A bomb has been located.
Lusty again, you can see just holding that drone off from the actual housing itself. Instead, opting to make sure that there's nothing coming out of those windows, i.e. vault cams. Realistically, it's the only thing you've really got to worry about. Until it's going to get the early information, it's going to push the remainder of Sinister back. Nico, however, still happy with this line.
Oh, his foot was sticking out though, and Mentalist did get a couple of bullets into it, so he's very low on HP. That nade is going to finish him off. Really well done from Fnatic. Could have been a kill to Nico, but it was shut down. Sinister will go man disadvantage again in that first minute. Gonna have to claw back again. Very familiar position for them for most of these defenses.
I feel like Nico is definitely a double-edged sword to have as a player. Sometimes does some just nutty things and incredible openings, and other times just gets caught out trying to find a cheeky little opening. So they're definitely down the player now. Oh, Magnet, fortunate enough to be alive. Low on HP, but still can have quite the large impact here on the Buck. Benny sitting back from Cocktail, like you said before, a very nice performance from him in that prior round. Holding down for your boys Sinister and Lass. Can't forget
The Luna Lass.
That's it.
Fisher getting a little aggressive trying to peek that piano, but look, I feel like this is a pretty similar pattern, right? Fnatic have been pretty good on entry, and they've had quite a long period of stall for one way or another. They've spent the last minute or so not doing much, but Magnet finally gets the frag grenade onto Vinny. That's a strong frag. That's the Maestro off the board who comes in really helpful in that final, like, 30 seconds. Tex finds another, so all up to 2 left on Sinister, Milo and Luna. Fnatic are really swooping through bar now. Luna will catch one off guard. It's Mentalist on the white stairs, but Virtue gets another. It is all up to Luna with 30 seconds to go. Blind throwing a C4, not finding anything. Fnatic will get this plant down, and Luna is taken out. Fnatic get that round. 1 round to go for the half, and Fnatic are up 3-2.
The attacking side, they've got to be very happy with that. Sinister bit back. Are they going to be able to close it out and keep things even? They're definitely going to need to here. I can't see a world in which Fnatic finish the 4-2 half on their attacking side and don't close this out. I just don't foresee that being a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally that would be quite surprising, but they've looked pretty good on these attacks so far. They definitely struggled on the kitchen attack last time, mainly on the back of a really big individual effort of Nico, though. Yep. So if they can isolate that or shut that down a bit quicker, maybe this could play out differently. Speaking of differently, Mentalist is actually 6th pick to a Blackbeard. It's the first Blackbeard pick we've seen all night. Not really commonly picked anymore. So maybe they got something really in particular in mind, potentially to combat that Nico position. Straight up face checking it with the Blackbeard, perhaps.
Yeah. Baller. Baller. All right. So, as we find ourselves at the end of the first half, kitchen will be the place of choice, and like you said, don't need to reiterate, Nico. But whether they're going to have a lucky moment from an individual player or not, that is going to be yet to be seen. Luna thinks so. But these black eyes are going to be quite important, the early intel that they gather. However, Tex on that IQ has been extremely vigilant in detecting those electronics nice and early, so I dare say they will know well and truly before they get there.
Just quickly droning out that top floor just to make sure there's not a double floor room they have to clear out, and it doesn't appear like that's the case. They are going to start to surround downstairs. Garage reinforced off, so that's a massive line of sight that you can't utilize, and maybe an undervalued way of setting up this site is actually reinforcing that garage. It means if you want that line of sight down that white hallway to cut rotation, you actually have to use hard breach, which is quite valuable. Oh, Fisho going to get aggressive. Takes some shots at that door, but not actually connecting any onto the player. But it is going to slow them down, make them think twice about entering, and now they're going to have to re-drone it out, that kind of thing. C4 not hitting there. Seems to be a bit of a case with Sinister actually in his defenses. They've thrown a lot of C4s to no effect.
Yep. Lack of information, you think?
Yeah, they could be just winging it.
Yep, just Hail Marys.
Yeah.
Maybe going off like slight audio cues, maybe some intel they had earlier in the round.
Yep.
But I definitely agree with you. I feel like we've only seen maybe one. Well, okay. How? Well, doesn't matter how. Still alive and still makes it a 5v5, but that was way too close for comfort.
Yeah, Fisho very much trapped now. Mentalist just going to toss that stun. No one in coat check to crossfire, so Fisho is a sitting duck, basically. He is stuck in this corner. Nico, though, opens it again on this bomb site, taking out Magnet. Mentalist with a goo mine in his foot, not wanting to peek. Oh, Fisho almost takes him out, takes down the shields. He's so low, finally downed. Luna will finish him off. Looking good for Sinister again here. They've opened it pretty strongly. They've got a minute to go. A lot of them tagged to half HP, but strong man advantage.
Yeah, that VIP holder's turning out to be more frustrating than what it's worth for Fnatic. That's twice now they've had their attention diverted in 2 separate rounds onto Fisho Guy, and Tex is still so unsure on what to do here, on how to approach this. Luna's been able to double up, so the support's going to be there. Tex takes down Milo in the meantime. Fisho Guy is getting a little bit antsy, expecting Tex to start to push in a little bit further now. There's been no movement so far from Fnatic, but 20 seconds left. They have to make a choice here, and they're going to go into the site. Fisho Guy's there.
Virtue does refrag that though, so it's 3 versus 2 as he's taken out by Vin. All up to Luster. He's actually outside the building. He's just re-entered, doesn't see the one behind the counter, and that is Sinister closing out the half. 3-3 at the end of the day, Manic, which it's not fantastic, but at least it's 3-3. It could have been a lot worse for them after this first couple of rounds.
It looked like it was going to be one of those 5-1 kind of halves, with Fnatic starting to really run away with it. They were looking so confident and so sharp. Good to see Sinister bouncing back, and now they've put themselves in an okay position. Obviously, we do talk about Cafe being defender-sided, but I would have to say toward the end of that half that Sinister were looking the better.
Yeah, and now we're going to have to see what they're like on attack, and I feel like that is a really telling thing for them. We've talked about the struggles of attacking in this map with Thatcher and Hibana banned, so they're going to have to be very efficient. And against a pretty informed Fnatic at the moment, they were looking pretty good on most of those attacks. Definitely an uphill battle. Have to see what Fnatic pull out here. Tex with the castle for this top floor defense. So again, maybe looking to try and delay or assist a strong cocktail hold. We'll just see where he places those barricades.
An important part, obviously, for Fnatic is to get off on this top floor bomb site in the right fashion. Sinister in the previous matchup on Clubhouse won both first rounds on defense and attack. So, I'm not going to say that I'm feeling more keen for them, but definitely feels like there could be a trend in which they stick to.
Looking like Fnatic want to utilize those castle barricades to actually assist a piano hold, which is quite interesting. It's a little bit difficult to stick a hard roam in piano. A bit more open space, a bit easier for the attackers to gather around, but could be very effective because, again, it's very important to take piano nice and early while you're trying to attack the cocktail bar. They are going to open those castle barricades nice and quick. Sinister, so again, they're showing some pretty good time management on their attacks so far.
Time management was actually fairly decent on Clubhouse as well. We cast our minds back literally half an hour. They were able to take it to Fnatic rather early and actually set themselves up for a bit more of a breezy late round. Fisher guy at the moment looking to open that cigar area, but they do have a lot of players there, Fnatic. They've got a lot of bodies that are ready to double down on this. Virtue looks for the kill on toward Red, stares straight out of hatch, but won't be rewarded in this occasion.
No, and Tex was taken low in a slight engagement there, but nothing too lethal. There's still the Valkyrie playing over in the corner near White Stairs doorway. They really need to flush that out so that they can actually take this piano. They've been on these windows for ages. It's a wonder that Fnatic haven't tried to do a run out. Virtue could have freely gone down to the bakery and ran out the double door. Sinister playing with fire a little bit, but they have finally pushed back that Valkyrie. Delayed a lot of time here. Mentalist is now rotated into this private bathroom, which means that he can peek around and really deny this Thermite opening these walls.
That's just going to be such a nuisance. You can already feel it. Tex as well, getting a lot of information out toward that balcony cigar. Rather, cigar balcony. Jeez, it's working well today. Fisher guy, here comes the opening. Will we be able to get this? Yep, looks like there's no real contest on it so far. That'll open up a very long line into toward Freezer.
Very important line is that because people won't be able to rotate through Freezer, but what? Tex gets a double from the Freezer hallway. Sinister caught a bit sleeping there once that Thermite charge opened that hole, and all of a sudden they're playing very far from behind now in this final 30 seconds. Virtue still on a flank. Beautiful peek though from Vinny on the IQ. They got another 4 to find if they want a chance of winning this round. A nice pre-fire to Freezer, but Lusty gets another from that position. All up to Luna, but Mentalist closes it out. Fnatic finds the next round now, and they break away 4 to 3.
Jeez, that was horrific for Sinister. Thinking that the Thermite was going to assist them in that scenario, opening up Freezer, and it did anything but. It just completely allowed Tex to take down 2 members, and jeez, did Fnatic capitalize off the back of that. It kind of had Sinister scrambling for the most part.
Yeah, really did, and that was meant to be a good turning point for Sinister, but they didn't really think about the fact that the angle works both ways.
Yep.
Tex just pre-firing as soon as it went open, managed to get 2. Potentially they lined up. Either way, that was very fatal for Sinister's chances in that round, and they will have to give this round a go as Fnatic are going to try reading Fireplace, moving their way down the map. And Magnet bringing the Mozzie this time, so again, just trying to slow down, deny some of that intel.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
No, I didn't even necessarily need to deny it and slow it down in the last round when you've got Tex doing that. But definitely that will play a major factor here for Fnatic. The longer they can deny the information to Sinister, the longer they can hold them off, the better. Because I really don't think that we've seen Sinister in a position where they've had to worry. about the time, if I'm being completely honest, on their attacking side. It feels like they've had the leisure to kind of maneuver around the map and manipulate the different rotates for Fnatic. On Clubhouse anyway. So far we don't have too much to go on for this, obviously, but enough to maybe start to depict something.
Osti getting a nice outside cam there for a bit of intel, maybe looking for a run out, whether it's him or a teammate. No one really walking around on that side, so not seeing a whole lot at this stage. Sinister all coming in from that west side, rappelling up to the top floor, looking to probably do a top-down clear again because they need that vertical control in order to efficiently clear out reading. That's where they wish to plant. Even likewise for dining. Again, they're on the roof pretty quick here. Hatches are open, droning out. This is a good part for Sinister, but where they're really lacking is a bit of oomph on the entry. They get some entry picks here. It's going to be looking quite good for them.
Very much agree on that oomph. There we go. Magnet shutting down Nico. Definitely someone we would look to for an opening as well. Not going to be any impact at all on that buck. And Fnatic, I just want to say they've got free leisure here. They have the ability to manipulate everything that Sinister do. Sinister try to get aggressive. Tex is there. He nearly doubles up. He might even, in fact, popping that juicy old watermelon of Vinny's.
Yeah, and Sinister, I like the attempt at aggression there, but two players, or one player running through the freezer un-ADS towards Cocktail. You have to expect that they're there, and oh my lord, that was a flawless round. Over in a flash, Fnatic dominantly ending that. Sinister are now 2 rounds behind here.
God, Virtue's so sharp.
Yeah, not common you really see the defender win that from below, but it is Virtue, and that is Fnatic up 2 rounds at 5-3 here. That round really just heavily stopped. Sinister tried to do something a little bit different, but it just really didn't work out.
No, not the slightest. Down to the first floor we go to Kitchen, and it looks like Fnatic are very comfortable on this defensive side. Generally what we would probably expect, I would say, Raven.
Yeah, definitely, and it was always going to be the danger for Sinister after they started losing a couple of their defense rounds. It's just how much of a deficit can they create just to put a bit of score pressure on Fnatic. And I think Fnatic coming in 3-3 would have been pretty happy with that, to be honest. And they're looking very, very confident on these defenses. These setups are quite strong, and Sinister just seem to be struggling on what to do with it. They took a lot of time to deal with the Cocktail hold. They tried to put an aggressive attack on that last round, which was also repelled by Fnatic. So to wait and see what they try and do with this Kitchen hold. But so far, it looks like it might be a bit of a spread roam here. Virtue reinforcing his hatch means that maybe there's going to be a player rotating freely around through train and dining. We'll see how it works out.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds left before insertion.
Now, it is coming down to the do or die time. Sinister backs are up against ye olde wall, and Fnatic, when they start moving, they are very hard to stop, especially when it comes to the ANZ region. When they're in that comfort zone, when they're in the zone, don't know if there's many teams that can stop them or even slow them down at that stage. And it feels like this second half have brought a dominant Fnatic with them.
Yeah, again, Sinister, I think, really need to find these opening picks. They're getting such confident ground on entry, but they seem to always lose their opening engagements, and it's really what ends up totally ending their rounds. Tech's been spotted there, pre-fired at the Skylight, but doesn't find any hits. Moving aggressively around wide and just backing down there so that it is leaving top floor free for Sinister to take. And you know what? If this is a top-down clear for Kitchen, they've already taken a minute just to clear this top floor, which is the least important of all the floors. So far, a really good delay from Fnatic. That scan's going to help a lot, knowing that the Vigil is actually, in fact, on the second floor, but they're going to have to replicate that clear again for these players on the second floor before they even think about touching the first floor. So, yeah, again, great strat from Fnatic, and it's being executed really well here. Just shoot and drop from Tex.
Minute 30, and they really haven't got that much more, and to make matters worse, Tex is going to absolutely dismantle Sinister. Mentalist is just adding salt to the wounds at this point. Vinny goes down. Fisho Guy and Nico in a 2-on-5.
Yeah, which is whittled away very quick, all up to Fisho in a 1 versus 3 now as he finds Virtue. But big task ahead of him. He does have some time. He does have a minute, and he does have the diffuser. So he's got some options, but it's by no means going to be easy. He's got no support players to help him drone. He's just going to have to face check some of these hallways. He's very aware that players are still off-site, but he might get pinched pretty hard here. There's one at the top of those VIP stairs, and one hitting prone just around the corner. Waiting and waiting for him to push around. He almost walked into it, but not to be. Some pre-firing here. Manic is he's got 40 seconds left now.
That's it. And, well, he was being spotted from every which angle. Magnet comes in to clean on up. And, look, that is just something that I don't want to say I expect, but, God. We were talking about the caliber of players that Fnatic really bring, the firepower of their individuals, and it's showing full well. Every single player has had a round, and you know what I'm talking about by a round. They've had the round where they've been able to have a huge impact. I genuinely think, I'm trying to cast my mind back, Lusty might be the only player that hasn't had like a 3K kind of round.
Yeah, he hasn't really needed to, and I mean, like, that's kind of the beauty of how their roster works right now, is I think it's less reliant on the individuals to step up. It's the team stepping up, and it could be any one of them, and it's working out so well so far. They're on match point now at 6-3 against Sinister. Their defenses have just looked dominant, to say the least. Now they're back at Cocktail. Sinister going to have to get 3 perfect rounds if they want to at least get a point here and get the draw. It's a tall order, and not too sure they'll be able to do it, Manic.
No. But don't want to count them out, but I am counting them out well and truly. It is going to be a tough trot, to say the absolute least. And from here on out, it only gets harder. 1 round. That's all it takes. And, well, I just don't have hope in my heart. it just isn't there. But see what Lusty's got planned. Again, looking for that early intel out on that northern side wall. Not going to be given anything either.
No, he's not. And again, Sinister going to have to really take it to Fnatic, because they're just getting bullied every time they get close to objective, or even when they enter the building. Nico, I don't think, even made it into the building in that last round before Magnet fragged him out.
Spinning out. Gonna try and push up a red stairs, clear out that roam, clear out that flank. Doesn't look like they have the most information on that second floor player, so playing with a lot of hesitance, and that's going to be Virtue. I believe that was a run out, wasn't it?
Yeah, taking out Luna Repelled on that south side. She was probably looking to go into or hang out at the piano window. But good intel from Fnatic there, and Virtue securing that entry kill again, or the opening kill. Sinister on the back foot, as almost half the round is ticked away. Really struggling to make some progress into piano here. There's still so many of them on the roof. Saw Vinny on the red stairs at least, but Valkyrie still sitting pretty at the white stairs corner. Virtue finds another one though. He's tagged to 1 HP basically, but that's a 2-man deficit coming into this final half of the round. Make it 3. Fisher gets the trade, but potentially too little too late here, Matty.
That is the only way to put this. Nico just watches as his comrade falls and tries to get something done. He'll at least get the 1 kill, but Fnatic close it out. That is going to be the 2 wins for them in this matchup. So they will finish up today with a total of 6 points.
Yes, then they'll be very happy with that after probably a slight disappointment last week, not getting the full 6 points either. So props to Fnatic coming out very strong today, stepping it up from last week. And they're going to be fighting for that top spot with a Nixian based on how a Nixian performs tomorrow.
Yeah, look at that. Virtue on 14 and 8 assists. That is a very, very strong performance from Fnatic. I feel like we kind of died off toward the end there. It just became very, very plateaued for Sinister. It looked like we were getting there, and then it just hit, and then it hit a dip, and we didn't really see too much from them again.
Yeah, they started to really bring it back in that first half, and we thought maybe with some momentum into their attacks, it might not be too bad, but absolutely not. Fnatic just so dominant on their defenses, and Sinister just didn't really get to touch them, constantly nipping at their heels. And Fnatic just closed it out, just way too strong.
And I think that's the way to put it, isn't it? We're looking at this as an overarching picture, and at this point, Sinister had some good rounds. They had some good showings. However, it felt like they were never there. You know what I mean? They were never at the point where we could seriously say, "Hey, this could possibly happen." We were always still conscious and aware of the fact that Fnatic were in control, even when they were losing rounds.
Absolutely. I really think Sinister's best chance was Clubhouse. The score ended up 7-3, but there were 2, maybe 3 rounds that they had man advantages for. And unfortunately, it is not an uncommon story for Sinister, even on Clubhouse, actually, for them to be losing those kind of advantages. So they're going to be kicking themselves again coming out of that. Potentially, that was the map they might have been able to snag some points. But yeah, Cafe, I dare say they didn't really look too in it in the end.
No, and this is something that we spoke to Tex, who was Copper, obviously, literally like 6 months ago.
Yep.
We spoke to him about what was going on with with a certain, I can't remember what the actual occasion was, but there was a matchup where they were winning in both maps, and they slowly but surely, like, the other team just chipped their way back in. And we were asking, where are the problems for Sinister right now? And it was always with the closing out of rounds. It was always with the advantages that they were getting. They just couldn't capitalize on them, and they weren't doing enough to ensure that the round went their way. And it looks like it's still a similar trend. I don't know whether this is going to be an ongoing kind of occurrence or whether this is slowly going to shift into something different, but it is worrying nonetheless.
Yeah, for sure. You always think that with teams when there's the continuous trend of patterns. Like Wildcard is no stranger to that. We talked about their attack speeds, and Silex acknowledged it, and it's like I said, that's always kind of been a bit of an issue for them that they've struggled to fix, and I think this is pretty similar to Sinister's issues, that closing out of rounds or closing out of maps. Difficult stuff is difficult, so...
Yeah, it is. While we're on the topic of Sinister, we have Serum on the line. Hey, mate, how you doing?
Awesome, thank you.
Good. Would you like to introduce yourself very quickly to the viewers at home?
So I'm Serum. I'm just a coach for Team Cryptic. Yeah, not too much, but...
Yeah. So how's everything been going? What are your thoughts with the way that you guys played tonight?
Yeah, so the same problems really have carried over from like last few weeks of how we've been playing. I think like you guys were talking about before, the late rounds were the nail in the coffin, really. I think they were slightly better overall from last week, but that combined with Fnatic really made a big showing, and they really put us out quite hard. So kudos to them, really.
Yeah, I'm really curious to hear your thoughts on how the veto went. Were those maps the maps you were hoping or expecting to play, or are there any surprises?
Yeah, I think we've got a lot of experience playing against Phoenix. We had a pretty good idea of how they would play and what would be up against on most of the maps. So we kind of went in with quite a wide pool, but no, yeah, we were pretty happy with how we went in the end, and it's kind of like the problems we're having is pretty universal at the moment. So I think the map to map didn't make a huge difference. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, you've had some pretty tough opponents. You had a Nixian last week. You've had Fnatic this week. How do you fancy yourself moving forward for the rest of the season? Do you think that these issues are something you can get on top of, or do you feel like this is definitely something that you might struggle with for a lot of the season?
Yeah, I think we really need to track down a catalyst to boost up the speed, because it definitely is improving, but the rate it's going, it's not where we need it to be. So we really need to put our heads down, work, and I think we can get that extra step to hopefully finally put some points on the board. But it's coming close, but just not there yet.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Beautiful. Well, that will kind of conclude what we're asking here. Would you like to say any final thoughts? Anything that you want to say to the fans?
Just a big thanks to Priest, Sinister, and all the fans that are watching. Really support it, and hope we give a bit of showing next week. But yeah, thank you again.
Beautiful. Thank you very much for coming on, Serum, and best of luck
Awesome.
next week.
Great. Awesome. Thank you very much.
So, seems like it's pretty much flat across the board. That seems to be a general consensus, is the nail in the coffin at the end of the round. Just they cannot seem to close out the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, like, the best thing is at least they are very aware of that.
Yep.
Sometimes teams are not really aware of some of their weaknesses, so it's always good. That's a positive, right? Is that you know what's going wrong.
Yep.
Now you got to try and fix it. It's like I said, like, difficult stuff is difficult.
Yes.
This issue might not be difficult for other teams, but everything's relative.
Yep.
So obviously it's a bit difficult for them to fix, but yeah, he seemed pretty confident they could bounce back.
Yep.
Definitely sounded a little bit disappointed. I think they definitely backed themselves to be able to do a lot better.
Yep.
I think especially with Clubhouse as well. Yeah.
Yeah. When we cast our minds back to Clubhouse, that was really the map where if there was going to be an opportunity, it felt like there was about a midway point where we started to actually turn our belief a little bit, and they were looking good. They were starting to close the rounds out, and then bang! It's just like this constant little. I don't know how to put it. It's like it is a nail that just keeps going straight through the foot, right when they're at the final step, the final hurdle of that round. Look, I don't know if that's going to be a problem moving into the future. I don't know, man. It feels harsh to kind of put everything that they do on that one issue.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big issue, though. You can see that it's costing a lot of rounds. But yeah, totally. Again, though, I still think they've showed a lot of promise. Like, they played really well against the Nixian. I don't want to take that away from them. And Fnatic is a different beast. They still played. They had some really great moments, especially on club.
Yeah.
So I think as long as they don't focus too much on that negative and they try and take some positives, they've still got a pretty bright season ahead. And I think they can definitely compete with a lot of teams. So they shouldn't put their heads down because, like I said to Serum just then, they've had two really tough opponents, like Fnatic and Nixian, top 3 teams. So.
Yeah. Well, talking about a tough season, let's flip it around. Good start to the season Fnatic are having. We've got Magnet on the line.
Good evening, my dudes.
How are you, my friend? I'd ask you to introduce yourself, but I feel like at this point, everyone knows who you are. So how are you feeling after that matchup? 7-3, 7-3. It looked like it was pretty good.
Definitely feeling like ourselves. We felt really good. We were having a lot of fun, especially. So yeah, pretty happy with our performance tonight.
Yep.
Do you think that there were any surprises that Sinister brought out? Maybe on Clubhouse, that seemed like the map that maybe you guys were a little more challenged on. Was there anything that you guys were thrown off by?
Nothing we were thrown off by on Clubhouse. We've seen that SSG, roam defense on bottom floor heaps of times. It was just personal mistakes and communication that cost us the rounds that we lost. Otherwise, no surprises at all.
Okay. And you guys have SI coming up. This is a question I actually asked Wildcard, so I'm really curious to hear your thoughts on whether that's been maybe a distraction for the PL season. You guys did get a draw last week, or whether maybe that's actually been extra motivation.
The draw last week was only because of how we played. No one was listening, calling out. It's just all personal problems again. But we're going to be running our defaults, having fun with Pro League, but in the background, secretly coming up with a new identity of how we play Siege, and really got to strive for a potential final spot at SI. So the focus definitely is SI, but we still want to make sure we keep up with Pro League.
Yeah, so I think one of the final questions I want to ask you just before we send you off is how are you feeling with the new with the new lineup, more or less, as it's 40% of the roster that you've swapped in and out. How are you feeling now that you've kind of had a little bit, more or less like 3 weeks of officials now?
I knew there wasn't going to be a problem for, say, Pat, Mentalist, because he's played a lot of comp games in Atlanta, especially. But honestly, I wasn't worried about it at all. The guys, Mentalist and Tex, are settling in really, really well. And I'm just really happy with the whole team right now. Definitely our strongest roster yet, and I can't wait to move forward with them.
Well, that is great to hear, mate. Thank you very much for joining us, and good luck next week.
Thank you.
Well, that is really nice to hear. You were saying before that you think this is the best Fnatic roster we've seen, and well, there is Magnet on the record saying that he thinks that as well.
Yeah, and he also, again, he expressed how happy he was with where the roster was at. And it's something I was actually talking to you about in prep is actually, statistically, I think Magnet's having a great season so far. I know it's really early. But even with the APAC qualifiers, he had some really strong performances. I think for a while there, Magnet was probably playing a role. I don't know whether he was less comfortable on it or there was some kind of maybe discomfort there because he was having some more inconsistent performances. But I think he's really a standout for Fnatic at the moment, and I think the new roster's really enabled that.
Yep.
So I think that's really just elevating them at this stage.
Yeah, and that is very much the vibe that you're getting, isn't it? Is that things are happy-go-lucky right now, and I don't want to be the one to say it, but like a honeymoon phase can kind of be associated with that, and I don't know whether that's necessarily even on the cards or play, but I do think that it can be something that plays an effect. However, they seem very happy and very comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, too, like other teams will always catch up.
Yes.
Like for a long time, it seemed like ANZ was a little top heavy, but we said it earlier in the pre-show. This looks like it's one of the stronger ANZ seasons we've ever had, with a lot of teams being really competitive. And so maybe this roster might be a bit standout for a while with Fnatic, but teams will always be fighting and always trying to improve. And whether that's a honeymoon period phasing off or whether it's just other teams catching up really quick, it could change. It's a matter of when.
Yeah, just a matter of when and how. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank you very much for joining us tonight. However, we will be back tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Until then, take care.
Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black as the soul in me and the heart I had for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But you bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats.